Good morning, good afternoon. I guess it depends on where you're watching. It's almost afternoon for me, but today was a travel day. So I feel like I've been up for 117 years because, well, it's a travel day. So I feel like I've been up for 117 years, but that's okay. I've been up since like 2:30 a.m. Central, which is fantastic. But I actually got to depart from Logan International to get here. So we got like actual frequent flyer miles, and we'll get EDB Air frequent flyer miles for day 2 of the Donna Adelson trial in Tallahassee, Florida. So we will talk more about the very quick trip to see the crew from Mix in a little bit, because Carson and Kennedy are such amazing, like friends to me, friends to everything that we do here. It was incredible to see them and to get to see Billy Idol. And I am such a Steve Stevens stan. I am just such a stan. So to get to do a little bit of the beach house down the Cape was a lot of fun. And unironically, I did see more than one person wearing Karen Reed clothing just like in the wild. So it has been a minute since I've been back in Massachusetts, and it was a little bit surreal, but had a really lovely time down the Cape. To all the law nerds I saw in person, it was lovely to see you. You guys always make my day. It was so much fun. And I love that we get to lean in and be like, oh my God, oh my God. It was so much fun. So for those of you, like, you were at Billy Idol. I was at the Mix Beach House show for Billy Idol. I did not go to his show the first time. I also did not do a meetup. We were in and out of town very swiftly. But to everyone who ran into me in the wild, it was good to see you. So today we are on day 2 of the Donna Adelson trial. I have not watched any of what's happened today. However, I got a number of text messages on my phone indicating that yes, today is in fact the day that Wendi Adelson will take the stand. Other than that, we know what is happening today. We know that there is still argument over those emails. We knew that Wendi was going to be taking the stand likely today based on everything that happened Friday in court. So based on everything that happened Friday in court, we knew that today was probably the day we'll see Wendi testify. To all of you who have watched in real time, thank you for no spoilers. I like to be surprised. I don't do rewatches with you guys. We just do it. We do it live. Today we do it live. We do it somewhat caffeinated. We do it tired. We can do it. We can do it all. So I can't wait to see what's happening. I think court is at lunch in real time. We're going to start at the beginning of the day and have lots of Zoom room. Law nerds, thank you. And to the West Coast law nerds who are like, thank God I get to sleep in and I'm not missing anything because I want to chat with the law nerds while we watch. Thank you. And you're welcome. So today, we're just going to go to court. We're just going to go to court. To those of you that are watching this trial for the first time, thank you. For the law nerds in the chat who have seen Charlie's trial and other trials and other testimony, thank you. Thank you so much for letting people experience it for the first time. For those of you new to the case, literally today, Wendi Adelson is the daughter of Donna Adelson, the ex-wife of the victim. And the victim was killed because of the ongoing child custody issues, is what is being alleged by the prosecution, and co-defendants have said that that's what it is. So are we ready to roll? Are we ready to roll? Also, yes, I am wearing like my Too Much Rock for One Hand shirt. Emily, is this what you wore on the plane? Yes. Do I smell like plane? Yes, but you can't tell from there. I put on delightful hand lotion. It's fine. It's fine. We're going to hydrate. It's good. We'll grab snacks later. Who knows what time it is? Court is in Eastern time. I am in Central. West Coasters are in whatever version of West Coast they're in, depending on if they're in Mountain or Arizona or whatever. There's so many of them. So we all smell lovely. We're hydrated. We're going to roll the intro. We're going to zoom to Tallahassee. And I'm ready to see what the judge has to say after everything that went down on Friday with like, why isn't anybody ready? To everyone who said we need Miranda Priestley saying it. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. We're going to clip it for the soundboard. We're just adding new sounds every trial. Yes, we do. Have I done it yet? No, because I streamed and then hopped on a plane and then did the things and then hopped on a plane. So I've been to Massachusetts and back since we last saw each other. But you know what we're doing today?
Bring the jury.
We're going to court. It's time to go to court. Emily, what did you eat this weekend? Friends. Coffee, chowder, lobster rolls. That's all. That is it. It was delightful. Let's go to court. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. Chowder and lobster rolls. Look, it was a good weekend. It was fun. It was quick. It was fun. We had fun. I haven't been down the Cape in a minute. It was really nice to get to do. All right. Which is because of Mix. So I love it. All right. Charlotte in the chat asked, did I meet Karen? No, I did not. I run into law nerds in the wild. I went to go see Carson and Kennedy, the folks that were at the Mix Beach House, and Billy Idol, but Steve Stevens, and get to spend a little time in real life. So after, when they're going to bring in the jury, we'll fly to Tallahassee. We're going to go to court first because there are some things outside the presence of the jury first thing this morning based on what the court said on Friday. I don't know what day it is. It's a very Monday, but based on what the court said Friday, they had the lawyers come in about a half hour before the jury today so that the lawyers could handle all the shit that the judge was so mad about on Friday. So we're jumping in to the continuation of what are you all doing? So that's what we're doing. We're going to court.
Matters are being argued by either party. The attorney who is examining the witness is to argue the point. Again, we're not going.
I love this judge. Immediately, I need to turn up the volume. But the judge said, essentially, you can't ride two horses with one ass, but one problem, one lawyer. Like the person who is dealing with the witness is arguing the motion. You're not just tag teaming it in. I'm going to try to turn this off.
Is examining the witness.
That's better.
Argue the point.
I backed up just a little so I could do that.
We're not going to have tag team motions from the state or the defense or any objection arguing as well.
Emily, keep going. The court's getting to like tag team, back again, check it, drag it, let's begin, party on, party. The judge is already there. I love this judge so much.
One's clear on those.
He's like, it's Monday, don't fuck with me.
I am not going to be, I'm not crossing Wendi Adelson, but I am the one prepared for
the proffer.
Yes.
Hold on.
So the defense attorney and everyone in the gallery is just walking in as court is getting onto the record, and it's hard to hear because everyone's just streaming into court. Defense counsel said, I am not the one doing the cross-examination of Wendi Adelson, which is fascinating. Maybe the other defense attorney will call her the wrong name too and just start calling her Donna. That would be fantastic. But he said, I am prepared to argue the proffer, but I am not the one doing the witness. I think the judge will probably let him have it because he's been arguing this issue. For those of you that are like, what was the issue Friday? Remind me, a lot happened on Friday and my brain is stuck on the weekend. Yes. The issue, we're going to just do real quick sum. The issue is that the prosecution needs to do a multi-layer foundation with regard to the divorce documents. I should just go full screen while we explain this legal issue. The prosecution needs to do multi-layer foundation for the documents from the divorce. First, they need to have foundation. That's not the issue. They got them from the court. They are court documents, not a problem. The problem is tying them together to what Donna knows. Donna's not a party to the divorce in court. So you have to show what Donna knew for them to be relevant to be used in her trial. And the reason that is a multi-step foundation laying, essentially, from the prosecution is because the law enforcement is the one who got all of these emails from subpoenas. So they know what they subpoenaed, but Donna's lawyers are arguing that she used the same email address as Harvey. The email address is like Donna and Harvey at whatever. And so because they use the same email address, no one can say who's in the email. Are those Donna's emails? Are those Harvey's emails? And they were arguing over an Evite. All of you in the chats were like, okay, married folks, raise your hand. One person in the family is handling the Evites, and who is it? Just let me know. So they were arguing, but Harvey also sends out emails. how do we know the emails are Donna? How do we know that Donna knows? You have to prove with regard to the legal documents that Donna knows about those legal documents. And a lot of that foundation's being laid in the email. Here's the thing that's just like, is that we know, and the lawyers know, that Wendi is going to come in and say, these are the conversations I had with my mother about these documents. So the foundation will be laid. That's part of the thing, is that the prosecution's like, this is what's happening. This is what is happening. So when the defense is fighting over this, it's not because they think that the prosecution isn't going to prove it. They are putting up some road bumps that they are making sure that the prosecution can prove it to each and every document. That is a fair roadblock. The prosecution can't just steamroller the whole thing. But here's the problem. The defense argued this pre-trial in the motions in limine, and this was not an argument they raised. So they raised the arguments, the court ruled, and the prosecution adhered to the court's ruling. And then they came in and raised a different flavor of the same argument, and the prosecution was like, but for real though? Because Wendi has testified at multiple trials. She's given depositions. Like, they know that this isn't a problem. What the defense needed to do, my opinion, is go through document by document and then illustrate the handful that they might have a problem with and be like, we're good with everything except these 5. So can the prosecution just tell us how they're connecting these 5? And it might be that the prosecution says, yeah, on those we'll just give up. Like, the prosecution can't just lump that shit all together and be like, it's good. So I think the defense should make the prosecution be specific, but also they didn't do their homework. They had all these documents and they did not go through and illustrate. They just raised an objection to all of them, which is what's frustrating the judge. This should have been done sooner. Why is nobody ready? But the prosecution can't just be like, it's going to be fine. It's going to be fine, and not show it as to every single thing. This is going to come up more than any of the other trials, because as to Donna, what she knew about the divorce is a massive part of her motive. So for what the defense is going to attack in this case, the defense isn't arguing that a murder didn't happen. The defense isn't arguing that a hitman wasn't hired or hitmen weren't hired, that a middle person wasn't there. The defense isn't arguing that. They're arguing that Donna didn't know. Don't tell Donna. Donna didn't know. Donna didn't know. Donna doesn't know. Don't tell Donna, right? But what Donna knew about the divorce and the emails back and forth with Wendi start to indicate that she was completely enmeshed and intertwined in this. So that is why this is such a big fight for the defense, but that's also why the prosecution's annoyed. And you know what the judge did? The judge said, essentially, my ruling's my ruling, but the judge is making the prosecution go through it document by document. Could the judge have said to the defense, you didn't raise this earlier? Too bad. He could have. But then it creates issue on appeal. So the judge made sure that this is not going to be an issue on appeal by making the prosecution slow down and prove it. So on Friday, they said they were going to do a proffer so that the detective can talk about what's in the emails and documents that Donna knows without the jury seeing it. Because once the shit's out of the horse, the shit's out of the horse. The shit's coming out of the horse at some point. It's just when is really the question. Hopefully that explains. This explains why the judge is frustrated, why the defense is arguing what they're arguing. I don't disagree with what they're arguing, but they should have done it sooner. And then the judge is making the prosecution go back and do the work. And they're like, they didn't object to this earlier. We could have fixed it earlier. Because it was over the weekend, I think is part of why the judge was like, handle it. We're doing a proffer Monday. Because they all had the weekend to work and get this sorted. And that's exactly what the judge would have expected them to do. Okay. Are we ready? Are we ready now? I think we're all caught up. So hopefully that makes sense. I know all of you were like, Emily, wrong earrings. I know we have the podcast earrings on. These are what I was wearing to travel. I didn't change them after I traveled. I know it's a day 2 of trial. It's a very disorienting day. Maybe at the lunch break, we'll change them back into the Kendra Scotts that I always wear. We'll see. Let's go.
When it's time to handle that part of it.
So loud.
They can come in. They can come in.
It's so loud.
When you come in, please take a seat. Be quiet.
Just be quiet. Everybody come in quietly.
As far
Court's
as
on
the
the record.
proffer is concerned, that will be out of the presence of
The bailiff is just like, also, I have never seen an audience come in while the court was on the record.
jury. So with that, that's really not an issue. Who does what?
Yes, sir. And we resolved all but one. There was a state provided us with materials. There was one that was objectionable.
We resolved all but one. The work that should have been done before the trial started. We resolved all but one. Of course you did. So they are arguing this before they even start with the jury. They had the lawyers come in like 45 minutes before the jury today.
Kaplan agreed to withdraw that from the exhibit, but there is only one remaining pleading. That is.
Did you hear what just happened? There is only one outstanding. There's another one we had an issue to, and the prosecution agreed to take it out of the exhibit. This is why you need to go document by document. I don't disagree with them doing it. I disagree with them not doing it sooner. And so the DA took one out of the exhibits, which is why the defense should go document by document. And then there's one they need the court to rule on. So now they've narrowed it all the way down to just one document, where on Friday, it was every page of item 60, which was a lot. It was over 100 pages of documents, it seemed.
The foundation.
So, good work, everybody. Teamwork.
Please find your seats this morning.
Quietly and quickly. I'm going to turn that down a little as everybody's filing into court. This is not the jury coming in. This is the audience coming in. Court just started in the morning. We are a little behind real time, which is, you know, how we do it. I forgot we're still getting used to new software, but it's glorious. We love it. So we're a little bit behind real time. The audience is coming in. They muted the audio, so I'm going to zoom. I assume the court's going to wait till everybody sits down to... Oh! He's off the bench talking to the audience. It's like a TV taping. It's like, let me tell you what's going on. Okay.
Again, we're going to need the cell phones out. You need to silence your cell phones or go ahead and turn them off entirely. Also, as well, for the witnesses,
Fair enough.
The cell phones be pointed at the witnesses or the members of the jury. If you need to step out while the witness is testifying today, please remain outside until that witness has finished with their testimony.
Just like when you go watch
Do you
band.
have any questions at all concerning the conduct of the gallery while the trial is going on? I think this is pretty simple and self-evident, but there are no bad questions. If you have a question, please.
Do you have any questions? No? Okay, sit down.
There being no questions, also.
Put your cell phones on Do Not Disturb.
If you can speak with each other, please step outside into the hallway, so that way there's no disruption or disturbances for the jury. Also, while the testimony is going on, there's not to be any head nodding or any gesturing or any motioning that would indicate you're either agreeing with or disagreeing with what the witnesses are saying. If you have an issue with controlling your ability to do this, please step outside as well. We have all of our parties present this morning.
I know. The judge is off the bench walking around. He's one of the only judges we've seen in the well. But yes, people in the audience will and can nod, shake their heads, look scandalized. It's not appropriate to have visible reactions. Court is supposed to be stoic. The jury, if they start reacting big, sometimes the judge will also say, ladies and gentlemen, we need to try to rein it in. So the judge also does that, but he's also going to give the defendant a really hard time if she starts boo-hooing and pulling all the faces again, because he got into her on Friday about it. He's like, it's day one, ma'am, stop it. So.
Including the defendant who is present with counsel.
So they are having proceedings outside the jury presence.
All right, it's working properly. Mr. supplement the issue that we need to work through concerning the foundation.
Oh, chat, you can leave your faces
available
on.
to do this proffer.
Adam in the chat said, chat, turn your faces off. Chat, you can put your faces on. I don't know if I need that recording sign, if I need to make it like an emoji for our members, or if I can't look at it. I'm screen capping it though, so I can decide, because I might need it. I might need it. All right, they're gonna do their voir dire.
Copy. That is actually the copy.
I can't.
Of State's Exhibit 60 on the bench. I provided a copy to the defense as well.
I like the
Contains
suit.
all of the divorce documents that the defense objected to last week with Detective Isom. It includes one additional pleading, the grandma motion, as it's been referenced previously. That's tab
There we go with the
JJ
focus.
in your book there. So each tab represents a divorce filing, and behind the divorce filing in each tab is the supporting documentation for that
Damn.
document to show that Donna Adelson was aware of that particular
Well
pleading.
done, counsel.
So the state is going to be seeking to introduce this exhibit. My understanding is the only issue in contention at this time is the JJ tab, so we will call.
So what the prosecutor just said is we reconfigured the binder. We have a binder for the court, binder for the defense, binder for them. We reconfigured the binder, and the way we reconfigured it is that the court document we're talking about is on top. Under it is the supporting document, the email or whatever, and the only one that we're fighting about is item JJ. Item JJ being the quote-unquote grandma motion, where it seems that Markel was asking for Donna to not have unsupervised contact with the kids after the kids had said things to him like, grandma says you're stupid, grandma hates you. And these are kids that are 3 and 4 years old. Now, I don't think that should ever happen in a divorce. I'm not naive enough to think that it doesn't. But when 3 and 4 year olds are saying to their father, grandma says this, grandma says that, I'm not surprised that he went to the court and said, these kids can't have unsupervised visits with grandma because she is trying to alienate them from me as a parent. That motion is a very big deal because it shows how she was speaking about the victim during the divorce. All right, continuing on.
Investigator Newlin at this time to address that issue.
So Newlin is taking the stand in a voir dire outside the presence of the jury.
Take the stand. Please raise your right hand to be sworn for proffer. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the truth? I swear. You may take your seat. You may inquire, Ms. Kappelman, when you are ready.
Thank you, Judge. I just need about 30 seconds.
So outside the presence of the jury, they are just addressing that one motion. D. Magruder in the chat said, does Dan's family get to see the kids? No. And it actually changed legislation in Florida.
Deputies, if we've run out of seating room, is
But
there
no.
an overflow area?
The kids were kept away from Dan Markel's family as well. And I don't think that has ever resolved. They fought in Florida to get to see their kids. And at one point, and I don't know how long ago this was, chat might know this is not a spoiler if you answer it, they changed the children's last name from Markel to Adelson. So of all the trials we've watched together, I know a bit about this one. Oh, ma'am, you heard that phone just fine, didn't you? I do not have warm thoughts towards this defendant. It really pisses me off. I'm interested to see how the prosecution proves things. The prosecution can't jump over things, but the gunman, well, Rivera, was quite forthcoming with how everything went down, and the state's theory of the case makes a lot of sense to me. A lot of sense to me.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Donna's got a
Newlin,
difficult road ahead of her in
Jason
defense.
Newlin,
How are you employed, sir?
I'm an investigator with the state attorney's office here in Tallahassee.
Were you asked to
My Spice is joining the
assist in
pumpkin spice
assembling
tomorrow.
the notebook that's known as State's Exhibit 60?
Yes.
And does State's Exhibit 60 contain each of the divorce filings that we were able to directly link to Donna Adelson, meaning show that through some other means that she had knowledge of those pleadings?
Yes.
And is the book organized such that each tab has the pleading, and then right behind that tab will be the supporting documentation associated with that tab?
That's correct.
All right, I want to draw your attention to tab JJ, which specifically contains
This is the only one
441 through 456
they are
of Dan Markel,
fighting over still.
Wendi Adelson's divorce pleadings. This is a pleading entitled what?
Former husband's counter motion for enforcement of MSA on parenting issues and motion for contempt and sanctions.
And is this the motion that we have referred to throughout preparation for this trial as the grandma motion?
Yes.
Is that because this is the motion in which Dan Markel is seeking to limit or restrict Donna Adelson's contact with his children?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so the language, grandma says that the kids are reporting to him, grandma says, you're stupid, that sort of thing, that's what's in this motion.
That's correct.
Okay. And on what date was this motion filed by Dan Markel?
March 26, 2014.
Okay. And is there an email predating that filing in which Dan Markel sends Wendi Adelson the content of what ends up in this motion, the allegations that end up in this motion, and outlines them for her?
Yes.
And was that email forwarded to Donna Adelson?
Yes, it was.
On what date was that email forwarded to Donna Adelson?
December 17th, 2013.
And is that email contained in State's Exhibit 60JJ.2?
Yes, it is.
Right. And was there a response to Wendi forwarding this stuff to Donna?
Yes, there was.
And what was the response?
Wow.
All right. And is there another email the next day?
This also makes sense that Donna is responding, wow, because the motion is about Donna. The motion's about Donna.
In which Wendi forwards the parenting coordinator's response to Dan's allegations of grandparental alienation.
Yes, there was.
All right, and is that what the email that's marked as JJ.3?
Yes.
And this is the one that, for some reason, when we print it out, comes out in a big, weird formatting block?
Yes.
Okay, but this email was sent
The one
from
that prints
Wendi to her mother?
Dear Mom and Dad. Yes.
Okay, and on what date?
December 18th, 2013.
Okay, and that's addressed Dear Mom and Dad.
That's correct.
And that contains the same allegations that are later contained in State's Exhibit JJ.
Yes.
Okay. And when the motion was actually filed on 3/26 of 14, do you have any evidence as to where Donna Adelson was located at that time?
Traveling to Orlando on her way to Tallahassee, Florida.
All right, so she wasn't forwarded the actual motion.
Not that we
Right.
can tell.
Okay, and is that
One
consistent?
moment. Turn off the phones. Please.
When the judge addresses the whole audience, how do you not? How do you not?
Continue.
And is her presence in Tallahassee when the motion was actually filed, or actually she was on her way at the time it was filed, consistent with why she might not have been forwarded that exact pleading when she was forwarded other pleadings?
Correct.
All right, no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
This all should have been done in pretrial motions. This shouldn't be done while they're in trial, but here we are. So the prosecutor's like, I mean, fine. The judge is protecting this case on appeal by making them go through this. So, I think that's going to be sufficient. Oh, look, they have headphones. Hold on, let me move myself out of the way. On the jury rail, it looks like they have headphones for each juror. I wonder if they do that when they watch or listen to audio. So we'll see. But given that the email said mom and dad, the email was about Donna, the motion was about Donna, the response was wow, I think it's going to be a tough argument for the defense to make that motion shouldn't come in, but you can see why they're fighting about it.
Email JJ2 that is dated December 18th of 2013. That was sent to an email address shared by Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson, correct?
Correct.
You don't know who responded wow, do you?
I do not.
And with respect to
Counsel, you knew that was going to be the answer. What are you writing?
Donna Adelson driving from Orlando to Tallahassee at the time that the motion was filed on March 26, 2014, you don't have any evidence that motion was shared with Donna, do you?
No.
Nothing further?
Going to redirect for Investigator Newlin.
In the research you did on all the filings preceding JJ, were many of those sent to the shared email address, donnaharvey@gmail.com?
Most of them, yes.
Okay. And in many of those, does Donna respond in a way that we can confirm that it's Donna Adelson responding as opposed to Harvey Adelson?
Wow was a common response from many emails signed Love Mom.
Right, but my question is, in a lot of them, do we have a pattern of...
He said it. I don't know if she wanted to highlight it more, but he said wow was a common response from emails signed Love Mom. So that pattern of saying wow, Love Mom makes sense.
Of Donna responding to those emails.
Yes.
And we have a pattern of her doing so such that we can say this one is Donna, not potentially Harvey.
That's correct.
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled, but if he is aware
He's allowed to
of
give
the patterns
opinion.
of investigation, he may testify confidently on this point.
Meaning they're signed mom,
Yes.
or they say dad and I, whatever, with context indicating Donna's the author as opposed to Harvey.
That's correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
You may step down, Investigator.
I think that was a helpful
Evidence to
redirect.
offer concerning the issue of the proffer.
No, Your Honor, not all I'm learning about is that tab.
This all should have been done pre-trial motions.
Gentlemen, you may make any final argument concerning...
This was not
JJ
surprising to the
State
defense.
60.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, it's the defense position that
Our Hampy in the chat asked crossed arm body language from the prosecutor, angry, frustrated. I don't read a lot into it just because it's common with prosecutors to keep you from gesturing too much. It is, to me, it was always a focus thing without putting your hands in the pockets. It is, I am focused and I'm trying to keep everything else small so I can just focus on what I'm doing. But the prosecution also might be a bit frustrated because this all should have been done pre-trial motions and it was more work they had to do over the weekend. So, you know, it might be a combination of both, but with lawyers, you can get a sense for them not wanting to make, some lawyers want to gesticulate all over the courtroom, but some have a much more focused stance. And so that seems to be just a baseline focused, something to do with your arms, because putting your hands in your pockets in court almost feels too informal. So you need something to do with your arms. And so I don't read much more into that. Does that make sense?
the state's
Hopefully it does.
argument is entirely speculative. In Investigator Newlin's testimony, he indicated that the pattern
this is argument now.
indicated that when Donna was responding to these emails with pleadings, she would sign it with her name.
Not always.
Or she would indicate Dad and I. This response, JJ2, just says wow, exclamation point. As a result, Your Honor, it's our position that the state cannot establish a foundation for admission of JJ1, which is the March 26, 2014 counter motion that the state has nicknamed the grandmother motion.
Scott, hold on, you may briefly respond.
Judge, the email was sent to a joint email that we can prove was routinely checked and responded to by Donna Adelson. she routinely checked and responded to emails specifically in reference to this divorce, and the pattern and totality of the testimony will show that she was the one that was primarily engaged in receiving pleadings, giving feedback on pleadings, even drafting and editing pleadings on Wendy's behalf.
The prosecutor's arguing, Sushi Unicorn said, wouldn't this be something the jury to decide? It has to meet a threshold to come in. It has to be connected, but then it's a matter of weight versus admissibility. And if we get to weight versus admissibility, it is how strong the jury should consider it, how much weight they'll give it, not whether it comes in or not. You have to meet the initial threshold to admissibility, but once you get past the threshold to admit it into evidence, then yes, the jury gets to decide if they believe it was signed by her or not. If the jury thinks, oh, this wasn't signed by her based on her patterns and behaviors, then the jury can disregard it. It doesn't have a lot of weight for them. But if the jury's like, she's all up in that email going, wow, and then she's on the phone with, because this is what I'm guessing we'll hear from Wendi, is that things are getting emailed and then they're following up on the phone talking about the things that are getting emailed. So yes, ultimately, I think it's going to go to weight, but we'll see what the judge does. The defense is arguing there's no admissibility.
So I think the fact that the email was shared, and if the defense wants to point that out and argue that maybe it was Harvey that responded to this particular email, then they're free to do that. I think that goes to weight, not admissibility.
I should have just kept playing
It's
it.
important that the second time the email was shared, it was directed to mom and dad, meaning it was specifically directed to Donna and Harvey, so not just to Harvey.
The foundation.
Harvey's not on the witness list. There's also a spousal privilege. So Harvey's not on the reference list. So no, there's a spousal privilege. You can't make Harvey come in and testify against Donna.
For this item will need to be established. It sounds through multiple witnesses, both Investigator Newlin and also through the testimony of Wendi Adelson. However, once the pattern has been demonstrated, I will find based on this can be admitted if the pattern in fact does show that both either Donna Adelson or Harvey Adelson would both respond from this email concerning matters of the divorce.
That's
and
Harvey
the
on screen now.
communications do in fact match
now that's the judge, but it
other
was Harvey.
communications that were made specifically by the defendant. Concerning the limiting instruction that was discussed on Friday, if the defense is still seeking this, the court would provide the instruction.
Right.
This evidence may be considered for demonstrating state of mind, motive, or intent, unless you're seeking some other form
That
of
makes
limiting
sense.
instruction, specifically as to 60 JJ.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
So I don't know what moment they need. That's the proper limiting instruction of what the emails may be considered for. Also, yes, I think it's bold that Harvey is sitting in court every single day. It's interesting, right? Nick's asked, could they call Harvey just to ask if he sent an email or not? No, because him saying I didn't send it means that Donna did, and that's him testifying against his spouse. So no.
Read that to us again, please.
This evidence may be considered for demonstrating the defendant's state of mind, motive, or intent as far as any arguments that Donna Adelson is in fact not the person who sent the wow response because it was shared. Certainly the defense is free to cross-examine on that point and present any evidence or argument in support of that position. But I am going to find that these matters being argued go to weight, not admissibility, if the pattern can be demonstrated by both the investigator and Wendi Adelson and their knowledge of these communications or
Right.
investigation.
This is a great question from Pixie Patty. If Harvey wanted to testify, could he?
Appreciates that and
No, because Donna could assert the spousal privilege to stop him from testifying, even if he wanted to. So no, she could assert spousal privilege to stop him from testifying.
agrees with the language.
Unless Florida's law is wildly different from everywhere else.
Peppermint, do you wish
But I've never seen an area where spousal privilege isn't held by both spouses, which means Donna can assert the privilege as to Harvey.
for State 60 to remain at the bench, or will you need it back for the moment?
I have a copy, Judge, so if you'd like to keep it for your use, that's fine, or I can retrieve it.
All right, I will just keep it up here then next to my trial notebook. Are there any other matters that we need to address before the jurors are brought in for this morning?
No, Your Honor.
I believe, as previously discussed before last week on Friday, as it relates to Wendi Adelson, if the defense is still seeking to take a proffer as to matters that would be both relevant and would not, at least in their review of the evidence, go to Mrs. Adelson's Fifth Amendment privilege, I will allow you to take a proffer out of the presence of the jury concerning that matter. Is Mr. Loro present so he understands what will take place?
That's Wendy's lawyer.
I don't think he's present, Judge. I think I told them 10 o'clock.
All right. When it's time for her to take the stand, she will be testifying pursuant to the state subpoena and any
She's
immunity that
testifying
would
today.
attach under the state subpoena. After that examination has concluded, the jurors will be taken out of the room so the proffer can take place. I believe Mr. Loro's position on this matter has been clear throughout as to anything but a state subpoena which confers immunity. He or his client intends to invoke her privilege against self-incrimination.
That'll happen outside
As
the
to
presence
that,
of the
he will be
jury.
informed of the defense being able to take a proffer, since the proffer was not possible at the time the motion was argued. Again, depending on what the questions are and whether she will still intend to invoke the privilege. At that time, the court will make a ruling. I did, though, want to make sure both parties are aware as it relates to the cases on the invocation of the privilege under federal law and both state law. The defense is going to have a high hurdle to clear with this. I believe cases go to the lines of the privilege not only protects the answers
like,
that would in themselves
bold
support a
strategy.
conviction under a federal or state criminal statute, but likewise embraces those which would furnish a link in the chain of evidence. And to that point, I believe that is where Mr. Loro's argument lies. But Mr. Zellman, again, you'll have your opportunity to make your proffer to determine whether in fact there is something that is relevant and does not go to the proper invocation of the privilege.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. While we're awaiting the jurors, I believe we told them to report at 9:15. If there are any needs that the parties need to attend to, please do so now. If anyone needs to use the restroom, please do so now. Once the jurors arrive, we will bring them in and we'll get started with our first witness for the day. Does either party need to be heard about this any further?
No, Your Honor. You'd like to start at 9:15?
Okay, and we're going to do questions in just
9:15,
a
I believe
second.
that's when the jurors were told to report.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we're going to do a few questions. We're going to zoom in just a second. But you guys had a lot of great questions, so we'll zoom in a moment, but we are going to answer a few of them. Nicole and others asked, what if Harvey asked for a divorce? Could he choose to testify then, even if Donna didn't want him to? Only to things that happened after the divorce, not things that happened during the marriage. Danielle asked, can Donna let him testify then? Not really, because the other issue as to Harvey is Fifth Amendment considerations. So even if Donna said, he can testify, any lawyer is going to be like, the fuck you are. We've seen how this case has been prosecuted. Gunman, go-between, Charlie, Donna, any attorney for anyone else in the Adelson family, except for the son that doesn't talk to any of them, has got to be like, no, because you could be next. Speaking of that, Beach Visla said, was Wendi ever charged with anything? No. Wendi has immunity that is use immunity as to testimony with regard to her testimony. And for the lawyers and the paralegals in the audience, it's derivative and use immunity. But we're going with shorthand, which means anything she testifies about can't be used against her, and it can't be used to investigate other shit. That is because the prosecutor's subpoena carries that power with it when you're making someone testify. It doesn't mean they can never prosecute her. It doesn't mean they offered her some kind of a deal. It means they said, if you testify in court under our subpoena and answer our questions, we cannot use those questions against you if we ever choose to charge you with anything. We can't. We can't use it to investigate other things. But they can use other evidence and other people's testimony. Let's see. Angela Washington in the chat asked, is proffer shorthand for prosecutor's offer? No, proffer in this context is like a voir dire. So the person is going to proffer or voir dire what they are going to testify to outside the presence of the jury. So in other states, you will hear that referred to as voir dire because you get to ask the witness questions outside the presence of the jury, and they get to proffer what they might testify to. And the defense is going to be allowed to ask some of those questions of Wendi before she testifies outside the presence of the jury because they weren't able to do it earlier, and because you cannot just put someone on the stand in Florida and make them plead the fifth in front of the jury. So the things she's going to plead the fifth to are going to come up with the proffer before. So, Nathan Eddy asked, could Harvey assert spousal privilege to prevent Donna from testifying? Only if she's testifying about him. So she has the right to testify, but when she's testifying in her own trial, she's not testifying against him. She's testifying in her own trial, but not against him. It's not his trial, it's her trial. So hopefully that helped. Joe Jersey said, I was in court once and my phone went off. I was searching to shut my phone off. I didn't bring my phone with me in the building, but I still panicked and looked. I had my phone go off in court once. It was enough to scar me for life, but working at the DA's office, we needed our phones because it was often how we would, if we couldn't get out of court to check in if a witness was there, but we weren't on the record, we could do it. But there was a day I forgot to turn my phone off. It happens to attorneys. In trial, it never happened. But in our standard day-to-day, it would happen. It once is enough. And then I went back to a standard ringtone from a customized ringtone. All right. It looks like we are almost to the jury coming in. The court is saying everyone's reported. Let's see. Which means the jury is going to be coming in. The court's typing out messages. All right, Your Honor. I appreciate that you're getting your work done on the bench waiting for the jury. He didn't go back into chambers. He's just sitting there. He's like, this is what we're doing, y'all. All right. I'm going to zoom a little bit. Your Honor, you've got a very clicky-clacky keyboard. I like it. I'm here for the clicky-clacky. I'm waiting for them to start. I don't want to miss something that he says.
You can bring the jurors on.
You can do what, Your Honor?
Bring the jury.
You know what I feel like? We're now officially in Tallahassee for trial. So since they're bringing the jury,
Right? Yes, sir. Yeah.
we need to fly to Tallahassee. Let's go.
Spoke too soon. The parade to the bathroom continues.
The court said I spoke too soon. People are in the
Yes, sir.
bathroom.
That's right.
Kayan said, wait, what did the judge say? The judge said to the defense, you have a high bar legally with regard to them wanting to ask Wendi questions. This court does not do a hear ye. That is more specific to Massachusetts. I do like the official jury entering the courtroom. I dig that. So, jury in. To everyone who's reminding y'all to switch to live chat from top chat, yes. The amount of times I've asked
Everyone can be
YouTube to make
seated.
live chat the default, the limit does not exist.
Members of the jury, I hope you had a restful weekend and good morning.
I did not have a restful weekend. It was a lovely
By a
weekend. It
show
was
of
not
hands,
restful.
I just want to confirm that everyone has in fact complied with the instruction not to seek out any information about this case, and also you've not spoken with anyone concerning this case. If this is true, please raise your hands. And for the record, all 14 jurors have raised their hands. At this time, we are going to continue with the state's case. Ms. Kappelman, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Investigator Newlin.
Who's ready to go?
Investigator, please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this trial will be the truth?
I swear.
You may take your seat. You may inquire when you're ready.
Hello, Investigator Newlin. Let's talk about emails.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Jason Newlin,
This is witness number 7.
J-A-S-O-N-N-E-W-L-I-N.
How are you employed?
I'm an investigator with the State Attorney's Office here in Tallahassee.
What are your duties at the state attorney's office?
Primarily assist the prosecutors with preparation for trial.
Okay, so that can include quite a long laundry list of tasks?
Yes.
Can.
In this case, have you had an opportunity to review state's?
Notice that their job is to work with the prosecutors and kind of like tie up loose ends. Their job is not to investigate the cases. It's in addition to the criminal investigation.
Demonstrative A.
Yes.
What does state's demonstrative A contain?
It's going to be the entire divorce filing of Dan Markel and Wendi Adelson.
Did you see the binder?
Okay, and what were you asked to do in reference to state's demonstrative A?
Read it. All of it. Did you see the binder? That's the binder. That's what she wanted the jury to see. She wanted the jury to see how much paper went into this divorce.
It's going to be the entire divorce filing of Dan Markel and Wendi Adelson.
Okay, and what were you asked to do in reference to state's demonstrative A?
Review it, find items of value for this case, but also review documentation that can corroborate this information was shared.
All right, so were you asked to look for the foundation to support the fact that each of the filings in that document were known to or seen by Donna Adelson?
Yes, I was.
And what type of evidence did you find in regards to the divorce filings to indicate the defendant has seen these things?
Emails. Emails primarily. There was a couple daily planner, documented daily planner agendas that we were able to use as well.
And when you say emails, where were those emails collected from?
A 2014 search warrant on multiple emails, but primarily Wendi Adelson's emails, and then a 2024 search warrant on Donna.
The camera facing the lawyers always manages to find itself in focus. The camera facing the witness stand finds itself not to be in focus. It is not your TV. It is not your internet. It is not your glasses. You do not need to check your prescription. It is not you. I assure you, it is the court feed.
Harvey at Gmail.
Okay.
Sorry, I stepped on him saying the email address.
And then a 2024 search warrant on Donna Harvey at Gmail.
Okay. And based on the research that you conducted for these divorce filings, did you find foundation to support the fact that she had
That was a 2024 search warrant.
seen or was aware of quite a few of those documents?
Yes, I did.
And based on that, did you create a new exhibit, State's Exhibit 60?
Yes.
Right. And how is State's Exhibit 60 organized?
So each filing that we could validate would have been provided to Ms. Adelson is going to have a letter associated with it. And for example, A1, A2 would be a document validating the information passed along, whether that be an email or a planner.
All right, so each filing
They matched
in State
everything.
60 now has a letter, and then behind it, the jury can find the foundation to support that filing.
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to take Demo A away from me, give you some space.
Holly said, is Donna in
You have a
custody?
copy of
Yes.
State 60 in front of you?
I do.
Tina R and TN ask, do search warrants expire? Search warrants have to be timely. There's a lot of consideration for search warrants, but once you get the search warrant sent and the response comes back, that information is authenticated because it came back from, like, for getting a search warrant on a Gmail account, I imagine the first steps would have been getting the physical devices and then getting a warrant for the physical devices, searching the physical devices, searching Donna's phone and seeing if her phone is logged into an email address, and then getting a search warrant for that email address saying, we got her phone, we know she communicated via email, we know this email address is hers, and then sending it to Google. And then Google sends back everything from the email in, well, they probably do it in like a drive, not a physical drive, a cloud drive that they get it, but it comes back as part of the search warrant return. But if a search warrant isn't served in a timely fashion, it can expire in a way, but it can also be extended. So there's a lot there. But no, once you get that information, if this goes to trial and then she gets convicted and then it gets appealed and then it goes to trial again, even if it's 5 years down the road, that information is still good because if it came from a valid search warrant.
And Judge, may I make use of a PowerPoint?
You may.
Doctor Who, yes. Doctor Who in the chat
Did
said,
you assist
if you download
with
something from a
creating
cloud drive,
PowerPoint to assist the jurors in
mean
understanding
you're
your
making it rain.
testimony here today?
I did.
How is the PowerPoint set up?
oh, a PowerPoint.
So on the left is going to be the divorce filing pages and excerpts from specific pages, and on the right will be the documentation saying the information was passed along to the defendant.
Okay, so if we click, will we see this divorce?
Oh, I'm just trying to move the closed
Filing.
captioning down on the screen for
What was
court.
the first divorce filing?
The first divorce filing was a petition for dissolution of marriage.
Who filed that?
Wendi Adelson.
When was that filed?
It was filed September 10th, 2012.
All right, any evidence that Mrs. Donna Adelson was aware of this filing?
Yes, there was a preceding email and an email following. So an email sent on September 9th, 2012, indicating Ms. Adelson would be filing for a divorce, and an email on September 19th indicating Ms. Adelson had filed for divorce.
Excuse me, Judge, can you ask the witness to speak to the microphone, please?
That's the microphone, investigator.
He's like,
All right, so she
If
knew her
I'm
daughter
not
was
sure.
getting divorced.
She did.
I like the way they laid out the
Let's
PowerPoint.
go, if you would please, to tab B of exhibits.
I wonder if the prosecution would have done a PowerPoint like this had the defense not made such a fuss about it. I wonder if the defense showed their hand so much arguing, well, we don't know if Donna even knew, that they've now painted themselves into a corner where one document got taken out, all the critical documents are still in, and now the prosecution's like, you want us to slow it down? Okay, we'll slow it down and we'll put it in a PowerPoint. And so we're going to go through each document and then go, how do we know that she knew? And then we're going to see all the emails. And so I think that's actually probably a better presentation to show the jury what she knew.
60, what is the filing in tab B?
Joint stipulation for substitution of counsel.
Okay, and what is a substitution of counsel?
It's generally when
New lawyer.
an attorney that's assigned to a case is getting off of the case, and a new attorney will be assigned.
All right, and Wendi was switching lawyers?
Yes,
Who was she switching from and who was she switching to?
Does it matter?
she
I'm
was
curious.
switching from Shannon Novi, switching to Kristen Adamson.
And was Donna aware that Novi had represented Wendi prior to this substitution?
Yes, she was.
Is Donna talking shit about the
For
lawyers?
that, I would direct you to 60B
I wanna know.
point 2. Did she send an email 7 days before this lawyer change?
I can't read all of this email change, but it says, Dear Rhonda and Steven, with all you have going on, I'm really very grateful for whatever input you can give to Wendi. She would definitely appreciate your advice. It's always helpful when an attorney is asked to take on a case because someone important is asking them to do it. Currently, her attorney is Shannon Novi of the Novi Law Firm. Her father, Jerome Novi, has been around quite a while, but Shannon graduated about 15 years ago and is just not following through with anything. Yep. Dan's attorney is Thomas Duggar. The law firm is Duggar and Duggar, him and his mother. Again, thanks for your help. If you want to write to Wendi directly, her email is wendiadelson@gmail.com. I'll be driving home tomorrow and heading to Albany Tuesday. I will definitely give Rob and I can't read the letters in the next name, your good wishes. I'll let you know more after the baby arrives. Love, Donna. So this is sent from the Donna Harvey. What I love is that Donna is talking about herself as being the important one. Like, I know it's better when someone important is asking you to take a case. So I want you to take my daughter's case because her lawyer just isn't following through. So we need a new lawyer. So does this show that Donna's involved? Chat. Yeah. Me too.
Yes.
All right,
Well-
that's the defendant sent an email indicating that Wendy's lawyer was Shannon Novi. Is that right?
Correct. Currently, her attorney is Shannon Novi of the Novi Law Firm.
Okay, and then was there a second email directing you to 60.B?
I love that the prosecutor highlighted currently her attorney is this. The highlight for me is she's just not following through on anything. We need a new lawyer ASAP.
3 sent on July 10th.
Chad, I'm going to pause and read these
2013.
emails, even if they
Yes.
don't.
Okay, that's after the changeover of lawyers, right?
That is correct.
And what does she say in that email?
This is going to be the July 10th B3. Gary Cohen told Wendi tonight that he thinks the offer should be made her attorney Kristen at mediation on the 18th of this month.
Okay, and what?
Oh, I'm going to pause and read the entire email. Dear Charlie, this is on Monday, July 8th at 10:30 p.m. Donna Adelson at donnaharvey@gmail.com. By the way, somebody had that saved as Donna Adelson, so that's why it comes across that way. Some of these might be from a search warrant from Wendi. Do you see that the PowerPoint has Donna's fucking picture up there? Look at that. Okay. Dear Charlie, just to catch you up on what's going on with Wendi, by the way, Wendi with an I, she has all the paperwork that Gary Susser asked for on her office computer. She will be able to send it out on Monday when she is back in Tallahassee. She does not want to pay her attorney any money to have this sent out now. I have Susser's email and I'll have her fax it to him. What's confusing is that Gary Cohen told Wendi, oh my God, this is like the worst fucking game of telephone, is that Gary Cohen told Wendi tonight that he thinks the quote unquote offer should be made with her attorney, Kristen, at mediation on the 18th of this month. To me, that doesn't sound right. We want to have the person in Tallahassee that Susser knows look at the quote unquote story in these emails. And then we want to talk to him about what we'd offer Danny. Notice she didn't say Wendi. She said what we'd offer Danny. These are things that the prosecution doesn't have time to do all of this, but that's interesting to me. This is Donna. I do not want Kristen involved, the attorney, involved, nor do I want her to make an offer. Donna doesn't want the attorney to be involved. It's got to be an attorney, of course, but I don't want her. Wendi seems to think that Gary Cohen feels it should be the attorney that's handled the case. I'll talk to you more about this in the morning at the office. Love you, Mom. Response, July 10th. And this is now from subject info, RE info for Wendi's court case. This is now July 10th, 2013 from Donna to Charlie. Actually, she both emailed and called her lawyer, and all caps. I told her that as soon as she gets it, I will call Gary Susser first to make sure the person he has in mind is not Jerome Novi. Donna is going to make sure that Wendi hires the lawyer she wants hired, it sounds like to me. I will call Gary first to make sure the person he has in mind is not Jerome Novi. He is the father of the father-daughter law firm that Wendi left because the daughter told her that she should not have taken half the savings account. Wendi, you don't just start pulling money out of the accounts when you leave. So you're leaving your attorney because they told you the truth. It's only day 2, people. Also, he is going to be her mediator at the July mediation. No. You can't call the mediator behind the lawyer's back and try to get the mediator on your side. What? Okay, she goes on. He is Jewish, and there are very few Jewish family law people in Tallahassee, so Wendi must make sure that he's not the person that Susser has in mind to send this to. He's going to be her mediator. OMG. OMG. Yeah, this is why we're slowing down and reading the emails, because if I'm the jury, maybe it's just me, but if I'm the jury, by the time we're done, I want to go back to this, because the argument is that Donna's the one in control. Donna's talking about this divorce using we. I want this lawyer.
What about in the paragraph above that? Does she talk about why Wendi left the Novi law firm?
She does.
Okay, so acknowledging that the new lawyer is Kristen.
Yes.
Do you know who Kristen is?
Kristen Adamson.
Okay. And 660B.4, did she actually draft an email? And by she, I mean the defendant.
I want to know too about the
draft an
emails.
email including a portion in Wendy's voice for her to send to Kristen Adamson.
Yes.
And
What?
that email is dated what?
October 18th, 2012.
Literally, Donna's
And
telling them
what is
everything.
the email entitled?
Okay, this is the same email we just wrote. Or we just read.
Review of post-relocation info for your attorney.
That's the wrong slide then. This is Donna's review that she's sending to Wendi for Wendi to send to the lawyer.
One more click. All right, and in that pleading, she says, I have been upset about this move since it happened in 2005, referring to having to live in Tallahassee.
The prosecution just said this is Donna emailing Wendi to tell Wendi what to email to the lawyers. You need to say this to them. There are times when that might be appropriate, when someone is like, no, if you need to call, you need to say this. This is not the time.
Right?
Yes.
Okay, and that's the I in that sentence is Wendi, right?
Correct.
Okay, next. There are, however, 16 Christian, Catholic, and Baptist schools in Tallahassee with over 3,600 students attending them. If I remain in Tallahassee, the children will not be attending a Hebrew day school, nor be brought up kosher or religious in any way. That's not a threat, just a...
How many of y'all watch reality TV? Every time somebody goes, no, that's not a threat, that's a fact. What do they mean? Like, what do they mean? When somebody says that's not a threat, come on now. Come on now. Also, Wendi Adelson and Dan Markel both grew up Jewish. It seemed like they wanted to raise their children Jewish, or at least that was the understanding. And Donna wanted to have Jewish attorneys and wanted the attorneys to be there, but also wanted to strike at Dan Markel with something that was very close to his heart, which was his faith, and is trying to weaponize his faith against him in the divorce, even though everyone involved is of the same faith. This is weaponizing this against him.
reality. Is that contained in that email?
It is.
All right, next slide. All right, so the boys stay with me, the mom, during the week and spend every other weekend, Friday evening through school, Monday morning with their dad. Okay, so this is arguments.
This is talking about a potential relocation. Their dad can just fly down to Miami. That's not how that works, though, if you had the kids in Tallahassee.
For relocation that are being outlined by Donna for Wendi to send to her lawyer, correct?
Yes, that's
Next
correct.
slide, please. All right, so let's move on to tab C.
Stacy,
What
not
is
her mom in the chat
pleading
said, if not
addressed
threat, why
in
threat
tab
shaped?
C?
Yeah, 100% a
Wife's
threat.
answer to husband's counter petition for dissolution of marriage.
Okay, and so now on what date?
That was filed on December 5th, 2012.
Okay, so we have Wendi filing another response, yes?
Yes.
And what is she asking for? Next slide, please. She's asking for, I'm sorry, bad question. Strike that.
I can see the end of the email that says, please forward these items to me now if you're still at the office. Thanks, doll. Motions filed, responses to motions filed, written order from judge, judge's ruling, transcripts from the hearing. Thanks, honey. That's the end of the email that I can see. This is wife's answer to husband's counter petition for dissolution of marriage while they are trying to sort out the divorce.
Was there any proof that the defendant saw this filing?
Yes.
The wife's answer. Okay.
Yes.
So we've got an email in here dated July 19th of 2013. It's marked as state 60.C2. What is that?
I want to read the rest of the email. This is from that Wendi Adelson Gmail account to Donna Harvey, which is seemingly saved in Wendy's account as Donna Adelson, which I think the jury will absolutely look at if the defense tries to argue, because that's how Wendi had it saved in her phone. You can see the name of the attachments and what those are. Hi, guys. Here is what I have so far. It's the motions. I cannot get the rest of this to you by today or even Monday. Love you, me. But that's in response to a July 17th, 2013 email that says, hi, sweetheart, just finished the list from the photos I have on my iPhone of things left at the house. I need to add some info about the drugs he was taking in the master bath. I didn't have time to do all that, so it's a little unfinished there. I'll work tonight on what I can recall having taken. I'm sure he'll have a list of those things. Please forward these items to me. I don't know what that's about. We'll continue.
That email.
The subject is please forward 5 items, and there are 5 attachments to this email. It was on July 17th, Donna Adelson replied to an email, and then Wendi replied back.
All right, so sometimes Wendi would just file a group of actual divorce filings and forward them to her mother.
Correct.
Okay, and in this case, she addresses the email, hi guys. Does that indicate she's sending it to both Harvey and Donna?
Yes.
Okay. Next. So that's where Donna is asking for the items and then Wendi responds and sends them, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I love the photos. Look, hey, prosecution team, look at the organization. Look at that. Donna's image next to what she's writing, Wendy's image next to what she's writing. This is going to make this so much easier for the jury. And I just want to know who's doing what. But I love the way they've broken this down. It's so
All right,
organized.
let's go to tab D.
It's easy to follow. I love it so much.
What is tab D?
Amended petition for dissolution of marriage and request to be allowed to relocate with the minor children.
All right, what does this indicate, this petition? Does it indicate where she plans to go?
It does. This is Wendi Adelson attempting to move the children to another part of the state.
To Coral Springs, right?
That is correct.
To live with her parents.
Correct.
Oh,
And States Exhibit 60D.2, can you tell us about that email?
I can. Wendi emails Donna on Monday, December 10th, 2012 with the amended petition. Here it is. Let's edit. Let's edit. Exclamation point. Also, I'm pretty sure that Wendi Adelson and I are at least close in the same age. Ma'am, what in the Gen Z is the no capitalization? What in the Gen Z is happening? You are at least an elder millennial. What are you doing? Capitalize a sentence.
This motion was forwarded to Donna Adelson with the terms, here it is, let's edit.
All right, so who sent it to Donna Adelson?
Wendi Adelson,
On what date did she send this to her mom?
December 10th, 2012.
Okay, so that's 3 months before the document ends up getting filed, right?
Chat, by editing, they are not talking about like forging documents. I see lots of questions. They are talking about Wendi is soliciting input from her mother in the divorce filings. Yeah. So she's asking her mom to edit her divorce documents with her.
A month.
Like they're fully collaborating.
Okay. So before
Popcorn
she files
history,
her motion
yes.
for relocation, she being Wendi.
All of you are like a double space after the period, but no other capitalization. It's giving lawyer, but Gen Z at the same time. There's going to be an Oxford comma somewhere. Oh, mess. Mess of mess.
Wendi sends it to the defendant for edits.
Yes.
And does the defendant reply with some edits?
Yes.
This is fair. Sushi Unicorn said Gen Z was traumatized by the millennial Tumblr of capitalizing
And
every
that's
other
this
letter for
email.
emphasis. Fair.
It starts honey on page.
They're going to summarize this email. We're not. This is from Donna on Monday, December 10th to Wendi. Subject petition. Honey, on page 3, number 13 says that you and Danny have assets that are deemed, quote, non-marital assets, which are either titled in both or in each individual name, which will be kept separate. What non-marital assets are these? Does this refer to your and his 401ks? If so, his 401ks, one for $75K and one for $25K, is not set aside in a prenup, are deemed marital assets. So mom first knows how much his 401ks are for. Second is like, no, in the prenup, those are marital assets. So do not agree. This is how I'm interpreting it. Do not agree that those are non-marital assets because that $100K in the 401ks you're entitled to. The next question is it something else? What do you have that is listed in your name as a non-marital asset other than your 401k? I'm confused on this point. Getting ready to leave the house, would like to review further with you before, quote unquote, before you okay this with your attorney. Other question. Since Danny has a history of recurring and persistent issues with vertigo, rendering him incapable of taking care of himself, no less too small and needy children, apologies. Too small and needy children, as well as Crohn's disease and back issues, no one knows how fully his recuperation will be or if further surgeries will be required. Is this something that can be listed as a reason why you should have even more than 60-40 custody? Don't forget, he has Crohn's and vertigo, so he shouldn't have the kids more. Did you ask Kristen about 100% custody and generous/liberal visitation and vacations as a possibility? Leaving in 5 minutes. Love you, Mom.
Number 13, says that you and Danny have assets that are deemed non-marital assets, which are either titled in both or in each individual name, which will be kept separate. What non-marital assets are these? Does this refer to your 401k, his 401ks? If so, his 401ks, one for $75,000 and one for $25,000, if not set aside in a prenup, are deemed marital assets. So this is
I'm also reading this as mom saying, you get his 401k, but he doesn't get yours. That's what I'm reading in this.
Am I correct? This is Donna responding to each, she kind of goes paragraph by paragraph and offers edits and questions for Wendi.
That's correct.
All right, and how do we know this is Donna and not Harvey?
Signed, love you, Mom.
All right, and then are Donna's questions and feedback?
Lori and CTS, why is the lawyer taking advice from non-lawyer even though it's her mom? I don't know if she's taking advice or if she's like, I don't know if she's taking the advice or if she's letting her mom be involved so her mom feels involved but not following through with it. I don't know. But also, mom is just like, no, you should go in on his health issues. Yeah, that's what you should do.
Forwarded by Wendi to Wendy's attorney.
Yes, they are.
Dan's family is sitting there listening to this.
Does Wendi
For the first time, by the way, most of these emails, it's my understanding, are not going to come in other trials because these emails between Donna and Wendi aren't super relevant to the middleman go between to the hitman, even to Charlie. Some of these aren't relevant. Between Charlie and Wendi, yes. Some may be between Charlie and his mom, but not as many as these, especially if Charlie's not in them. These are emails between Wendi and mom. These are coming in more. So I imagine there's still new information for Dan Markel's family sitting in the courtroom. It fucking sucks.
cut and paste mom's questions and then send them to the attorney as her own questions?
She does.
Okay, and then does she, upon getting a response from the lawyer, does Wendi send the lawyer's answer on to
I don't
her
think
mother?
Donna's looking at the
does.
jury. I see
Let's go to tab
people in the
E,
audience keep
please.
looking that way. I
What
think
is
that's where
tab
one of the
E?
screens is in the courtroom. I think she's looking
Motion
at the
for
screen.
leave to amend petition for dissolution of marriage to add a complaint for relocation.
We're going through everything we just talked about. Hold on.
Wait, there were emails in there we hadn't gone through
Marriage
yet.
to add a complaint for relocation.
Hey, Kristen. This is from Wendi to lawyer. Hey, Kristen, I'm looking over a petition to relocate. A few questions. On page 3 of 13 says that Danny and I have assets that are deemed, quote, non-marital assets, which are either titled in both or each individual name. This entire email is now Wendi cutting and pasting what her mom sent to her and sending it to the lawyer. So the exact language mom emailed to Wendi, Wendi is now copy and pasting what her mom said directly to the lawyer as if the questions are coming from her. Huh. So that one says, thanks, Wendi. Word for word. Let's see what's next.
We're going through everything we just...
So that's their slide showing that Wendi then sent it to Kristen.
talked about.
This looks like a response from Kristen to Wendi, forwarded to Donna on the petition to relocate. It's very hard to read, but this is the lawyer emailing back Wendi and then Wendi forwarding it to her mom. Wendi, non-marital assets. This is from Shannon's petition. So I realigned the petition. I would assume that there are some non-marital assets given the short length of the marriage. Vertigo and back, we do not have to allege with specificity anything about the reasons for time-sharing differences, but she seems to want to. Those are definitely stuff we would testify to in court, however. There's no such thing as 100% custody. First of all, that terminology does not exist. Lawyer to lawyer. Family law is so specific, though. Full custody. That terminology does not exist. It is only time sharing now. The statutory language has changed completely. The terminology is shared parental responsibility versus sole parental responsibility. That only goes to decision making and not time with the children. As far as that goes, it is next to impossible to get sole parental responsibility. mean, especially it would seem in this situation. I have only done it about 4 times in the last 26 years. And then it says ellipses, jail, etc. Right. One party being in jail would be a reason to have sole parental custody, CEG Sarah Boone. It goes on to say, as far as time with the kids, it is just time sharing, and it's always best to be generous, but we have to plead that with specificities, but we don't have to plead that with specificity either.
Hold on.
And yes, it's no longer privileged because she's forwarding all of these to Donna. It just blows that all out of the water.
All right, so E, motion to amend petition for dissolution of marriage to add a complaint for relocation. All right, so this is Wendi seeking to add the relocation issue to her initial petition.
Correct.
Okay, and was there any discussion from the defendant regarding the arguments for relocation in the context of the divorce?
Yes, there was.
Okay, and is that 60.E2?
It is.
Pausing to read. This is Donna to Wendi on Wednesday, January 9th, 2013. Subject for your meeting tomorrow with Kristen. New lawyer. One of the issues that you wanted me to write to you about for your meeting tomorrow with Kristen is how to handle the issue of your job. Obviously, at some point, whenever Kristen thinks it's a good idea, since this is a major bargaining chip for you, that part seems to be highlighted, the university must know that you cannot continue to work there since Danny has spoken to Curtis, apparently the associate dean, parentheses, as well as other faculty slandering you. Quote, you stole from him and you're mentally ill. It is uncomfortable for you to continue to work in this sort of environment. Therefore, after you complete your commitment to teach this semester, you will be leaving FSU. Once you leave FSU, your bold job opportunities in Tallahassee are limited. You've already put in an application to one law firm and have had a second interview, but no job offer. Obviously, you can seek other employment in this town, but the pay scale and job opportunities will not be there, or you can make sure they won't hire you. Ma'am. Or you can make sure they don't hire you. Tell your lawyer that you have to stop working at the university and there's no job opportunities, so you have to move. You have to move back to South Florida because you can't get a job here at the same pay scale. It continues saying, clearly, when Danny realizes that you remaining in Tally either employed for a very low salary or not employed at all will cost him big bucks, compared to a better paying job in South Florida, he will realize that it will affect how much he pays in child support and alimony. Knowing how important money is to him, this is going to be a, all caps, big issue. He needs to know that there is, all caps again, no way in hell you're going to stay at FSU and that he's the reason you're leaving. I would ask Kristen about doing a depo on Curtis ASAP. I know he's a lawyer and he must tell the truth, but the longer you wait to depo him, his memory can quote unquote fade. Once you have a depo from the associate dean confirming what Danny told him about you, you've got him by the balls! ! Well, the emails are definitely illuminating.
What's the date on that email?
It's going to
Illuminating.
be 5 days prior to the filing, so January 9th.
Okay. Okay.
Oh,
And
Donna.
that is for your meeting tomorrow with Kristen.
Donna's all up in this
Kristen,
shit.
Is Kristen Adamson Wendy's lawyer?
Yes.
Okay, and how is this one signed? Well, let me back up for just a moment. Some of the contents.
Yeah, some of the
include,
contents.
Obviously, at some point,
You've got 'em by the
whenever
balls.
Kristen thinks it's a good idea since this is a major bargaining chip for you. What was the major bargaining chip?
Her employment.
That she had better employment opportunities in
Correct.
South Florida.
This poor investigator's like, is this a quiz? What's the bargaining chip? He's like, this is a word problem.
Yes.
All right, he needs to know that there is no way in hell you're going to stay at FSU and that he's the reason you're leaving. Is that what she said?
Yes.
And that's Donna's the author of that.
Correct.
Okay. Let's go to tab G, please.
Wait, just stay on the PowerPoint. I appreciate the
tab
cut
G?
back and forth.
The husband's answer to wife's amended petition
give
for
us the
dissolution of
PowerPoint.
marriage and request to be allowed to relocate with the minor children. And husband's objection to wife's request to relocate with minor children with prayer for relief.
So he didn't want her to move to South Florida with his kids.
He did not.
And what did he say was the sole reason that she really wanted to move to South Florida with the kids?
I'm going to read this, and I know I'm covering part of it. It says, once examined in context, the sole stated reason the wife seeks to relocate the party's minor children is so she can be closer to her parents. Footnote 1. Accordingly, the only reason for the relocation are, quote, happier mom and more access to wife's parents.
So she can be closer to her parents.
Right, and did he say that she was misusing access to the children as pawns?
Yes.
Meaning
Yeah.
Wendi was doing that.
Correct.
100%.
Okay. And did he make some other allegations against Wendi in this particular filing? For example, the wife alleges that the husband wants to move from FSU, but that is false. So he's saying that Wendi is misstating his intentions in the pleadings. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Does he also say something about, here's the pawns, we can skip that.
Right.
No, let's not
The
skip
wife has on
anything.
various occasions failed to allow the children to Skype with the husband. So as part of his allegation here that the communication is lacking,
Yes.
and specifically that Wendi is failing to comport with the agreement that they've made about Skyping with the children.
Yes.
Everybody in the audience is reading.
Unfortunately,
Those all
the
up on
broken
a-
promises communicate.
It looks like there's multiple screens in the courtroom because most of the audience is looking the same direction Donna has been at a screen, but it seems like there's two screens. Unfortunately, the broken promises, communication withdrawal, and deceitful behavior indicate that wife really cannot be trusted to consider the children's best interest, is what that says.
Communication withdrawal and deceitful behavior indicate that the wife really cannot be trusted to consider the children's best interest. Did Dan Markel put this in his filing?
He did.
Because there are numerous false statements in the petition to relocate, and because the wife's behavior reveals deception, lack of integrity, and other instances of bad faith, this court should look at the wife as having unclean hands. Did he put that?
He did.
Unclean hands is
this was
illegal.
sent to Donna Adelson?
Unclean hands is a legal defense. So it's saying, look, you can't be literally the one who's being dirty and then turn around and say, see, this is why I should get what I want. You're the one being dirty. You don't get what you want. This is Emily's summary of the unclean hands civil defense, but that's literally what it is called. So lawyers using lawyer language. The wife, it says, who unilaterally helped herself to $400,000 of assets she only barely contributed to. Remember, they were mad at the lawyer because the lawyer said Wendi shouldn't have grabbed the savings account. Right? This court should award decision-making authority over education, medical, and religious matters solely to husband. So husband's like, no, she took money out of the joint account. She took $400,000, he's saying, out of the joint account. And she's asking for control. I should get control because this is what she's doing.
Correct.
The wife, who unilaterally helped herself to $400,000 of assets she barely contributed to, and then it goes on, this court should award decision-making authority over education, medical, and religious matters solely to the husband. He didn't even want to consult Wendi on those matters,
He did not.
and he was asking the court to grant him sole decision-making over those 3 areas of his kids' lives, right?
That's correct.
And this is after Wendi was saying it's not a threat, but I will convert our Jewish children to Catholicism. And send them to essentially Catholic school. Of course he's saying, what? You don't get to decide on their education if you're going to try to leverage that. Wild.
Okay, so
At
do we
this time,
have,
Casey Cat, when
the
these
defendants-
emails are going back and forth, the kids are 3 and 4. The kids are in their teens now, but they were 3 and 4 at the time. Let's take a look at this email real quick. This is from, I'm moving the closed caption. This is from Donna on Thursday, February 21st, 2013 to Wendi. Subject, RE, answer to W's amended petition, wife's amended petition. This is seemingly in response to forwarding the petition. So lawyer sends it to Wendi. Wendi sends it to Donna. Donna responds saying, I read it. No one ever thought this was going to be easy. You have an outstanding attorney who is used to dealing with these issues. She'll do a great job for you. Most of what the Dark Lord assets asserts, no, that says assets. Attests, sorry. And they are now referring to victim Markel as the Dark Lord. But she says most of what the Dark Lord attests to is hearsay between the two of you, or his interpretation of your words. I wouldn't worry about it. That's why you have an attorney. I would not be surprised if he, not his attorney, wrote most of this. Who are you to talk, Donna? You have a great attorney and a supportive family. We're all behind you and we'll do whatever needs to be done to help you. Whatever should have some boundaries. Try as much as you can to put this out of your mind for the weekend. Enjoy your time with your friends and family. Your favorite mom will be returning a car in the AM to TLH Airport so that we can drive back to your house together. I love you, Mom. Okay. Continuing on.
Response here. And I'm referencing 60G.2.
We're only on G.
Yes, we have an email from Donna Adelson to Wendi Adelson.
And she replies the same day indicating she read everything that Markel wrote, right?
I read
She
it.
did.
Period.
And how do we know it's her and not Harvey reading these documents?
Your favorite
This
mom.
I love
particular
you.
one.
It's signed, I love you, Mom.
Your favorite mom?
And does she send any
I am sorry. Investigator, you are not bringing the tea. Sir, she refers in the body of the email to herself as your favorite mom.
emails at this point indicating that she's working on Wendi's response to this filing that Markel, that we just went through in detail?
Yes, she did.
Tell us about that.
On February 27th of 2013, she sent an email to a friend, Ronnie. Literally says, I'm sitting here at the kitchen table in Wendi's house working on her response to Danny's response to her relocation petition.
Okay, I'm waiting for this little box to go away so we can read the rest of the email.
All right, let's skip to tab M.
No, let's not skip anywhere. Okay, we're going to read what we can read. The box is covering half this email, but it says, research this and do as much work for her as possible to try to allow this to happen. He has no family support up here. Parentheses for a 2 and 3-year-old. And frankly, neither will Wendi. And she was offered a job at a law firm which pays considerably more than she is currently receiving at the law school. But this has to go to court. She finally received a date for her hearing before a judge, May 9th, 2013. According to Florida law, this must go to mediation. Sometime before that, Danny actually refused to go to mediation, as it will cost him money. But the judge just responded with a note that it is mandatory, and they do this before the May 9th hearing. Wendi has so much to do for this divorce, aside from her regular job and her children, that she feels like she has a full-time third job. Just terrible! ! Sorry, I didn't mean to, quote, lay it on you, end quote, but you and Sherry have been wonderful every time we've spoken. I know that because you've been through this. You both understand. Anyway, back to quote unquote work. Love you guys, Donna. So Charlie Adelson is paying you to be the office manager at his dental practice, or is she referring to work as like, now I get to do my job as like momager of the divorce? Maybe that's what she means.
Please. What is tab M?
Husband's memorandum of law in support of his answer to wife's amended petition for dissolution of marriage and objection to request to be allowed to relocate with the minor children, and husband's motion to dismiss wife's petition to relocate.
Michelle asks, will the juries get these
So we
emails
have
in
a
full?
second
Yes.
Filing.
They
the
get this
gist
whole
of
binder.
Which is an objection of Dan Markel to these kids being relocated.
Correct.
Everyone's feeling very grateful for their in-laws in the chat.
That's
I love
correct.
this.
All right, let's go to M2. Was this filing that Dan Markel did forwarded from Wendi to her mother?
Tracy in the chat said she's worse than a helicopter mom. She's like a freaking snowblower. Lawnmower. Pick your analogy. All right. Donna's email. We're not even reading the legal filings. We're just reading the emails. Donna's email to Wendi May 3rd, titled info regarding his, quote, memorandum of law email message. Dear Wendi, okay. Just saw this email this morning. Obviously, his 23-page rant was insufficient, so he is trying to push the court to deny hearing your petition. Again, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know if to prevent any action, your attorney must respond or not. Only you and she know that. However, Jibbers has made, which is apparently another name she called him. I don't know why. I don't want to know why. She refers to him by every name but the one given to him. So, as one of the DAs I used to work with would say, she's called him everything but a child of God. And that's the whole thing. Good Lord. However, Dan Markel, being called a name, has made his divorce a full-time job to attempt to get what he's always gotten, his way. His job allows for lots of time for him to put into this quote unquote project. They're both law professors. How is his job different than her job? Whatever. His job allows for lots of time for him to put into this project. And you know as well as I do that all the research he's done on different case law to prove his point is his research, not his attorney's. What's wrong with that? He's an attorney. If he's giving his attorneys research, he's not paying them to do the research. Also, he seems like a competent research attorney. No matter who did it, he is quoting 13 cases to show why the court should basically throw out your petition. Is Kristen answering this? Underscore the next sentence. Does it require an answer to make sure that this is not seen by the court as ignoring his rights? I don't know. You need to find out. The most important part of your divorce is relocation. Bold. Like, it's in bold. The word's in bold for all of those listening in the background. I sincerely hope your attorney understands that this is your non-negotiable, all caps. Lots of things are negotiable. That's the one thing that you cannot let her think, quote, okay, well, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen, end quote. She needs to hear from you how serious you are about this and how it will benefit the children with a close-knit family support system, as well as your significantly better paying job with hours much more flexible than your current job, paren, so that you can spend sufficiently more time with the children and paren, which requires teaching hours, office hours, court appearances, meetings with the med school people, and multiple trips away from home. These trips need to be coordinated with a very angry man who will not be cooperative with you in this regard. For example, this past weekend, you had your annual conference for blank. I don't know if she just doesn't know. At the same time, his regular NYU crap was taking place. He didn't say, quote, I go to NYU every month and this is your annual meeting. I'll stay with the children and you go. Of course not. Danny thinks he is a very important person. Ma'am, this is rich. Pot. Danny thinks he is a very important person. And as always, he and his needs come first. So underline, without your parents as backup, one of you would have had to stay home with the children. Your attorney needs to understand that your mother worked full-time. Oh, and then it cuts off. Your attorney needs to understand that your mother worked full-time and I was still here so he could go on his little NYU trip. Oh my God. We're continuing.
Yes, it was.
I want to see the rest of the email. Your attorney needs to
It was
understand.
forwarded on what date?
Ugh.
May 2nd, 2013.
The same day it was filed by Dan Markel, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and the next day, does the defendant offer a response to the email?
She does.
And what is that response entitled?
Info regarding his memorandum of law. Email.
And how does she refer to his memorandum of law? It was 23 pages
It's
long,
23-page
right?
rant. Yeah, okay. Obviously, his
in the chat
23-page
said,
rant
all I
was
hear is,
insufficient. So
"Mother
he's trying to push the court to
knows
deny hearing your
best."
petition.
Okay, what does she say about the efforts that Mr. Markel is putting into this divorce?
Gibbers has made his divorce a full-time job to attempt to get what he's always gotten, his way.
And what
Irene-
does she say is the most
We're going to just be slow going today, but Irene Arset in the chat said, so glad to have EDB reading because we get all the emphasis where if it were being read in court, no intonation would be permitted. Oh yes, the way I am reading these emails is 100% not what would be allowed in court ever. Not permitted. This is Emily. This is the way I wish I could read things in court, but you cannot. The prosecutor's affect is appropriate. Mine is not court appropriate, but it is how my brain hears things, which means in court, I was constantly buffering to speak in court talk, not me, which is also, oh my God, you guys are never going to believe what this email says.
important part of Wendi's divorce?
The most important part of your divorce is relocation. I sincerely hope your attorney understands that this is your non-negotiable. Lots of things are negotiable. That's one thing that you cannot let her think, okay, well, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. She needs to hear from you how serious you are about this and how it will benefit the children and close-knit family support system, as well as your significantly better paying job with hours much more flexible than your current job.
No, Donna's not a
Okay, and
lawyer.
does she say anything to disparage Dan Markel in this?
Donna's
email?
just involved.
Danny thinks he's a very important person, and as always, he and his needs come first.
Does she call him a narcissist?
She does.
Okay, I might have gotten ahead of you, but if you'll
This one says only an idiot like him would write that he should be the only one consulted for making decisions regarding the health, education, and religion of his children. Ma'am, Your daughter threatened to actually change their religion. So I can understand why he's frustrated.
Read what's up there, please.
Only an idiot like him would write that. He should be the only one consulted for making decisions regarding the health, education, and religion of his children.
Okay, keep going.
Mr. Markel has become a religious zealot over the last few years since the birth of our first son. Skip forward. This is also...
I don't want to skip forward. I'm just going to read it. This is them. This is Donna's email because you see the photo. This is Donna's characterization. She says, Mr. Markel has become a religious zealot over the last few years since the birth of our first son. This is Donna writing to Wendi what Wendi should say. Taking him to synagogue with him as an infant so that he can absorb the music and the prayers. Ma'am, he took his son to synagogue? Like, miss me. He has done the same with our second son. He is Jewish. He is observant. He is kosher. And he took the sons to synagogue so they could hear the music and the prayers. Ma'am, miss me with your email. She goes on to say this is also to show the congregation what a quote unquote attentive father he is. Most faiths, community is a massive part of the faith. So, Miss Adelson, I guess you and your family are not as observant. Okay. This just makes me so mad. But I guess Donna is not as observant, but still wanted her children to marry people who were Jewish. But just like too much, like, oh my God. This makes me so mad. People get to have their religious communities. Donna, this isn't a surprise to you.
So to show the congregation what an attentive father he is.
An attentive is in quotes, right?
Yes, it is.
She doesn't think he's an attentive father, does she?
No.
Okay, what does she say about the schooling opportunities for the boys in South Florida?
He's indoctrinating them, not teaching them. If he truly cared about...
I'm going to back it up. She's saying there are no Hebrew day schools in Tallahassee. Mr. Markel seems intent upon religious training, but feels that only he could provide the best religious training for our children. I thought their preschool was a Jewish preschool. Anyway, he is indoctrinating them, not teaching them. If he truly cared about a religious school for them, then clearly one of the 37 Hebrew day schools in Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach County would be a better choice for our boys. So the argument is that the Jewish community in Tallahassee isn't large enough, so we should be allowed to relocate, even though we're threatening to convert the children, but he is taking them to synagogue too much?
He's indoctrinating them, not teaching them. If he truly cared about religious school for them, then clearly one of the 37 Hebrew day schools in Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach County would be a better choice for our boys.
All right, next, please.
Yes,
Okay.
Chat. Everyone who just said EDB,
Does
oy
she
vey,
say the word
yes.
bribe? Donna Adelson.
Yes.
Okay, what does she say about a bribe in this email?
Another bribe to get him to allow relocation should be the offer of plane tickets, since he does have family that would allow him to use their homes to stay in.
They did ask
Next, please.
they asked the jury briefly what they knew about Judaism. So they did ask the jury briefly.
What does she say about the legal fees?
And isn't he also supposed to pay some of your regular legal fees? This bastard has not paid 1 cent toward your bridge gap alimony.
Loving, caring.
Also, we listened to opening statements Friday. And the defense attorney spent opening statement banging on about how amazing Danny was, what an amazing father he was, what an attentive father he was, that he was brutally stolen from his children. And while I agree with all of this, that opening statement, I think I called it argument, but that opening statement was day one. We are on day two, and Donna is doing everything she can to paint him out as all of the horribles. Opening statement was literally Friday. The fuck with these emails. Oh my God.
Father that he is.
Yes.
She doesn't think he's loving.
No.
Your Honor.
What is the objection?
Calls for speculation.
Counsel is testifying.
I'll withdraw.
Stay.
Please.
Tab O, please.
Judy said, as Emily reads these emails, I had to run upstairs to get my pearls and immediately put them on so I could literally clutch them. Me playing with my necklace.
Next slide.
Wait, no, go back. I'm too angry to write anymore. I'm going to shower, wash my hair. I didn't think we'd see another legal email that said I'm washing my hair, but alas, here we are. It's a deep, deep cut callback to I'm washing my hair. I'm too angry to write anymore. I'm going to shower, wash my hair, and get ready for you and the boys to come home. Love you, Mom. Notice she said for you and the boys to come home. The boys who were born in Tallahassee.
Next slide.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, so here we've done something with the exhibit to avoid duplication. Can you explain that to the jury, please?
Okay, so several of the emails that were preceding this, they all correspond back to this. The filings, everything was kind of an ongoing process. So there were multiple emails that covered multiple filings throughout the court document. So some of these files will say refer back to the emails in C or refer back to the emails in B. And this is one of those that says refer back to the emails in C. And this was a motion, father's motion for enforcement of parental agreement and for electronic access to minor children pursuant to Florida statute.
All right, so if they get to a filing in their Exhibit 60 and they can't find the supporting documentation, they should look on the first page and there might be a note referring them to one of the other tabs.
Correct.
Okay. And in this case, they're going to refer back if they want to see the supporting documentation for.
She's now asking questions of the witness to tell the jury how to use this exhibit when they get to it.
Oh, they'll have to go to C.2. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And how does C.2 provide a foundation for O?
It is one of the petitions. It is one of the.
So this is the attachment about one of the petitions. It says, while the husband was away on a short business trip, the wife left the husband and the marital home. Oh, so she literally moved out while he was on a business trip, like ghosted. Wife left the home and the marital home on or about September 10th, 2012, taking with her the children, their furniture, clothing, and toys, and and whatever assets and furniture, both marital and non-marital, she desired. So he was on a business trip and came home to everything being gone.
Attachments that was forwarded in that email.
All right, and that's the C2. It's not up there right now, but that we've seen where there was a batch of documents forwarded from Wendi Adelson to Donna Adelson.
Correct.
Okay. Tab P, please.
And this is his filing. Oh, they're not reading these. They're highlighted. I thought they would read them. I'm reading it. Furthermore, for the first 6 weeks following the separation, the wife refused to share any correct information with the husband regarding her whereabouts with the children. In some states, that would become a very big issue of kidnapping. It's going to depend on the jurisdiction. They click to the next one that says, in March of 2013, the wife announced she was no longer going to facilitate Skype calls on the grounds that 3 conversations in an average month were disruptive and not in the best interest of the boys. It goes on to say, in short, this is from his filing. In short, the wife is engaged in a pattern of interfering with the husband's access to the children. Mind you, her complaint, in this case, her complaint about his fathering is that he is taking his kids to synagogue. That's the complaint we've seen leveraged here. So they can hear the music and the prayers. Oh, wait, that was an email that they clicked past. Hold on. I thought they were going to read it. This is going back in time. No, forward in time. We're in July 19th, 2013. We had been in 2012, I think. This is from Wendi to Donna. Hi, guys. No capitalization. Here is what I have so far. It's the motions. Oh, we saw that earlier. I can get the rest to you by today or even Monday.
Okay, so this one is what?
Notice of taking a deposition of Donna Adelson.
All right, so the defendant's deposition was being sought in Wendy's divorce.
Correct.
And was Donna aware?
They wanted to take Donna's deposition. I can't see the date on this in the family law court, but they wanted to take Donna's deposition.
Aware of that?
Yes.
How do we know that?
Emails. And the communication was back and forth.
What do the
between
emails
two.
say?
All right, did she author an email specifically talking about the service of the notice for the deposition? I'm referring to 60P.2.
Yes. It was an email.
All right. This looks like two pages of an email when it printed out. So this seems like it is like the response would be up above, and then this is the email that is being responded to. Either way, on Tuesday, May 21st, 2013 at 12:03 p.m., Donna wrote, "My darling daughter, wow, exclamation point. He is such a royal jackass. How smart are you to get rid of this piece of shit? Ah, spelled arg. Exclamation points. Also, she didn't type out the word shit. Ma'am, it's the curse words where you draw the line. I have some fucking questions. If the cursing is the problem for you. You answered him succinctly and to the point, making your statements perfectly clear. Unlike his ramblings, you truly have the patience of a saint to put up with him for as long as you have. Did you ask your attorney about him wanting to depot me? Not only not sending the paperwork to my residence, but also the fact that I will be on a cruise then. I have a cruise. Daughter. Paren, if she needs a copy of our cruise documents to see our tickets, no problem. I can fax them to you or her. And Paren, also, you said at one point that Kristen wants to call me to testify. Still wants to do that? If so, does she meet with me prior to the court date? Regardless of whatever your June schedule turns out to be, I'm planning to return to Tallahassee midweek after we return from the cruise on June 9th. So maybe around the 11th or 12th. Sooner if you need me to. Certainly if Kristen needs to talk to me or is planning on calling me as a witness, I definitely need to speak with her. Dad and I can come to the June hearing, honey, right? Can we come to your court date? Dad is trying to figure out Father's Day, etc., for him to fly up and fly back, depending on whether the hearing is 1 or 2 days. He's thinking to allow 2 days, knowing how difficult gibbers will be, in paren, and fly back Wednesday night, NITE, so he can work Thursday and Friday that week. I've been working on some questions, etc., for the relocation, so I'll send them to you soon. I love you, Mom.
on May 21st.
All right, and she,
I mean, I
what
love
does
a
she
cruise
say
too,
about
but
the
ma'am.
service, the notice of service for the depot.
Says, wow, he is such a royal jackass. How smart are you to get rid of this piece of S? R. As in,
I don't know why she calls him that nickname. It seems mean. I don't know why. I don't even want to know why. I don't know why.
And does she indicate she's still working on some of the questions for Wendy's divorce?
Yes, I've
Giving
been working on some
context of
statements,
everything.
et cetera, for the relocation, so I'll send them soon. Love, Mom. I love you, Mom.
Okay, tab T, please. What is this?
This is the wife's memorandum of facts and law in support of her petition to relocate to Coral Springs, Florida with the minor children.
Okay, and how do we know that the defendant was aware of this particular filing?
This one we would refer back to Q2.
Okay,
And in Q2, one is indicating thanks so much.
They're talking about other motions. I'm reading the email conversations. I love that the prosecution puts Donna's little picture up here. So Donna emails Wendi regarding documentations of Danny's travel and my mom's depot. Hi, honey. So here's the info I had on travel since Ben was born. Probably most of these dates will coincide with the list you got from the university for his conferences. 2009, he went to Israel in May for 2 weeks while you were pregnant, with Ben leaving you alone in 8th month of pregnancy. Tuesday, October 27th, 1 week away, you and Ben were here for Charlie's birthday. I think Danny was away somewhere that week. You're telling me that he wasn't thrilled to come and spend time with you for Charlie's birthday? I'm shocked. Thursday, November 12th through November 18th, Danny away. Winter break in December, 3 weeks in Coral Springs. Danny, quote, working every day. Okay. And then they have the rest of the dates of travel.
Much, Mom. But in Q2, there's going to be an email on June 11th, 2013.
The defense
Hi,
knew
honey.
these emails
So
were
here's the
coming
info
in.
I had for travel since Ben was born. And there is a list from
And their strategy was,
2009
he's a
travels,
great
2010
dude.
travels, 2011 travels, 2012 travels that Donna Adelson would have sent to Wendi Adelson, reference Dan Markel's travel.
so what's the purpose of documenting Dan Markel's travel?
Essentially to say he was absent most of the time.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the investigator offering his opinion.
Overruled, the investigator may answer these questions based on his review of these documents and investigation in this matter. You may continue.
Specifically outlined in detail by Donna Adelson and present in Wendy's filings that Dan traveled too much to be a present father.
Correct.
And in support of that, does Donna here send Wendi a detailed accounting for every trip that Dan Markel has taken since the birth of their first child?
It does.
And we don't know how it is that she came to possess this information, or do we?
She kept track of a lot of things.
Doctor Who in the chat asked, what other strategy could they have tried? Seems like a really bad
Can we
hand
go
to muster
tab
the defense
W,
on.
please?
I don't know if they could have started with you know what? Donna said mean things. Her daughter was going through a divorce. We really wanted to have our grandchildren near us where we could be supportive. And things were said during the divorce because she was supporting her daughter. But that doesn't mean she had anything to do with this. This was orchestrated by others. They spent so much time in these emails going in, but they spent so much time in their closing going over what an amazing human Dan Markel was. So you've told the jury, the prosecution couldn't do that in opening. They told the jury what a great guy he was, what a attentive father he was, what just a lovely human, a brilliant human that Dan Markel was. The prosecutor couldn't go over it. Did I say closing again? Opening. We've been in this trial for 400 years and only 2 days. Only a day and a half, really. And then we immediately followed up with all these emails where Donna is trying to find every single way to say, you know, this is what you need to tell the court to get your kids from him and move away from him because he's awful. It's just a really interesting juxtaposition between what the defense said in opening on Friday and these emails. Really big difference.
What is tab W?
Husband's reply to wife's memorandum of law in support of her petition to relocate to Coral Springs, Florida with the minor children.
And what does Dan say about the wife's pleadings?
The wife's pleadings are vague, filled with rank and obvious falsehoods, and the legal analysis is fundamentally inept.
Does
Oh,
he mention
boy.
her parents as well related to this line of argument?
For the preceding reasons, the petition should be dismissed with prejudice and costs forwarded to the husband. Indeed, if the costs are not awarded, then wife and her affluent parents, who are bankrolling wife's litigation so that they can enjoy closer access to the grandchildren, will persist in vexatious and groundless litigation and thereby prevent the parents from reaching a space where they can cooperate, collaborate, and communicate effectively and warmly in the project of raising their wonderful children.
So Dan told the court her parents are bankrolling this litigation, and if you don't put a stop to it, it is going to continue to go off the rails into vexatious litigation. Whoo, buddy.
Okay, I think we can
Vexatious is a great word.
breeze through W3 and 4, please. Go on to tab Y. Tab Y, what is this?
Order on wife's petition to relocate with the minor children.
What was the order?
It was denied.
When was it denied?
It was filed June 21 of 2013. It was actually denied on June 20th, though.
All right, so signed by the judge on June 20th, filed with the clerk the next day.
Correct.
Okay, and it denies relocation.
Yes.
With prejudice or without prejudice?
I don't see prejudice referenced in this motion.
Okay.
It's in there somewhere.
Does the defendant acknowledge that this relocation order has come down?
She does in an email to a friend.
When is the email sent?
This is an email on June 24th. This was recovered in a different way because it looks different than the other ones. This is from Donna to a friend named Karen. Let me just. Unfortunately, after paying a lawyer $600 an hour for 10 months of case preparation, the judge listened to Wendi testify for 1 hour. Then one of the partners from the Miami law firm that offered Wendi an amazing job flew up to testify on her behalf. And then the judge took a break and asked one question. Quote, "I'm not hearing about any physical abuse by the father. Has he been pulling out their toenails?" End quote. It's a weird question. I don't know if that's hyperbolic or not. The email goes on, when Wendi said no, the judge said, "Well, then I've made up my mind. No physical abuse, no relocation. That was it. Nothing that her lawyer had prepared over all these months was even listened to. All the judge cared about was whether the children had been physically abused." Outrageous. Even the Miami lawyer who heard her said it was, quote, "bizarre." So at the moment, she will not be allowed to relocate unless at some point in the future, Danny chooses to move. If he chooses to move, then Wendi can relocate. How's that for fair? Question mark. And then it looks like, oh, they might have redacted part of this. Anyway, if I sound angry, it's because I am. This email continues to say, "We're all very upset and cannot believe the outcome. Sorry, I didn't mean to respond this way, but I am beyond angry.
June
Okay.
24th, 2013.
So just 3 days after the filing of the order?
Correct.
Okay, what does she say to the friend about?
I need more
losing
context on that
relocation?
hearing.
Unfortunately, after paying a lawyer $600 an hour for 10 months of case preparation, the judge listened to Wendi
Donna's big
testify
mad.
for 1 hour. Nothing. Well, I'll do this. The judge took a break and asked one question. I'm not hearing about any physical abuse by the father. Has he been pulling out their toenails? When Wendi said no, the judge said, well, I've made up my mind. No physical abuse, no relocation. Outrageous. So at the moment, she will not.
So it's outrageous that the judge said these children were born in Tallahassee. They are growing up in Tallahassee. Their father works in Tallahassee. You were married and lived in Tallahassee. You bought a home in Tallahassee and you want to move the children 8 hours away. No, you can't move the children 8 hours away from their father.
Not be allowed to relocate
At the moment.
at the moment.
All right. How does she conclude that email?
Anyway, if I sound angry, it's because I am. We're all very upset and cannot believe the outcome. Sorry I didn't mean to respond this way, but I'm beyond angry.
Okay.
I didn't mean to respond this
Tab Z?
way. Well, Donna,
This
Maybe,
is an order-setting
maybe some-
pretrial conference.
maybe
and
some
non-jury
therapy,
trial.
Donna.
All right, so the divorce is set for a final hearing, a trial.
Yes.
And when is the trial to take place?
Tuesday, July 9th, 2013 at 10 a.m.
I think that's the pretrial hearing.
Oh, that's a pretrial. Okay. The non-jury is scheduled for Wednesday, July 31st and Thursday, August 1st, 2013.
Okay, and does Donna send an email to her daughter Wendi regarding how we're gonna take?
Just ask. It's a lot of leading questions, but just ask. This email says, this is from Tuesday, July 25th. Please read, very important. But take vague notes so you won't forget. Sorry, that's a callback to a different case. Hi, honey. Okay. Just like it says on your necklace, quote, never, never, never give up. There's a lot of words to put on a necklace, in my opinion. The next line is, it's time for action. It's time to take control of your life and not let Jibbers think he just, quote unquote, won anything by having you remain in Tallahassee, 8 hours away from the only, I don't know, family support?
Take this news that relocation has been denied by the courts.
Yes, she does.
And does it say it's behind us, it's over, nothing else to fight about?
No, this says never, never, never give up. It's time for action.
Hold on just a moment. If you look at the bar on the bottom of that slide, you're gonna get a trigger to hit play. Yep, go ahead, sir.
Okay. It's time for action. It's time to take control of your life and not let Jibbers think he's just won anything by having you remain in Tallahassee,
I mean, he did
8 hours
win.
away from the only family you have, and lose out on what will be a job that will afford you and your children advantages that they will never otherwise be able to enjoy. Let's show this F what will make him absolutely miserable. Fast forward, however, the rest of your life, and consequently, Dad's, mine, and yes,
Okay, I'm trying to move they're skipping around this email. So I'm going to read what I can see. It's the beginning of a sentence and it says points, money, religion, control, period. Underline the next sentence. You have 5 weeks before your court date. I know you have a job that keeps you very busy. However, the bold underline, rest of your life, and consequently, Dad's, mine, and yes, even Charlie's, will be affected by how well you can perform/act before July 31st. You can be a good actress when you want to. I've seen you in action. Oh, man. You need to put on the performance of your life. I would put this in closing, especially if Donna testifies. Oh, the way this would come back if Donna testifies about her trying to put on the performance of her life. Never let that go. This is what Donna's telling her daughter, a lawyer, before she testifies at her family law trial. You need to put on the performance of your life. It goes on to say Jibbers hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. This is a divorce, and Donna has said the entire family's happiness, essentially, is in your hands. You have a very strong family behind you. Just remember that. Dad and I have done everything we could to try to help you for the last 10 months. Now it's time to help yourself. We believe that you will be able to make this happen if you can. And then it continues. Wow.
Even Charlie's will be affected by how well you can perform or act before July 31st. You can be a good actress when you want to. I've seen you in action. You need to put on the performance of your life. Jibbers hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. You have a very strong family behind you. Dad and I have done everything we can to try to help you for the last 10 months. Now it's time to help yourself. Fast forward. If you can put these actions before...
Stop fast forwarding. We believe that you will be able to make this happen if you can put these actions, all caps, before everything else this next month, paren, and you know that you've only got the kids a limited number of days to do this. We believe that Jibbers will be saying, stop this, and you'll be telling him, you wanted me in Tallahassee. My children are going to, quote unquote, fit in this Bible Belt. They're going to church every time I have them. Oh, this is just
Now it's time to help yourself.
wild.
Fast forward. If you can put these actions before everything else this next month, and you know that you've only got the kids a limited number of days to do this, we believe that Jibbers will be saying, stop this, and you'll be telling him, you wanted me in Tallahassee, my children are gonna fit in this Bible.
Look, it's funny when it's Sweet Home Alabama and she's like, baby, you wanted a wife? Well, now you've got a wife. Well, what's this in the fridge? Light beer, less calories. Funny in a movie, not how you respond to things in real life. No. You do not use your children as pawns in a divorce. No. Chad, I hear you. The unmitigated gall and audacity. Chad, I hear you. The manipulation of a 3 and 4 year old to use them to try to get their father to beg for them to stop is horrible. I'm here for code audacity, chat. I'm here with you. If we go code red, we have nowhere else to go today because it's just disgusting. I think audacity is completely fair. And again, it's a stark contrast to what we saw in opening from the defense. We'll see what other emails they have, but you definitely get a picture that Donna doesn't think a whole lot of Dan Markel and that she sees the family completely involved in this divorce. Woo! We're going to code audacity, chat. Your motion is granted. Your motion is granted, chat. You made many motions for code audacity. We are granting the motion.
Bring the jury.
Nope, wrong one. It needed both. I know I didn't get to my lights fast enough. Don't worry, we'll get there.
Belt. They're going to church every time I have them. I'm having them privately tutored at home to get them caught up for Sunday school classes. Tell him that you've got a new outlook on life and a new hope, and you'd like to go to heaven. Perhaps he would like to join you and the boys at church.
Plan of action.
1.
She wrote a script. She wrote a script to fuck with him over the children and their religion. No wonder he was arguing unclean hands.
Take photos of the boys, dressed nicely, standing at the front door or by the sign of a Tallahassee church. Then change your Facebook status photo to this one so everyone will see this. Perhaps a line under the photo with New Beginnings in Tallahassee might be nice.
She put a suggested title for the photo? He's going to skip this next part. I'm not. Within minutes, Jibbers should either see this or will be getting calls from his friends and acquaintances about this. How happy do you think he will be?
And 2, make arrangements to get the boys caught up with a private tutor, a teenage Catholic church member, who will come to the house to teach the young men about Jesus. If you don't have time to arrange for this to happen, I'll happily do it for you. 3, let Jibbers know that your children will.
What he skipped over is she or he will serve as a good, quote, babysitter assistant for you while you're preparing dinner. Like a mama's helper. You know.
Will be baptized in the Catholic Church.
It goes on to say, and you'll certainly invite him to the baptism and let him know that the Catholic Church is a big part, and it keeps going.
Let him know that the Catholic Church is a big part of your life now with the boys, and you'd like him to be part of it, as long as he wants you to remain.
Look, when people say y'all need Jesus, this is not what they mean. This is not what's meant. I'm going to keep reading it. Let him know that the Catholic Church is a big part of your life now with the boys, and you'd like him to be a part of it. As long as he wants you to remain in Tallahassee, the boys will be involved with you in church-related activities and ceremonies. Let him get used to it. I've already checked this out, and a baptism can be arranged within 2 weeks. I don't think that checks out for children. I have questions. Anyway, it goes on to say, we can send out evites to Jibbers, his parents, sisters, and anyone else you want to invite. So she said, look, we'll invite all of his family to a baptism. Yeah, no, most churches aren't going to be like, I'm sorry, you want to baptize your Jewish children in the Catholic Church without their father's consent.
Of your life now with the boys, and you'd like him to be part of it. As long as he wants you to remain in Tallahassee, the boys will be involved with you in church-related activities and ceremonies. Let him get used to it. I've already checked this out, and a baptism can be arranged within 2 weeks. 4, I'm looking into summer camp programs for the boys.
We will pay for it. Oh, they're going to skip some more. I'm getting that they were only reading the highlighted bits. Also, if they are Jewish, they have a plethora of amazing summer camp options. In fact, they don't need to find other summer camps. They've got that handled. Even if the boys end up going only a few days that they're in Tallahassee, on days you have them prior to the hearings. So this is what Donna wants. Donna is telling Wendi to do this before the next hearing.
4, I'm looking into summer camp programs for the boys. We will pay for it. 5, register them for toddler classes at church. I've looked into this, and even if they don't go, we can show Jibbers that they are enrolled for the fall semester. And you cannot tell anyone this is an act. Take control from him, get to him psychologically. He's going to want you to stop this.
There's parts that they skipped. I'm just backing up.
Get to him psychologically.
And you cannot tell anyone this is an act. Somehow it will get back to him. All caps, by the way. Take control from him, get to him psychologically. He's going to want you to stop this. It's appalling behavior. Wendi, you've been through a very difficult year. You had to make a huge decision. You did that. It was the right decision. Now you have one chance, one opportunity. That's not what it says. I think it says now you have one-time opportunity to make him, and then they're scrolling.
Logically, he's going to want you to stop.
Now you have one final opportunity to make him angry. This is not how a divorce should be happening. We want him ticked off so he realizes that he could lose control over his kids. We plan to make a financial offer to him to allow for the relocation. So make him so fucking miserable that when you make him a financial offer, he takes it just so it will stop. And people wonder why family law courts have armed bailiffs in them. This is why. This is why. Family law shit gets personal on a different fucking level. On a different level.
Stop this.
Oh, you scrolled up and then you scrolled back down. Counsel, what happened? Hold on. I'm trying to find the place where they scrolled up so I can see it. Oh, he's going to read that part. Okay. We plan to make a financial offer to him to allow this relocation. This is the quote unquote bribe. You need to work this plan and we'll help you through it like a script so that it may affect how much we will offer him. Maybe he'll be willing to let you relocate if he knew his children would attend a private Hebrew academy like Donna Klein in Boca, or perhaps he'd like them to invite him to a Christmas party at their other Sunday school. She's weaponizing Christmas. Ma'am. Just.
You through it is, oh Lord, we'll help you through it so that it may affect how much we will offer him. Maybe he'd be willing to let you relocate if he knew his children would attend a private Hebrew academy like Donna Klein in Boca, or perhaps he'd like them to invite him to a Christmas party at their other
Sunday school. It says you've got a little over 3 weeks till mediation. Let's get this going now.
Sunday school, in quotes.
The weaponization of religion is so horrible.
I know you would never want to think that you didn't do absolutely everything you could to try to come down to your family.
For those of you asking in the chat if this is a mixed faith family, no, it's not. It seems that there might be varying degrees of how often synagogue is attended, though, but no, it is not. This is a weaponization plan to psychologically impact the father of the children based on what the emails say. I know you would never want to think, this is also manipulative of Wendi, in my opinion. I know you would never want to think that you didn't do absolutely everything you could to try to come down to your family. That now is throwing manipulation, I think, at Wendi. You need to keep doing more so you're not keeping your children away from your grandparents. That's how I read it. It goes on, and they're not going to read this because it's not highlighted, but it goes on to say, between living down here and having a job that will give your children the lifestyle they deserve, there's the money part. Your life now, the lifestyle they deserve, your life now and for sure in the future will be significantly better. Gary told us that he is not going to hire anyone until after your court hearing. Oh, fucking hell, Donna. You're talking to Wendi's new boss? Is Wendi's new boss your buddy? So she got hired because she's your daughter then, right? This new job with amazing new opportunities. Your friend agreed to hire her so that she could relocate the kids? Gary told us you're talking to your adult daughter's hiring partner. Gary told us that he is not going to hire anyone until after your court hearing and after we try to make a financial offer to Dan Markel.
We don't want Danny to continue his religious influence over these children any more than what he's already done. If he keeps this up, they won't want to eat in your non-kosher home.
Donna is, and Wendi are Jewish. She knew he was kosher when she married him. Chat, I'm not saying it's a fake job. I'm just saying it's awfully convenient. I'm not saying it's a fake job. I don't know that. It's very strange to me to have a parent talking to their adult child's employer and figuring out when she's going to be needed for the job. Like it's Nepo, but also. The email that they're not going to read says, and if they see you don't want to attend their shul functions, you will be the outsider. It wasn't surprising to you that he was kosher. Like, this isn't new. Okay. I'm going to continue letting them read it.
As they get older and more involved under Jibber's religious influence, they will be able to request which parent they want to live with. Don't allow Jibbers to have this power and control over them. Then in reality, he's going to have the same control over you. Dad and I's referred.
Ooh. Oh no. I'm going to wait till they scroll up. Dad and I have changed our lives this year to support and assist you and the boys in every possible way. Charlie has accepted the loss in the office business income for us to do this. Oh, she's laying it on at Wendi's doorstep. Your brother's business is accepting financial loss because of how much we're helping you. So here comes the guilt to Wendi, right? Charlie has accepted the loss in the office business. I mean, now that he's in prison, I guess the loss is maybe like 10x. Charlie has accepted the loss in the office business income for us to do this because he loves you and he wants only the best possible future for you. It's time for you to show us. And they're going to continue reading in court.
For you. Dad and I's referred for the person. It's time for you to show us that you can put on the performance of your life for the next few weeks.
The next part's not highlighted. They're not going to read it. Please call us after you read this. We're wanting to talk to you. If you have any other ideas to make a last chance for relocation happen, please let us know.
We send this letter with our love and only the best intentions, Mom and Dad.
If not manipulation, why manipulation shaped? No. It's best intentions.
Dad.
All right, and you mentioned this as we were going through there, but there's a reference to Dad and I in the text, right?
Boy.
Could we go to tab EE, please? What is this filing?
Motion to enforce marital settlement agreement and to show cause why the former husband should not be held in contempt of court.
Harvey, you ever read these emails before, Guy? For those of you listening in the background, the pool feed is showing Harvey on the camera. Harvey, you ever heard this before?
And what does Wendi Adelson allege in this motion to
The performance
enforce
of your
the marital
lifetime.
Settlement agreement.
Require the former husband to immediately transfer to the former wife the remaining amount due to her.
So she's saying he hasn't paid up.
Correct.
Okay, and is there an email prior to?
Order the former husband to immediately pay the former wife's attorney. Excuse me. Pay the attorney.
This filing indicating that Donna Adelson was aware of this upcoming deadline, or I guess the deadline had already passed at this time, but the deadline, the fact that he had not made payment, and the possibility of Wendi taking him back to court.
Yes, the email was from October 15th. The filing was October 31st.
Okay. Can we go to GG, please?
GG. Mm-hmm. Different meaning. That's
Okay,
just the
what
tab
was filed
number.
in GG.
Former husband's request to produce to former wife.
Okay.
These are
And
divorce
Did
filings.
the defendant discuss this request to produce in an email?
She did.
And did she formulate in this email a plan of attack or suggest a plan of attack to deal with Danny's request to produce?
She did.
What does she say in there?
In the first paragraph, it's let's aggravate him the way he's trying to aggravate you and make him do the research and show statements from every month, from the date of your marriage to the date of the filing of the divorce. You need to see whatever he deposited into those accounts.
Good. Let's truly, Gigi, I'm being sarcastic. Let's weaponize discovery to annoy the fuck out of him.
Where the money came from, it's very possible some of it came from your joint Schwab account, and then he's up Schitt's Creek.
Does she specifically reference the deposition?
It just seems ridiculous for him to be able to depot you, but for you and Kristen to not give him the same crap he's pulling on you. It's time to give it to him.
Also, what can your attorney do to be proactive to give him some grief? How can we ask your lawyer to be abusive in discovery?
No?
Also, what can your attorney do to be proactive to give him some grief?
And can you meet with her and work out a plan of attack? Did she say that too?
She does.
And what else?
Well, it's signed, love you, Mom, but something has to be done with this asshole.
No,
Love you,
there was
Mom
more
and
that you
Dad.
didn't read. You guys are underselling these emails. The jury can see them. Can't you meet with her and work out a quote unquote plan of attack or some sort of strategizing so you know what you're up against and what else he can do?
She does.
And what else?
And that's when it says something has to be done with this asshole. Love, Mom and Dad. Their whole opening was what a delightful human he was. Gris in the chat said, we're all chismosas. Yes. Thank you for reading the emails. We need to know. Also, they're zooming through them so fast, the jury can sit and read them in court on the board. We can't because they're flipping back and forth. So the emails are appalling. But they really paint a picture, don't they? Of Donna being like, we're going to throw some money at it. We're going to make you feel guilty and control you with money and emotional manipulation. And then we're going to strategize a way to make him so miserable. He says, just take the children and go. It's wild.
Well, it's signed, love you, Mom, but something has to be done with this asshole. Love you, Mom and Dad. Love, Mom and Dad.
All right, and let's go to tab HH, please. What is this filing?
This is an amended notice of hearing,
Okay, and on what date was this filed?
February 11th, 2014.
Okay,
So February 12th, 2014, I know they're not going to read this. This is an email from somebody named Morgan to Wendi, subject regarding offer to settle. And this is a forward from Wendi to Donna. But the email chain starts at the bottom, February 12th at 4:38 a.m. Wendi wrote, OMG, he is insane, sent from my iPhone. And then it says begin forwarded messages, which we don't have. Then Morgan responded to Wendi saying completely, period. This is at 8:09 a.m. Completely, period. And no, we will not take this offer as we are insane or, we will not take this offer as we are insane or stupid, which he seems to be counting on. As we are not insane or stupid? I don't know. Which he seems to be counting on. Cheers. What a fucking idiot. Love you. Sent from my phone with a signature line that says, be the change you wish to see in the world, Gandhi. That's a choice. And that's all forwarded to Mommy Donna.
how close are we getting to the murder of Dan Markel?
This is on February 12th.
We're almost 5 months out.
In the amended notice of hearing, does Mr. Markel offer to settle the divorce?
He does.
Okay, and what is he saying about the settlement?
One of the suggestions is neither party will seek to relocate in the future with the children without the consent of the other party. If the offer above is not accepted by the deadline, then it fast forward, Mr. Markel will file his motions and memoranda and supporting documents that detail how Ms. Adelson failed to disclose substantial assets in violation of the Florida rules and the master settlement agreement. How Ms. Adelson fraudulently induced the settlement, how she made numerous instances of demonstrably false testimony before the court and under oath in deposition, how she ignored court orders, discovery requests, and made false responses to the latter.
And Wendi Adelson was a lawyer, member of the Florida Bar at the time, right?
She was.
May still be, I don't know. Okay. Go ahead.
If this offer is not accepted by the deadline, Mr. Markel will file his motion and memoranda of law and supporting documents, and these will allege, and with other evidence, demonstrate that Ms. Adelson engaged in misconduct, including but not limited to filing a frivolous petition to relocate that had already been deemed impossible to win by another board-certified lawyer, standing by silently while her client divulged privileged attorney-client information, advising Ms. Adelson to interfere with Mr. Markel's parental rights.
I think there's one more, yeah.
And becoming a willing instrumentality of or participant in Ms. Adelson's financial misconduct related to the disclosures and discovery process related therein.
It's like
He's going after.
it's like he knew what the emails said without having the emails, because Dan Markel wouldn't have had all these emails. So the defense in opening was talking about the issue of relocation was settled a year before the homicide. It was settled a year before. These emails are giving him saying, if we take relocation off the table forever, I will settle and the children will never relocate. It's also giving that the Adelson family's like, when one door closes, get a fucking wrecking ball. Hire someone to make a new door. That's what I'm hearing in these emails. Because that goes to, if we can't handle it this way and we can't handle it this way, what's the next option?
Wendi, and he's going after her lawyer as well, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And does Wendi Adelson forward this email to the defendant?
She does.
All right, let's go to tab JJ, please.
I don't object to this being shown. Exhibit hasn't been entered into evidence. I know that most of this will be. However, I'm objecting to this being shown to the jury and specifically.
Remember, tab JJ is what they were arguing over before court today. It's the grandmother motion. And the judge said, if foundation is laid, then it will come in. So he is now objecting before it's published to the jury. And the defense did not argue about any of the others. So this is where we're now getting to tab JJ, the thing they argued over earlier, which feels like 100 years ago because I can't help but pause to read every single fucking email in this damn thing. We're in it.
The testimony concerning this based on the
Speaking objection, counsel.
You may lay the foundation as to J.J. Ms. Kappelman, but until it is in fact entered, there is to be no publication for the jury.
Yeah, the jury is now like sitting down and in their notebook going, tab JJ.
What is the document in JJ?
We've now
The
caused...
former husband's counter motion for enforcement of MSA on parenting issues and motion for contempt and sanctions.
And is this the motion that includes the allegations, grandma says you're stupid?
Counsel.
Please lay the foundation for giving the contents.
The prosecutor's like, is this the one where she's calling him stupid? Ma'am, no. The defense attorney's objecting and she's like, let me just put it all in there.
Of the document, Ms. Kappelman, objection is sustained.
Are you familiar with the contents of the motion?
I am.
Okay, and are the contents of that motion present in an email that was dated before the filing of the motion on 12/17/13? I'm referring to JJ.2.
Yes, the email is a forwarded email. The original email is 12/16 and it was forwarded on 12/17.
Okay, so who sent?
I think if I was the prosecutor at this point, I might be like, we're gonna put a pin, depending on how many juries I had in corporate. We're gonna put a pin in this email. We're gonna come back to tab JJ. What motion is tab JJ again? We're gonna come back to tab JJ with Wendi. I would probably just highlight it more and then wait.
The email on 12/16.
But she's still
Dan
trying to get
Markel
into
sent
it.
the email to Wendi Adelson and their parenting coordinator.
Right, and then you say it was forwarded. Who was
was
it forwarded
forwarded
to?
To donnaharvey@gmail.com.
Okay, and that was on 12/17 of 13.
That's correct.
And did someone respond to the email?
They did.
And what did the person say?
Wow, with an exclamation point.
Okay, and the contents of JJ, that motion that was ultimately filed, were they also, you mentioned they were sent to the parenting coordinator. Did the parenting coordinator
That's somebody through
give
the
a
court.
response to Dan Markel's allegations? And I'm referring to JJ.3.
So count that witness. The answer is yes. She's like,
yes, this
look
is
at
another one of those
tab 3.
convoluted emails, but yes.
Okay, so the parenting coordinator, you mentioned that the original email was sent.
So
To-
12/16, Dan Markel sent the email. 12/17, it was forwarded to Donna Adelson. 12/18, the parenting coordinator replied.
All right, and the parenting coordinator's reply, was that then forwarded to the defendant as well?
Yes.
And so on that, is part of that thread a second version of this content that we're talking about that Dan Markel is alleging?
These emails
Yes,
are going to
it
be a
is.
whole
So it was
law
sent
school
to the
class
Donna
of
Harvey email
family law,
twice.
what not to do.
Correct.
And the second time it was sent, the one that includes
And that's before the homicide. That these emails are just a crash course in what not to do in a divorce proceeding. Like it.
the parenting coordinator's response, how is that
Courts
email
see
addressed?
through this shit.
Dear Mom and Dad, here's the Skype phone plan for the holidays. Please help me do this. It means less stress for me if you just follow it. Love me.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask
Love
to move
me.
into evidence state 60.
Please just do it. It means less stress for me if you just do it.
Coming in with the attachments.
State 60 is admitted except for JJ. Any remaining portions of the foundation as to JJ may be laid through additional witnesses.
The court's not satisfied yet, and he doesn't want her to
All right,
read it yet.
The hearing
She's going to have to
on
wait.
this motion that Dan Markel filed,
She
was it
knew
ever
that.
conducted? This JJ motion.
I believe it was.
The grandma motion was heard?
I'm trying to figure out the dates here.
By the prosecutor's face, I'm guessing the answer is this hearing never happened. Somebody's got a delightfully clicky-clacky keyboard. For those of you in the chat asking, motion JJ is the grandmother motion. It's called the grandmother motion. I'm going to turn court down just a little. It is a motion where
There was
Dan Markel is asking that the court only allows supervised visitation with Donna Adelson because the kids came back to see Dan Markel and be with their father, saying things like, Grandma says you're stupid, Grandma hates you, and things like that. So he filed a motion regarding alienation and parental alienation by the grandmother to try to get the courts to step in to reduce the or remove the ability of Donna Adelson to see the grandchildren without somebody supervising, not Wendi supervising, someone, a neutral third party supervising. So he's looking for the answer on that.
the hearings continue to get reset.
Okay, and what prevented the hearing from occurring?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of personal knowledge and lack of foundation.
Overruled if the witness
The defense's objection was lacks personal knowledge lacks foundation on why the hearing didn't happen. You would think the investigator, after this many trials, would know exactly this answer, because it seems to me that what the prosecutor's getting at is these hearings kept getting continued until the murder happened. But we'll see where this goes.
Through his investigation is aware, he may answer the question as to his knowledge and background.
Eventually, Mr. Markel was murdered.
Before the hearing took place.
Yes.
Ding, ding, ding.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
And then the dramatic pause. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this motion, JJ, you don't quite know what it's about, but you know what it's about. But the defense doesn't want you to hear about JJ. That one, motion JJ, the motion in tab JJ that you haven't heard about. Was that motion ever heard in court? No. The hearings kept getting continued. And then what happened? Well, and then he was murdered. So this hearing was never heard. And now the jury is sitting there going, what's the grandma motion? Because she keeps calling it the grandma motion, and the jury doesn't know what the grandma motion is yet, but they know that it's called the grandma motion on tab JJ. So they know it's referred to as the grandma motion, but they don't have the rest of it in yet. Tired Retro Gamer said, I wonder if the keyboard has red or brown. It sounds like red switches to me. They're a bit more clackier, not thunkier, but they sound like red switches to me. Because red are a little, to me, red sound a little clackier, less thunkier. For anyone who does not pay attention to keyboard switches, I'm sorry if I just started speaking a completely different language to you, but it sounds like red switches. Reds are, to me, reds seem more clunky than brown, which seem a little more funky. But I love keyboards. Rita said they might be Cherry MX Blues. They could be blues because they're real clacky. They're not funky. Anyway, I like the clacky key. I have a new keyboard on the way. But we'll get there. Chat will get there another day. I have brown switches on my keyboard now. I have low profile with brown switches. But I have a new keyboard coming that's a little bit more clackier that I won't use when I'm streaming. Okay. Keyboard switches. It's a different level of nerd. It's a great hobby. So we'll get there. But yes, it's full
Cross-examination.
It's full courtroom ASMR. It looks like whatever they addressed at sidebar, we're going into cross-examination. Let's go. We'll do a whole side quest on keyboards later. Because we were moving to cross-examination, I am resetting the lights from Donna's fuckery emails back. Look, what the prosecution can prove in this case, we will see. We will see what they bring in. They have to connect Donna to hiring the hitmen. They have to connect Donna to this homicide. They have to connect Donna beyond just that she had negative feelings. It's clear she has negative feelings. I find the emails reprehensible. It's not good at all. I have no patience for this kind of fuckery, especially when you're trying to alienate kids from their parent. I hate it. We will see what the prosecution can prove with regard to the conspiracy and the rest of it, and two things can be true. But it's lining up a timeline of Donna is getting more and more agitated, and there's this motion to reduce Donna's contact with the kids. On to
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Chat, you chatted. I don't see it's a side quest if we talk about keyboard switches. For those of you that are like, what are keyboard switches? Look, when you have mechanical keyboards, you can change out the different switches and different keycaps have different sounds.
Morning.
It can be very tactile. And for a lot of us, it keeps our ADHD brains engaged to also enjoy our mechanical keyboards that have different vibes and can be reset. Travis does too. And I also love a split keyboard, but we'll talk about keyboards another day. On to cross-examination. I meant to change the colors. Okay, we're back. Let's take a swoop as we get to cross. I don't think we'll be stopping to read emails as much, so maybe we can get through this a little quicker. Sorry, not sorry. I wanted to see the emails. I figured you did too. I did that terribly. That was totally me. Cross-examination.
I want you to turn to B, and I think it's
12.
4.
B4. Anyone have B4? I saw
B4.
you sunk my battleship. I saw someone in Valkyrie Art said, "Why does it say day 5?"
Does that email indicate?
The pool feed counted the jury selection. I do not count the jury selection because I did not cover the jury selection, and most of it was not on video. So inevitably, if I had this listed as day 5, somebody would be like, "Where's day 1, 2, and 3?" I count trial days from opening statements. Opening statement day is day 1 forward. So I count trial days, not jury selection days. They're counting jury selection days.
And it's who the sender is,
It says Donna Harvey Adelson.
not Donna.
No.
Okay, and then it's.
Counsel, that's not a very strong point at this
Is there
point.
any, love mom or anything like that at the end of that email?
There's not.
So you don't know who sent that, do you?
It follows a pattern.
Let me go through it again.
Lupe, I'm holding on to all of this. New Ducky keyboard with browns. Love it. You guys have great keyboard suggestions. I'm here for the keyboard conversations.
No.
It's not a blame Harvey defense at this point. But you don't really know Donna sent it. Sir, you're missing what's going on. You're missing the point.
And I want you to turn to JJ2.
Are you going to open the door for all of the JJ stuff to come in before they finish laying foundation because it's not in evidence yet? Are we just?
So that one-word response is from the shared email address of Donna Harvey, correct?
That's correct.
Isn't it true that emails from Donna Adelson are much lengthier than a one-word response?
I don't think that's
They
true.
generally are.
I want you to turn.
After all of those emails, I need someone to explain to me how a motion about Donna is not getting seen by Donna.
To Y2. When Ms. Kappelman was questioning you about that, you testified that the email says, "So at the moment, she will not be allowed to relocate." You didn't finish the rest of what that email, the rest of that sentence. Isn't it true? It says, "Unless at some point in the future, Danny chooses to move. If he chooses to move, then Wendi can relocate."
Yes.
Yes. But that puts the power in his hands.
Now, the June, let's see.
I might put it at 1.25 in a little bit. But for now, I'm very curious at the organization of this cross-examination. We
Now,
haven't seen
after the relocation was
we haven't seen a lot of defense cross, and I'm curious.
denied, my client sent that lengthy email, I believe it's at Z2.
Yes.
Isn't it true that although my client made these suggestions, that Wendi Adelson later responded and said, "I'm not doing this"?
I do recall an email from Wendi saying, "Mom, I'm not doing this."
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay. So Wendi sent an email saying, I'm not doing this? That, what?
Redirect examination.
Relocation.
Did I get rid of my sad trombone? I think I did. Just insert your own sad trombone here. It's just gone full like wah, wah, wah. The entire, like, so much arguing. And then, so Wendi said she wasn't going to do that though, right? The point is that her mother thought it was a good idea, not that she did it or not. And he didn't even refer the jury back to what he was talking about. Does anyone fucking remember what Z2 is? He could have said Z2 that's referring to dressing the kids up and posing them by a Catholic church or something. He didn't refer back to what it is, Z2, and then sat down. Wow.
Happen for Wendi and the boys?
After the murder,
Where did they move after the murder?
a couple blocks away from Donna and Harvey Adelson. Well, they moved in with Donna and Harvey Adelson for about a year, and then permanently to a location a couple blocks away.
No further questions.
You may step down, Investigator Newlin. Will he be recalled again by the state or the...
The redirect was, after the murder, where did Wendi and the children go? They moved in with Donna. And then what? And then they moved down the street.
Potentially, Judge.
You remain under subpoena.
Let's get it
Members of the jury,
started.
does anyone need to take a restroom break before we proceed forward? Please raise your hands if you do. Very well. Please call your next witness.
State calls Wendi Adelson.
Oh boy. It's time for Wendi. Miguelino, will you let the chat know that they have called Wendi Adelson? I mean, or the app know that they have called Wendi Adelson. Remember, she's going to take the stand, and then they're going to have some sidebars. I know it's what you guys have been waiting for. Don't worry, we'll zoom. We'll zoom while we wait for Wendi to come into the courtroom. Make sure y'all have your
Anticipate
snacks.
getting started very quickly within...
Oh, they're giving people a break. Hold on, let's find out how long the break's going to be for. I'm just curious what the judge says. Come on, where is it? There we go.
In fact, need to take a brief break. The bailiff will take you to the jury room.
Oh, brief break. That's
We
Wendy's lawyer
anticipate
walking
getting
in.
started very quickly within the next few minutes.
This is the stuff they need to do outside the presence of the jury before Wendi
Please rise
testifies.
when the jury enters and exits.
He's telling the audience that. I mean, Donna should know all about that. She wanted to be Catholic. Stand up, sit down, stand up, sit down, stand up, sit down, stand up, sit down. You're good. Yes, also raised Catholic.
Everyone can be seated. Mr. Loro, I had not forgotten about you, sir. You may come up and make your statement.
The attorney for Wendi is putting things on the record.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
John Loro on behalf of Wendi Adelson. Your Honor, we previously filed a motion to make a brief statement before Ms. Adelson
And it was granted.
testifies. We'd like to make clear for the record that she is appearing pursuant to a state subpoena that by law furnishes her with use and derivative use immunity. But for this subpoena, she would assert her Fifth Amendment rights with respect to every question that the state would ask relevant to this matter. We also believe that the use and derivative use immunity covers cross-examination to the extent that it involves responsive and relevant questions as well.
The court has previously ruled concerning this matter that the immunity that is being conferred by the state's subpoena does extend to cross-examination, and that she is appearing to answer questions under this immunity. One matter that had come up, Mr. Loro, after the conclusion of the hearing that we previously had, in making sure that there is a complete record as to your client's invocation of her right to not incriminate herself. She was not present during the hearing, therefore the defense could not take a proffer. Once the
Just to answer the questions and oh, sorry, Your Honor, hold on.
examination has
Oh, Your Honor, I'm
Deferred.
sorry. Hold on. I'm trying to get a better pause face, Your Honor. You are blinking rapidly. Okay. Just to answer all of you in the chat, Wendy's attorney came in and made his record that he was going to make. The record is just to protect the record. Hey, if my client didn't have use and derivative use immunity, meaning what she says in court can't be used against her and things derived from it can't be used against her, she would plead the fifth to fucking everything. But since she has immunity under the subpoena, she will testify to the limited scope of the government's questions because they've offered her immunity. That is the record he needed to make. He is protecting his client. Now, the court ruled earlier that because the defense was not able to do a proffer, that there would be a brief proffer outside the presence of the jury of Wendi Adelson about whether or not they can ask certain questions. So Wendi will come in and then they will do whatever brief voir dire proffer where the defense gets to ask Wendi some questions to see if they are relevant, to see if they will come in. So Ingrid KB said, question, does she want to testify against her mother? I don't know what she thinks about it. She doesn't really have a choice because she has use immunity and she has a subpoena. So she can't say, fuck all y'all. Also, I imagine her lawyers said to her, if you would like to not be arrested, you are going to need to be as cooperative as you can.
to not incriminate herself. She was not present during the hearing, therefore the defense could not take a proffer. Once the examination has occurred pursuant to the state subpoena, the defense is wanting to take a proffer. As to that, any questions in which she believes she needs to properly invoke, you may advise her to do so, and I will make a ruling from there whether there is, in fact, any proper basis that is both relevant and would not go to the right of self-incrimination. Ultimately, you may advise your client concerning these matters as it relates to the defendant's proffer out of the presence of the jury.
Also, yes,
You
for all
need
the
to be heard
Catholics
in
in the
any way
chat,
concerning this.
I did
No,
not
Your
say
Honor,
Neil
we'll just
because she
need a
can't
brief
do it in
moment to
court.
consult, obviously, after we hear the proffer questions.
That's fine.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor.
Does either party need to be heard further before the examination begins pursuant to the state's subpoena?
Yes, sir.
No, Your Honor.
You may take your seat, Mr. Lauro. You can bring back in the jurors when they're ready.
SW, it is my understanding that Donna did not testify at Charlie's trial. She couldn't really testify because she would need to take the fifth, and the state did not subpoena her, is my understanding. But I did not watch Charlie's trial. That guy was Wendy's lawyer that came in. So that is the judge's funky keyboard. This is Wendi Adelson, who, from everything I understand, seems to be a big fan of navy blue.
Good morning. If you can just
She
take
has
your seat for
testified
right
at
now, I will swear
other
you in when the
trials.
jurors reenter the room.
The jurors are coming in. She's not going to plead the fifth. So, chat, she's not going to plead the fifth. Her defense attorney put on the record that she is not pleading the fifth because of the use and derivative use immunity. Wendi has testified before. Donna has not. I mean, Donna testified at her own hearing, but not at Charlie's trial. That's a different expression than you've had all day. Has your daughter called you since you've been in custody? We want to know.
Indicated they did not have to go to the bathroom at this point.
The jurors want the
If we
fucking
are,
tea.
Once again, dealing with the needs of 14 people, they might be in the bathroom, so wait for the knock.
wait for the knock, which means wait for the jury to be ready. So the jury was called in. I think the jury's like, well, we don't want to break the flow if we don't have to go to the bathroom. And then the court was like, well, you know, you're out in the jury room. And they're like, well, I guess if we have a break, I should go, right? If I have a break, I should go. I mean, the navy blue is very court appropriate. I just think she is worn
It's fun.
relatively the same thing to all the trials. I imagine this is not comfortable for her.
We have a few jurors that do need to use the restroom. If anyone needs to stretch their legs or use the bathroom themselves, please take your opportunity now. Once we start with the testimony, again, the door will remain closed if you exit.
I mean,
Go ahead.
take time to stretch. Do we need to zoom?
Oh, before you leave the room, Ms. Fulford,
That's the defense attorney.
once again, Mrs. Adelson, I'm going to reiterate.
Ma'am, control your face.
Once again, Mrs. Adelson, I'm going to reiterate the instruction that I gave to you last Friday concerning any reactions that you may have to either the testimony or the evidence in the case. I understand this may be a distressing thing for your child to be offering testimony in your trial. However,
He already saw
you
it
are
coming.
in control your expressions and your emotions. Do you understand those?
He saw it
Everyone can
coming.
take their break.
Ma'am, he saw you from
You
a
need to step down until it's
mile
time to
away.
testify. You may do so as well.
For those of you that are just coming into this trial, yes, we have seen a lot in this case. I am not a fan of this defendant. It'll be interesting to see what the prosecution proves in this case. That said, 4 other individuals have been convicted in this case. And I have opinions about the evidence in this case. I think their prosecution has a fairly strong case. So I am not, I do not come into this one as neutral as other cases. A lot of cases I'm like, wait and see what the prosecution proves. In this case, I'm like, I have seen what the prosecution has on the pretrial motions. Yeah. Here's the thing. A divorce can be hard. Murder's not the option. And people did that. Either way, what the prosecution proves against Donna, we will see. However, Charlie Adelson's been convicted, the go-between's been convicted, and the gunman have been convicted. And I believe what Luis Rivera has to say. This family killed Dan Markel because of his divorce with Wendi. What they have against Donna, we will see. But this family did that. And that has been proven in other trials. So, yeah, I don't have very strong feelings, very positive feelings for Donna. But we'll see what they have to prove about her and if they can prove the conspiracy. Because that's separate. They did it.
Are they good? Yep, bring them in.
Whether she conspired to do
Sorry
it,
to pop you down. They're
We'll
coming
see.
back in.
sit back up, stand back up. So we'll see. Again, if they can prove conspiracy, we will see. If they can prove solicitation, we will see. They proved it to Charlie. How much did Charlie co-conspire with his mom? But her getting arrested,
All rise, jury entering the courtroom.
jury in.
Bring the jury.
Her getting arrested trying to flee the country after settling her affairs is a bit persuasive to me. It was the call more than just the flight. I found the call to be fairly incriminating. We haven't even gotten
You
to
can be
the...
seated. Please raise your right hand to be sworn.
Her jailhouse
You swear
daughter.
or affirm the testimony you will give today in this trial will be the truth.
Oh,
You may be
Wendi.
seated. Please adjust the microphone as you need to so you can be clearly heard.
Oh, I agree that navy is a good color for
You may
Wendi.
examine.
Please
Ma'am.
state your name and spell your name.
Ma'am, I've never watched Wendi testify. I have heard the motions about it. I know she's testified multiple times. Do not pretend that you're new to this courtroom or this microphone right now. The first thing you're doing is like, you're not new here. Don't play with me.
Ms. Kappelman, you may examine.
Please state your name and spell your name.
It's a microphone.
Wendi Adelson, Wendiadelson.
Ms. Adelson, where are you from?
I'm from Coral Springs, Florida.
And you live in another state now currently, right?
I do, yes, ma'am.
All right. How are you employed?
I'm an immigrant.
I wasn't sure if she had moved or not. I had heard that she might have. It does seem that she has moved out of the state of Florida.
Immigration attorney
How long have you been an attorney?
since 2006.
And you're here pursuant to a state subpoena, is that correct?
Yes,
And that subpoena confers a type of immunity on you. Do you understand that?
I do.
Okay. Which means that nothing you say here in court pursuant to that subpoena can be used against.
Chet, I appreciate you. I'm not looking for where she lives. I don't want to know. I really don't. There's a lot going on with this case. I don't know where she lives. I'm just leaving it be. Thank you for just leaving it be. I don't know. I don't want to know.
Confers a type of immunity on you.
This is the prosecution putting their information on the record. They need to do that. It lets the jury know that she has some sort of arrangement with the prosecution. She has immunity, and it's talking about why she has immunity.
How long have you been an attorney?
Since 2006.
And you're here
We are
pursuant
around
to
the
a
same
state
age.
subpoena, is that correct?
Yes,
And that subpoena confers a type of immunity on you. Do you understand that?
I do.
Okay. Which means that nothing you say here in court pursuant to that subpoena can be used against you at a later time. Do you understand that?
I do.
Okay, but it doesn't necessarily mean you could never be prosecuted. It just means that what you say in court could not be used in any future prosecution. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right.
They need to put that on the record. I appreciate that they put that on the record for the jury, because I imagine at some point the jury's going to be like, what did you do? And the prosecution's like, look, you have immunity for this. It doesn't mean you can never be prosecuted. Do you understand? Yes.
I want to ask you about your ex-husband, Daniel Markel. Is that a fair and accurate photo of Mr. Markel?
Yes.
When did you meet him?
We met originally online. It must have been the fall of my first year of law school, so 2003.
Okay, and when did you marry Mr. Markel?
We married in February of 2006.
Were you living in Tallahassee at some point as a married couple?
Yes.
When did you move to Tallahassee?
We moved to Tallahassee my final year of law school, so that would have been in the summer of 2005.
Where were you going to law school?
And we were here from 2005 till 2006. We spent a year at the University of Miami from 2006 to 2007, and then came back to Tallahassee from 2007 until 2014.
All right, and during the time that you were living here in Tallahassee, did you live over on Trescott Drive?
For some of the time that we lived here, yes.
And when your first child was born, were you residing at the Trescott Drive residence at that point?
Yes.
Okay. I think I have a photo of that here. Is that the Trescott Drive residence?
Yes.
And how many children did you have with Mr. Markel?
We have 2 children.
What were their ages at the time of their father's death?
It was 10 days before my older son's 5th birthday, so he was 4 turning 5, and our younger son was 3.5. The boys are 14 months apart.
And did there come a time when you and Mr. Markel separated?
Yes.
When was the separation?
It was in the fall of 2012.
Whose decision was it to separate?
We know
It was
that.
mine.
How did your ex take that news?
Well, we talked about it many times before it actually happened, but when the separation became official, he was very upset.
And even though there were problems and issues and discussions, it was a surprise to him when it actually happened, right?
It was.
Okay. And was part of the reason for the separation your differing views on how to raise the kids pursuant to the Jewish faith?
I'd say it was a very small part, but it was a part.
Did you
Interesting.
consider your ex to be a religious zealot?
No, I didn't think he
Wow.
was a religious zealot, but I did think he was using religion as a way of controlling me.
Okay. Did you think he was more devout in his faith than you were?
I don't know that, I feel like devoutness has to do with maybe a relationship with God, and I don't know that his was more strong than mine, but he was more observant of kosher rules than I was.
Okay. And can you explain for the jury what those imply for those of us
Sure.
that don't?
So keeping kosher has to do with separating milk from meat, something like you can't eat a cheeseburger. And it has to do with the ritual way that animals are killed. So certain meats would be considered kosher or non-kosher. And then things like shellfish are not allowed, or pork would not be allowed. And so his beliefs changed over time. We used to have bacon, and then bacon became a no later on.
All right. And that was,
So-
those rules were something.
Was he not kosher when you guys met? I've got questions.
That he was wanting to impose on the children, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you were less interested in those kosher rules?
it was less important to me.
All right. Were both you and Mr. Markel raised within the Jewish faith?
We were, yes.
When you separated from Mr. Markel, did you move out of the marital home while he was on a business trip?
I did, yes.
Where did you go when you left the marital home?
I went to another property that I had rented for the boys and me.
Was that at 3303 Aqua Ridge Way?
Yes,
Was that located in Leon County?
yes.
Okay. What was the custody arrangement? Broad terms are fine for this time frame during the separation.
I think we were just trying to figure out how to make it work. We didn't have any formal custody arrangement at that time. I remember his parents came to town that weekend, and I made sure that he had the boys that weekend. We were just trying to figure out how to make it work until we had something formal.
Was the arrangement roughly 50-50 or something else?
It would have been roughly 50-50.
Okay, and were you mixing it up during the week, or was it a week on, week off situation?
It wasn't week on, week off. We didn't settle into that until the first summer, or maybe the second summer. I don't remember. That was more of a summer arrangement. But it was 50-50 and definitely a mix during the week.
Okay. I'm gonna publish what's been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 60. Your petition. Was your mom, Donna Adelson, involved at all in drafting your divorce documents?
No,
Did she ever make any edits to
Ma'am?
any of the filings that you made pursuant to your divorce?
I think she made suggestions, but
She had
I had an
input.
attorney, a very good attorney, helping me through the process, so she wasn't editing legal documents.
Did you ever forward any of your mom's suggestions?
We just read the Let's Edit email. So we read that. But I understand that those are suggestions. No, the paralegal would write the documents. Those were suggestions.
To your lawyer?
I probably did.
And when you did that, would you attribute them to your mom, or would you just forward them along without noting whether they were your questions or your mom's questions?
I honestly don't remember.
Was this a contentious divorce?
It was.
As part of your divorce, did you file a petition to ask the court for permission to relocate to South Florida?
I did.
And think that was your amended petition. Not sure if we can see that very well. Here we go.
That's
it says
easier.
The wife also desires to relocate to South Florida in order to provide a better quality of life for the children by increasing their access to close family and providing more stability and consistency. Who was the close family that was available in South Florida for the boys?
Mom.
My mom, my dad, and my brother.
Why did you want to move to South Florida?
I had very unstable employment in Tallahassee. I had a wonderful job, but it was on grant money. So year to year, I never knew if I would still have my job. I had a job offer that was very good in South Florida. And the assumption was that Danny was always going to be at a different school, a better school. He used to joke that he would take one bar exam for every 2 bar exams that I had to take while we moved around the country. And so it seemed like a way of having stability while he was climbing up the law professor ladder to be ultimately at Harvard or Yale.
And was relocation important to you?
It was, in terms of having a safe and stable place for my kids.
Did you consider having to
A grandparent that maligns, belittles, and alienates the grandchildren is not a safe environment, in my opinion.
live here in Tallahassee being stuck? Or had you referred to it previously as being stuck in Tallahassee?
I mean, I may have. The idea of being stuck is if you don't have permission to live anywhere you want to live. But I had a nice quality of life here.
Did you consider the worst case scenario to be that you would end up stuck here in Tallahassee if your petition was denied?
I don't know. I mean, at the time, I may have felt that way.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen of the
Sent an
jury,
email to a friend on
I don't hate
March
y'all.
24th of 2013, indicating, quote, "I do fear that the worst case scenario that could happen is that I will be stuck here in Tallahassee."
she's trying not to offend the
It's possible
jury.
that I sent that.
Would it refresh your recollection to review that item?
I'm happy to.
It's on tab 6 on one of those binders in front of you. Let me.
And yes, for those of you asking about Dan, he is Canadian, and his family was in Canada.
I see it's highlighted, so yes.
Okay, and did you also email a friend
Let's see,
around the
it's
same
hi- it's
time
highlighted.
frame regarding life in Tallahassee couldn't compare to the life that you would be able to enjoy in South Florida with your brother Charlie and his boat and pool and hot tub and things like that?
It's certainly possible.
That's on tab 7. Please refresh your recollection.
They're going to either impeach her or have her refresh the recollection. I could have said that. Read it. We have it tabbed. You did say that. Your life with your brother and his boat. The hot tub, you know. So if she says, I don't remember, it's just going to go tab by tab by tab. Because the prosecutor is
Yes.
incredibly organized.
And in fact, didn't you use the word stuck in your actual motion for relocation? See if we can get there. Here, the wife is merely stuck in Tallahassee until the husband decides that the time is right for him to leave.
So my attorney did write that, and that sounds right.
Did Tallahassee feel claustrophobic to you?
Well, at this point in time, Danny was making lots of unplanned announcements to my office where we worked together. So I would see him at work. I never knew when he was showing up. So I'm sure, this is 12 years ago that's how I felt at that time.
Okay, but outside of the context of your relationship with Dan Markel, did you ever express that just the smallness and slowness of Tallahassee made you feel claustrophobic?
I don't remember saying that.
Please refer to tab 8 to refresh your recollection.
I don't recall saying that. I assure you that you did. It's on tab 8.
Your Honor, if I may at this time, the state tell us you're just saying the tab number, so we're not sure what documents you're referring to.
Yes, I
The binder
can.
is up on the witness stand. Ms. Kappelman, does the defense have a copy of the same binder?
No, Your Honor. I'll show them the tab.
They have all the
Please do.
exhibits. Oh, they have a whole binder full of receipts. Also, they've had her testify a fair few times. I have not seen her testify, but she has testified a fair few times. So they know exactly what she said in the emails. And the prosecutor is not just getting to, Wendi, were you shitting on Tallahassee because the jury's from Tallahassee? That's not the point. The point is relocation mattered to you and your mother. And you very much wanted to be in South Florida.
That's a dense one. Were you able to find it?
I did. I found it's part of a sentence. Can I read the whole sentence?
Sure.
Tallahassee feels claustrophobic at times, given its smallness and slowness, and the fact that my friends cycle through here with transient regularity. So yes, at that moment in time, that's how I was feeling in 2013.
And relocation was
December 17th.
Ah, that was user error. That was me. I was just trying to pause at what she was saying. However, it's fair of her to ask to read the whole email, given that she was saying my friends are transferring. I'm going to try to back up. Apologies, chat. That was completely my bad.
if your petition
Let's see.
was denied.
I'm going to back up. But if you're in the university world and you are moving, I get it.
To South Florida.
I did.
And I think that was your amended petition. Not sure if we can see that very well.
Oh, I went back a little too far.
Here we go. It says the wife also desires to relocate to South Florida in order to provide a better quality of life for the children by increasing their access to close family and providing more stability and consistency.
We had backed up just a little bit too far. I'm going to zoom just a little bit. Let's see. We're going to just speed up so we can find where we were. Apologies. She's refreshing her recollection. The defense wanted to see the tab.
Yes.
And in fact, didn't you use the word stuck in your actual motion for relocation? See if we can get there. Here, the wife is merely stuck in Tallahassee until the husband decides that the time is right for him to leave.
So my attorney did write that, and that sounds right.
Did Tallahassee feel claustrophobic to you?
Well, at this point in time, Danny was making lots
This is
of
a repeat.
unplanned
I'd
announcements
backed up
to my
too far.
office where we worked together. So I would see him at work. I never knew when he was showing up. So I'm sure, this is 12 years ago that's how I felt at that time.
Okay, but outside of the context of your relationship with Dan Markel, did you ever express that just the smallness and slowness of Tallahassee made you feel claustrophobic?
I don't remember saying that.
Please refer to tab 8 to refresh your recollection.
Yes, for all the mill spouses in the chat.
And Ms. Kappelman, does the defense have
For all the mill spouses in the chat, you're like, ma'am, you don't even begin with me. But I get it. It's not what she wanted.
My friends cycle through here with transient regularity.
I think that catches us back up.
So yes, at that moment in time, that's how I was feeling in 2013.
And relocation was pending at the time that you were feeling that way in that moment, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and relocation was also very important to your mother, wasn't it?
Yes,
All right, and
Yes.
did you have some discussions with your mother about relocation?
I did.
And was that during that
I would say
time
many.
frame when it was pending?
Yes,
Okay, and do you see your mother in the courtroom here today?
yes.
Could you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
With your finger.
My mom is
Point.
right. I can't see her close from here,
Ma'am, do you not have your
but
contacts
she's
in?
directly across from me.
All right, is she wearing
Point.
a headset on her head?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will reflect.
Your mom didn't want you to be stuck in Tallahassee either, did she?
She did not.
She wanted the best for you, right?
She saw the best for me as not being in Tallahassee, yes.
That's right. She referred to being in Tallahassee that you were a hostage and a prisoner, right?
Yes, she did.
I'm gonna leave that alone.
No. Clickergate continues.
The prosecutor's like, it won't click. Not the batteries. It just, we're only on day 2, not the clicker.
Prisoner. Close enough.
Okay, they're only going to read the highlighted part. We learned that earlier, so I'm going to read the rest of it. This is number 7. Negotiate! ! Let him know that you want him to see his children. How can we accomplish this? Give up some of your alimony and or pay all or part of his flights to visit the kids. How can we accomplish this? Compensate him in some way. Donna. Can we buy him off? Can we just give him money to do what we want? Donna, not everything can be bought. Explain to him that you want the boys and him to have a relationship. You do not have to be a prisoner in Tallahassee to accomplish this. Back to Donna trying to throw money at the issue. We're only on day 2.
Did your mom express concerns that as a Tallahassee native, the judge presiding over your relocation motion would underestimate how much better it would be for you to live in South Florida?
She did.
All right, let me ask you a few questions about your parents. Your mom is Donna Adelson. Who's your dad?
My dad is Harvey Adelson.
All right. And where did your parents, I think
Do you
you
see
said
him
they
in the
were
courtroom?
Coral Springs
I do.
back in 2012?
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
right? Okay. How long had they lived in the Coral Springs area?
I was born there. So from,
To be fair, Donna did try to get out of being a prisoner in Tallahassee and tried to get out on home release and tried to get transferred. That didn't work all the way. She did get transferred a little. But
I think they started living there when my oldest brother was born, so since the early 70s.
So fair to say they had deep roots there in that area.
Yes.
I mean, girl, when
Can
were you born? Like
describe the
1979?
relationship that your mom had with your
Maybe
kids during
80?
the time frame we're talking about? So
That's Harvey.
Separation to murder time frame?
It was very close. My mom taught my boys how to read. She taught them how to play chess. It was very close.
Were your parents employed during that time frame?
Yes.
What kind of work did they do?
My dad was a dentist, and my mom was the office manager for the dental practice.
Because of course she
All right.
was.
And what about your brother, Charlie? Did he have a role there as well?
He was a periodontist, and so I believe at some point he purchased the practice. I don't remember
From your dad?
what year that was, but he would sometimes work from my dad's office and sometimes work from other offices around South Florida.
Was the dental practice, the family dental practice, a successful business?
I believe it was. My family never discussed money or finances with me, but I believe it was.
I don't believe that for a fucking second.
Survey says.
We just saw the email about Charlie losing money at the practice because they were all dealing with your divorce shenanigans. We just saw the email. Was that a successful business? I don't know.
Doing well.
Did you discuss your marital problems and resulting legal issues with your mom?
I
Talked
did.
about relocation, but in general, you did talk about your woes with your mom?
I did.
Okay. And I think you said you did send many of your divorce pleadings to her. Is that right?
I did.
What about your dad? What was his role in reference to your divorce pleadings?
I don't remember exactly. My parents have a shared email, so when I send an email to one of them, I would send it was being sent to both, but I don't know who was reading what or at what time.
Is it fair to say they were both welcome to read whatever you sent to that email address?
Yes.
And both welcome to reply as well?
Yes.
Who would reply more frequently, your mom or your dad, to those
My mom
types?
would reply more frequently.
Okay. Who took more of an interest in the day-to-day ins and outs of your litigation?
Probably my mom.
Okay. Is your mom overprotective of you?
Yes.
Is your mom an emotional person?
Yes.
What about your dad? Is he emotional as well?
I think so.
Okay, did you previously say he was more of a straight shooter and mom was more emotional?
I think so, but I think women tend to be more emotional and men tend to be less emotional.
Okay.
Before you continue, Ms. Kaplan,
I am going to admit State 60JJ at this time. Is there any?
The grandmother motion just came in. Also, I'm just letting the psychology of Wendi. I don't have time for the soapbox today. I'm with you, chat.
Objection the defense wishes to raise?
Yes, Your Honor. Same objection.
The court admits it over objection. For the record, you may continue.
And I think that's the same exhibit that's in State 64.
Humans are allowed to have emotions.
Judge. It's not necessary to have duplicates, but because of the way the evidence came out in this trial, that is present in State 64 as well.
States 64AA is admitted as far as the final record. If you wish to remove one, you may, but both are admitted for the record.
Thank you, Judge. All right, is it fair to say that your mom, the defendant, is a controlling person?
I don't think my mom is a controlling person.
Did you say at one time back in 2013 that your mom...
Ma'am? Ma'am? But ma'am, the emails. Ma'am, you haven't gone to therapy after all of this, have you? Cause the emails? However, the jury seeing the emails and then seeing the testimony, do you think your mom's controlling? No, I wouldn't say so. Do you think that's a normal, loving relationship? Because that is so enmeshed. And, okay. Huh.
operates with emotional subterfuge?
Oh, I'm going to back that up and let her answer. I don't know what to do with that.
Your mom, the defendant, is a controlling person.
I don't think my mom is a controlling person.
Did you say at one time back in 2013 that your mom operates with emotional subterfuge?
That's accurate.
I may have said that.
Would you like to refresh your memory?
I can.
It's tab 45 in the binder in front of you.
What did you mean by subterfuge, Wendi? Ask her what she meant by subterfuge. The receipts.
I'm not seeing it. Is it highlighted or is it just in the, it's a long, oh. No.
Keep reading.
Copyright. It's in the first paragraph on page 3.
Kaplan, you can just walk up and show the witness the portion of what you wish for her to read to herself.
I will, Judge. Page 3.
This is 3, I think.
Yeah, somewhere in there. Let me get the other copy. Sorry, I've lost it again.
Someone in the chat asked, is Donna's picture next to controlling mother in the dictionary? No, mother Gothel is there, but
Okay.
because she's a fictional character. But
The question was, did you
Donna's
say
emails are a
mom
whole thing.
operates with emotional subterfuge?
Yes.
What is meant by that?
yes, what did you mean?
I honestly don't know what I meant at the time.
But not that she's controlling.
I don't think that's what I meant.
Did Dan Markel have a hard time?
Ma'am, do you watch Housewives? Because you can't play smart and stupid at the same time. And I've not watched any of your other testimony. But I don't know what I meant by emotional subterfuge. And I don't think I meant controlling is not, it's just, what? I don't think that's what, the jury is, well, the jury will get to make their own conclusion.
Time understanding some of your mom's behaviors?
I don't remember that.
This is how this is going to go
Well, did she think you incapable of driving to South Florida by yourself with the kids? This is back when they were little.
Yeah, I don't think she thought I was incapable, but I was breastfeeding and it was helpful to have someone with me.
So what was her practice to avoid you having to do that?
One of my parents would come with me for the long drive.
So they would rent a car, come up here, ride back with you, and then follow the same procedure to get you home?
They would drive with me if I was down there, back up, and then rent a car to come home.
And did that procedure occur the week before the murder? There was a visit the week before the murder, correct?
I think it was 2 weeks before.
Okay. And on that trip, is that how it was handled, where they rented a car and came up to get you?
Yes.
Did your dad think that was necessary, or was that a mom thing?
No, my dad probably thought it was more necessary.
Okay, and did your dad make a practice of supporting whatever your mom wanted? Is that kind of the general rule?
Yeah.
Was she the dominant force in the household?
I mean, I think my dad had more of a quiet strength, so it's hard to say who was a dominant force. I think they were both equally strong.
Did you live in your house? I have questions. For all of you asking, why did they rent a car? I don't know why. I imagine, and this is just me purely speculating, that they rented a car to drive up and then leave that car in Tallahassee and all be in Wendi's car when she drove down, because then she would have to drive back up, and then they would drive down and then drive back up in her car, and then the parents would either rent a car and come back down or fly back down. That is my guess on that. She said at the time when they were going back and forth, that's why. Okay.
In their parenting.
Okay, did you previously describe this back in 2013 that your mom was the dominant force in the household? If you need to refresh, it's tab 97.
Okay.
Chat, she's just a girl. We've heard her say such.
So this one goes up to 93. Is it?
Ma'am, we are in our well into our 40s. We are? I'm just a girl is not going to work when you're testifying.
Check the very back. Got a few extras tucked in there. I'll just approach with this copy.
I don't blame her for driving. I don't. With two little kids. I don't know. I'm sure lots of people drive much with two little kids.
Yes.
You did say mom was the dominant force in the household.
Yes.
Did your mom ever try to micromanage your life?
Yes.
Your career?
I don't know about my career. I chose to be a lawyer. It wasn't a very popular choice in my household.
Yes, and there were different types of areas of law that she would have preferred you practice. Do you agree with that?
I actually think
I
they
want a
were really
list.
proud of what I was doing.
Not to suggest she wasn't proud of you, but she was encouraging you to pursue a different type of law that would be more lucrative. Do you remember that?
I do.
Something
Yeah.
glossier.
And what about your dating life? Did she meddle there?
Yes.
Did she create a dating profile for you on Match.com?
I don't know if it was Match.com.
Was
but
it
I do
JDate?
remember a dating profile at some point.
That she created for you.
I didn't use it, but yes.
And conducted searches for men in the
I have no shade to JDate, by the way, but when she's saying I don't think it was Match, that was my question.
Miami area and sent them to you.
I think this was when I was living in DC, maybe.
Okay, let's go forward a little bit here.
No. What are you doing? Why? No, don't zoom. Don't zoom the emails.
I think this was when I was living in DC, maybe.
Okay, let's go forward a little bit here.
As far as Gary is concerned, Dad and I both. Hold on. Okay, hold on. As far as Gary is concerned, I think Gary is the boss guy, like the job that was being held. That's who I think Gary is. Okay, as far as Gary is concerned, Dad and I both feel that it would come across better if you speak with him, if he hears directly from you, that obviously if you are offered a position with Grossman and Roth, you would be happy to, quote, learn the business from the best, and that if you are able to move down here, you'd work for him in a heartbeat. There's a good shot that he can get this offer placed in your hands. It's better than if Dad calls and says, Gary, can you do me a favor? Okay, let's see what the next one is. We were talking about this.
Here.
13, Danny, this is victim Dan Markel. Danny's quote unquote list that he sent via email was written by him. His two biggest weak spots are the fact that money is super important to him and that his children are brought up in a religious way. Well, not just any religious way. That's my side note to that. These are definitely the areas that your attorney can use in negotiating your departure from Tallahassee. We will help you in any way possible for you to come here. I'm going to keep going.
Sorry, we'll get there.
You deserve so much more than a life without family teaching in Tallahassee. Don't let his quote unquote temporary move to Tallahassee ruin your entire life. Oh, I missed the last one. It went too fast. Chat. Hold on, I backed up. I want to see the last part. Okay. Written with hope. I think it said love mom and dad. But written with hope of something. Emily, you're too fixated on the emails. I'm fascinated.
Some options that
you can see why I liked getting all the tea practice. Written with hope.
She sent you.
Okay, honey. So it looks like a kind of put together of emails. Okay, honey. So you think I'm nuts, but when you get a moment, please check out some of these whom I've quote unquote pre-screened for you. Warrior of Love 305, lawyer, I like him. Lungman 111, pulmonologist from Peru. AAPMD, another pulmonologist, looks interesting. Bobby Digital, another lawyer. Funny Sex, parentheses, Jewish. AVP 82, worth a look. Just sharing some interesting possibilities. After all, you're going to be in Miami here and there. Why not see what's out there? Give it a look, at least for me. Love you, Mom. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is from January 17th, 2013 and January 10th, 2013. I mean, at least it's after the divorce is done, I suppose. If we've got I'm going to move me for a second. Give it a look, at least for me. Love you, Mom. Chat, I'm not in the habit of giving parenting advice. Everyone parents their own way. Don't do this if your kids don't ask. Don't do this if your kids don't ask. Don't do this if your kids don't ask. And if your kids ask, what do you think about this? Then you get to have that conversation with your kid. Don't do this if your kids don't ask.
Here's an interesting guy, etc. Okay.
Michelle in the chat said mom needs to get a hobby. Mom has a hobby. It's apparently Wendy's life. I mean, she's not controlling.
Did you ever feel like your mom was walking all over you?
I don't remember feeling that way.
Okay, what about specifically regarding this divorce?
I don't. I mean, I had a really good attorney and I was making the decisions I wanted to make.
Okay.
Were you?
And did you, back in April of 2013, tell a friend that you were trying to find a way to coexist with your mom that didn't feel like she was trampling your autonomy?
I'm sure I said that in 2013.
How did your mom feel about Dan Markel?
Has your opinion of your mother changed since she got arrested? Because, ma'am, it seems like you were downplaying a lot of stuff that went on in your life that just what we've seen from the emails. It just feels very downplayed of, no, I wouldn't say that.
In this time frame, 2012 to 2016.
And I think I think a lot changed between 2012 and 2016.
Yeah.
So I think her feelings about him changed over time.
Okay, and what about in 2016? Did she hate Dan Markel?
No, not in 2016.
What about 2014? Did she hate him then?
No.
Did you say do you remember giving a law enforcement interview in reference to this case?
Yes, I remember.
That was the same day that Mr. Markel was shot, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and did you say in that interview, for court and counsel, I'm referring to page 288, lines 24 through 289, line 1, quote, "My parents have more reason to dislike Danny than almost anyone else"?
At that point, I was sitting with law enforcement for 6 hours.
No, that's not the
I'd just
question.
been told that Danny had been shot. So I was in shock and I was trying to help the police think of anything I could possibly think of that would be helpful.
And are you suggesting that after 6 hours you became fatigued to the point that you started saying things that weren't true?
No, I didn't say anything that wasn't true. I just
Okay.
was in shock.
You're
I
not
was
answering the
just-
question.
I just kept talking and talking and talking.
Well, that seems to be
When
true.
your mom is really upset about something, does she talk about it a lot?
Yes.
And when she talks about it a lot,
Is
and
she a
I'm
talker?
referring you back to this time frame, does she talk to your brother Charlie specifically a lot?
My mom and Charlie have always talked a lot.
Okay.
She's distancing it.
And was Charlie kind of like your mom's problem solver?
I don't know about that. I kind of feel like it was where she would help him more throughout childhood and adulthood. She would help him solve problems, not really.
She definitely did a lot for him, didn't she?
She did.
She helped him with his business. She helped him with his personal life, his finances, his bills, remember to pay the whatever. She was like still mothering him into adulthood, right?
Yes.
Okay. But as far as meddling in your life, did your mom feel that Charlie could make more progress with you than she could on items like
Oh, that
who
calls
you
for
were gonna date?
speculation.
I would just be guessing about that.
Okay.
It's fair. It is a speculative question.
At the time of Dan Markel's murder, was the defendant, your mother, very angry at Dan Markel?
Before he died?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
And you hated him too, right?
At certain points, I was very frustrated with him.
Did you refer to him as an STD?
I don't remember saying that.
Did you say he was like herpes? It just flares up all over the place? Ma'am, I have questions.
Tab 5.
You know the prosecutor has receipts. I don't remember saying that. You know she's going to give you a tab number, and then the jury knows that it's written down somewhere. Oh, buddy.
looks like I made that analogy.
Danny is an STD. One wrong mistake, marrying him, and this will never go away. Is that what you said?
I did.
And did you share that kind of sentiment with your mother?
I don't remember ever saying that, so I don't think it's something I said very often.
And this was said in an email on February 26th of 2013, correct?
It was.
Approximately 17 months before the murder?
Yes, I don't think it was an email, though. It looks like it was sort of an iMessage.
Okay. Did you ever refer to your ex-husband as the Dark Lord?
I don't remember saying that,
I think
but I
her mom
certainly
did.
might have.
Did you refer to your ex-husband as Jibbers?
I did.
What is the meaning of Jibbers?
Jibbers was just a silly name that a friend helped me come up with to basically make him feel less scary. It was nonsense.
Did it reference Jew in boots?
That I don't
What?
remember.
It wasn't a friendly name, right?
It was a silly name.
It seems like it was a mean
Did you
nickname.
ever say that you hated Dan Markel?
I have so many questions.
Don't remember saying it, but I certainly could have.
Tab 31, please, to refresh your memory.
It doesn't seem silly. It seems like it was used to be mean.
I said that I hate him in this moment.
Okay, and did you say in that email, that same email, quote, I hate my children's dad?
I did.
And do you agree that email was sent approximately 15 months before Mr. Markel was murdered?
It was in April of 2013.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yes, ma'am. The approach with what I've marked.
I am less frustrated by her having mean names for her ex than I am about her clearly being like, no, my mom's not controlling. It was a contentious divorce. It was a mean nickname. I do not believe it was silly. I think if you're going to tell the truth, just say, yeah, it was a mean nickname. We were going through a contentious divorce. And that's what my friends and I came up with. And then the kids wouldn't hear us talking about the dad or whatever the truth is. But it was just silly is dumb. Like, just don't play in our face. The jury knows it's not silly. It's mean. You're going through a contentious divorce. It's a mean nickname. But you trying to downplay, and the jury might understand that if they've been divorced, they might be real. This is what my friends and I said. I was going through a divorce. I was frustrated. I was mad. But your mother's controlling? No, not controlling. The lack of a concise answer is more of the problem than the mean nickname. Obviously, it's meant to be mean.
56,
Ah!
A, B, C, and 57.
She might, F5, she really might have no idea that her mom's controlling.
Jibbers nickname.
It
Did
might
you have
seem like this
that
is-
nickname stored in your cell phone as Dan Markel's contact name.
I did.
It might seem to her that this is just a parent being
These exhibits
protective.
and ask if they're fair and accurate contacts.
She's looking at exhibits. Molly in the chat asked, can her immunity be revoked if she's not cooperative? No, the immunity is granted by the subpoena. So her showing up and testifying, she wasn't given a deal. Deals can be revoked. She's not given a deal. The subpoena carries the power of immunity. So what she says in court can't be used against her, but it's not a deal. Deals can be revoked. Immunity can't be. The jury can see what they see.
56A, who is that a contact for? You know.
It's my mom's phone number, so that would have been, it's a picture of Ben as a little guy and my mom.
Okay, so fair and accurate contact
Yes.
from your phone for mom at that time.
Yes.
Okay, and then 56B,
That's my dad.
The boys are teens
It
now,
is.
56C,
and it's my understanding the boys still live with
That's my
her.
brother.
Charlie.
Yes.
Okay, fair and accurate phone number for him at that time.
Yes.
Casey asked,
And then 57.
can you explain why they gave her immunity with the subpoena? It's the law in Florida. The subpoena from the prosecution's office grants that immunity. So it is the law in Florida. It's not a choice. It is the law. And it's fair. A lot of you are pointing out when you grow up in dysfunction, it feels normal. It's very fair. Some of the answers are not ringing true to me, but it is a very fair point, chat. However, some of her statements seem to indicate that she is aware. The emotional subterfuge and like.
Is that the contact you had in there for your ex-husband, Dan Markel?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence 56 and 57.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 56 and 57 are admitted at this time.
You should have brought a bigger bottle of water. Paw Patrol asks, has Donna been in prison this whole time? Donna's been in prison for...
Did you ever
Since her
refer
arrest?
to your
Donna was arrested in 2024.
ex-husband, Dan Markel, as an emotional terrorist?
Well, I'm just going to keep listening. Did you refer to your mother as an emotional terrorist? Okay. Oh, end of
Did you ever
end of
refer
2023.
to
November
your
2023.
ex-husband,
Apologies.
Dan Markel, as an emotional terrorist?
Oh, Dan.
I very well could have. I don't remember saying that, but
That one's on tab 34.
That one's on tab 34.
I'm so sorry. Is that? Yes, I believe it is 34.
it is. I see it. I said it in December of 2013.
Approximately 7 months before his murder.
December to, yes, approximately 7 months.
And tab 35.
Yeah,
in
ex-husband.
June
Yes.
of 2014, did you say of your ex-husband, I hate him so?
I don't see it.
Are you on tab 35?
No, I was on tab 34. It's tab 35.
Sorry, yes.
Yeah, there's a tab.
I did write that.
And that was approximately 3 weeks before Mr. Markel was murdered, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Lost my clicker.
Where's the clicker? Black Cat Blue Chair asked, did Wendi know about the hit? We don't know. Or I don't know. We're going to watch the trial. Wendy's not been charged. I don't know what Wendi knew. We'll see. We're going to watch together. I've not watched her police interview.
I want to ask you about...
All I know about Wendi is what I have seen in the pretrial motions. I don't know. So, I don't know.
Mr. Markel's response to your petition to relocate. Is it fair to say he was adamantly opposed to that motion?
Yes.
All right, and you...
This slide reads, the husband affirmatively alleges that the wife helped herself to non-marital assets, including money and stocks owned prior to marriage, as well as numerous personal non-marital belongings of the husband, such as luggage, bicycle, tennis racket, and family heirlooms. The wife has refused to return these items or to allow the husband into her home to see what other personal belongings were taken without his permission or acquiescence.
all fought over things large, of course, but also very small, like in this pleading, a tennis racket is mentioned, right?
Yes.
And, oh, jumped ahead on us. Okay, let's go back. In Mr. Markel's response, and for court and counsel, this is page 82 of Exhibit 60, he indicates, the husband affirmatively alleges that the wife helped herself to non-marital assets, including money and stocks owned prior to marriage. as well as numerous personal non-marital belongings of the husband, such as luggage, bicycle, tennis racket, and family heirlooms. Did you take those things when you vacated the property?
I did remember taking his tennis racket by accident, and I returned that, but otherwise I didn't take his belongings.
Did you strategize to leave him in a way that would cause or inflict maximum damage upon him?
No.
Is that something your mom ever said?
I don't
To your
remember that.
knowledge? Did you discuss with your mom how and when you would leave your marriage?
I did.
Do you recall a November 2nd, 2012 email where Dan Markel was saying to you, let's put all this aside. This is all about the kids. Let's act toward each other in a way that they can be proud of. Did he say that to you?
I remember reading an email like that.
Can't you just say yes?
All
I
right, we
remember
talked
reading an
about
email like that.
The Aqua Ridge apartment.
The distancing
or I
is
guess it was a home
wild.
residence. Is this a fair and accurate photo? I've blurred your kids' faces, but of the living space there?
Thank you for doing that. Yes, that's our home.
Okay. And did your mom help you secure this place to live? Did you have any involvement in that?
She did.
Okay, what involvement did she have?
She helped me move in.
Okay, did she help you locate
And?
the place to live?
I think
at
so.
all? Okay. Did she come up and look at places with you as well?
We did.
Okay.
We've gone a long way from, did your mom help you find your new place when she moved out in Tallahassee? She helped me move in. Okay, but did she go look at apartments with you? Yes. Did she help you arrange to move out? Yes. So she helped you find the place and decide how to leave and leave.
Did Dan Markel threaten you in the pleadings with federal kidnapping charges?
He did.
And that was
I
associated
mean, it wouldn't
with the
be
way he
federal
claimed that
if they
you
were in the
left
same state.
the marriage.
Yes.
And he says you took the kids and did not tell him where they were for several, I think I've seen days and weeks. Is that true?
It's true that he said that. It's not true that that's what happened.
What was his position on your motion to relocate?
We did talk about it before I filed it, and he was amenable to figuring it out. But once I filed it, he was against it.
Okay. Did he allege in his response that the sole stated reason that you wanted to relocate was to be closer to your parents?
He did say that in his response.
Right. And is that the response that your mom referred to as his 23-page
Very clear
rant?
emails about the,
Probably.
or very
She
clear
had
answers
a lot of
about
thoughts
the
about that
court rulings.
particular filing, didn't she?
Yes.
Okay. And she laid those out in an email to you. I know you remember. That's the whole, your non-negotiable is relocation.
Yes.
Do you recall having 2 long mediations to try to resolve your divorce without a trial?
Yes.
And were those mediations successful?
They were not.
Obviously not.
Was Mr. Markel seeking to depose your mother as part of the divorce proceedings?
I don't remember that.
That'll be tab.
What about your brother Charlie? Did he care about whether you moved to South Florida or not?
I think so. I mean, I think he would have liked for me to be closer to him and have the kids closer to him.
Would it have been okay with him if you had made a decision to stay in Tallahassee?
I would have imagined so, yes.
And after the relocation motion was denied, you were kind of like, well, maybe I have to stay in Tallahassee. Wasn't there at least a moment of that for you?
I mean, it wasn't maybe, that was the court's decision, and I respect the court's decision, and
Really?
you know, I would make the best of it.
What about Charlie? Was he outraged by the court's decision?
I honestly don't remember him being outraged.
But to your mom, it was a big deal.
My mom was really upset.
Yeah. it was described by your mom in several places as like a life and death proposition. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think my mom thought my life in Tallahassee wasn't good.
Wasn't good or wasn't good enough?
Is it true that you never would have left Dan Markel without your mom's suggestions?
Objection leading.
Overruled, she may answer the question based on her own knowledge.
I would have left Danny regardless of anyone else's input. I was very unhappy.
Did you ever write that you would have never left him without your mom's suggestions?
I don't remember saying that.
Please refer to tab 41 and see if it refreshes your memory.
Yeah, there's going to be a tab.
I do say here I wouldn't have done it on my own.
Okay. Do you specifically reference your mom?
I say my parents and brother's suggestions and support.
Okay.
I think because I wasn't happy, but part of me.
There's no question pending. She's continuing to try to explain herself. I'm going to read this email that they pulled up. I just got off the phone with Zach at SEI. Obviously, I pretended to be you. Is this Donna telling Wendi that she called whatever and pretended to be Wendi? Obviously, I pretended to be you. He was, in fact, able to tell me that on November 8th, 2010, when Danny asked us to forward him your account so he could control and invest it in your mutual account with Schwab, it had $46,345.11 in it. I'm sure they're going to get to this question.
Thought maybe I would just stay until the kids grew up.
And that might be true
Just 1 moment.
for Wendi. She said, look, without my parents and my brother's support, I may have just stayed till the kids grow up. That might be true. That might be true for her. Some of the things she's answering ring less true. But
Lost my place a little bit. All right, I think you already testified you did not offer your mom your divorce petition to edit. Is that your testimony?
she said for suggestions.
Sorry,
Did you
what's the
send your
question?
divorce petition to your mother to assist you in editing it?
I don't remember doing it.
Okay, and did your mom also pretend to be you to Mercer University to help you complete your divorce affidavit?
I have no memory of that.
Got a little pop out here of this email from your mom. Obviously, I pretended to be you contacting these financial institutions. Is that something that she would normally do on your behalf? Pose as you?
I had very little understanding or involvement of my financial situation, and so that might have been an account that my dad had created for me or that had like co-signatory authority, so that's possible.
If it had co-signatory authority, she wouldn't have to. Obviously, I pretended I was you, ma'am. Look at the words.
Okay. And here, did you forward a letter that was written on or sent to you on December 19th of 2013 from Dan Markel, where he was kind of wanting you back and making a lot of concessions. I'll stop coming home late, etc. Do you recall that
I do.
long email? Did you forward that to your mother?
I very well may have.
And do you recall she replied with sort of a paragraph by paragraph breakdown of that, Dan Markel email?
So I see that here. I mean, I certainly didn't remember, but I see that there's a response here.
Okay. I think I've got her responses. Did you respond to her? Very nicely done, Mom. This is great.
It looks like I did, yes.
Okay. Then we go to L.
Dizzy Brunn in the chat said, narrator, it was not, in fact, the performance of her life. Because she is distancing herself and not just answering.
In her responses.
Look, when we listened to Rivera's testimony, Garcia's testimony, it was Friday, and so much has happened since then, and the defense attorney called him the wrong name, and now I'm doing it because I have flip-flopped. But when Rivera's testimony, when we heard Rivera's testimony on Friday, when he didn't remember something, he was like, shit, I don't remember that. I believed him. When he said, this is what we did, he was like, this is what we did. What about this? Yes. What about that? No. What about this? Yeah, I don't remember that. This is not the same. There's a lot of explaining. There's a lot of minimizing. There's a lot of distancing. There's not a lot of, I don't remember this. It's a totally different testimony. But yes, Chad, I do agree with you. All of you said, but her lip color is very nice. I agree. The lipstick is good. But the answers are abysmal. It's the way she's answering. It's not, it's very distancing, and yep.
I guess they've got a joint email, so how do we know it's Mom and not Dad? Do we?
I don't.
Does Dad send responses like these? This is all the response. Would Harvey detail like that in a response?
No, but it could be that my dad and mom were talking and that she was the scribe, right? That they were, that it reflects both of their thoughts and that my mom's the one writing it.
And many of the emails are signed.
Are you just making excuses? Because it sounds like you're just making excuses. Well, it could be that they're talking and they're both answering together and my mom's just the one typing it.
Mom and Dad, or they reference Dad and I feel this way.
I think she's looking over to the screen.
Was it common for your mom to express
where these are being put up
for the two of them a certain position?
Yes.
And in this,
we're not sending Donna to the scribe quadrant chat.
Confusing, but she responds paragraph by paragraph. K3, K5, K6, referencing Dan Mark.
They're over. Look at how substantive those emails are. Damn. That looks involved. And it's like point by point by point. The most wonderful, loving, and helpful grandparents that anyone could ever dream of. Paren. You could mention how many times you've left the children with Dad and I while you and Danny were in Colorado. Response, significantly more monetary and per compensation. Response, your parents are covering the maintenance cost of the house as a gift to you. She could just be the scribe. She did Mavis Beacon teaches typing.
Kel's email to you and refuting each paragraph.
No. We had a view.
And
I'm going back.
Each paragraph.
So it looks like they're going paragraph by paragraph. That's what the prosecution's asking. Paragraph by paragraph and responding. Prayer for relief. The wife unilaterally helped herself to $400K. Response, your salary, and you have been, and then it goes on to talk about it. The husband made it very clear to the wife on more than one occasion that if she left him, she would be penniless. Like, these are responses to the different allegations in the response.
And she felt that his position was
Truly, truly, truly outrageous. At the top of this, it says there would be no reason for wife to think she was not entitled to half of the account or money. Multiple ellipses. Husband should, all caps, pay toward the full legal cost of this petition. It is not frivolous, as it was something we had spoken of on several occasions. He has a bad memory of things he doesn't want to remember. Like a selective memory, is that what you're arguing? As far as his opinion that he remain in tally with the children and you live in SF and you could have the children during certain vacation weeks or the year, response, your job is not school calendar based. You will, of course, be entitled to liberal vacation time. And while the children are this young, it's not necessary to be concerned about taking them out of school, which is actually daycare, not school, to spend additional time with them. Plus, because of the liberal and flexible time frame that your new position will afford you. So wait, she got a new law job that's like a very high paying law job, but she has like way more time off and is much more flexible. Find me a lawyer who can confirm that this is a thing with a new law job. I'm confusion. So let's see. It's part of your husband's underlying control issue, that, and then it's overlaid over authority over education. Response, this is outrageous. He has something astute about medical and educational issues. He said, and wrote on his blog, when he married Wendi, he literally won, quote, the lottery of life. He also said that he's now turned over his, quote, memory and child rearing decisions, end quote, to the person who clearly is more astute than he on their educational and medical issues. He has, however, forced and is controlling over two very young children who cry their eyes out every time he tells them that he's taking them to shul on Saturday mornings. Ben, who is more verbal and begging not to go, while his father physically carries him hysterically crying into the car and says, stop crying. You will have fun in the playroom when you get there. And by the way, the children are left in a back room with a teenager during services. Father comes out during one or two songs and he is being called up to read from the, is it Bima? I'm sorry. I apologize. I do not know the word, which says in paren, an honor for his children to witness this. Clearly, they have no understanding at ages 2 and 3 what is going on. The father seeks to control them in a very strict and unrealistic religious atmosphere. He has said that even rabbis have told him that his behavior and rigidness with the children's religious upbringing is inappropriate at their tender age. Paren referred to the letter he wrote to you in December. However, he has turned, this is the rest of it. He has turned into a religious zealot, and we've read the rest of that. Okay, we'll continue.
Was outrageous, right?
Yes.
And she thought his religious practices were extreme, didn't she?
She did, yes.
She was extremely concerned about the well-being of the children in reference to his religious practices.
Yes.
Everybody in the chat's
wanted a
like,
psychological
I don't know
evaluation
a
of
rabbi
Mr.
that
Markel.
said that.
Yes.
He didn't need a psychological evaluation, did he?
Honestly, I don't remember.
Was he an extremely intelligent, accomplished law professor?
Yes.
Did your mom ever call Dan Markel any disparaging names around this time frame?
She did.
Okay. including piece of shit,
Yes.
asshole,
Yes.
Love you, mom and dad. Sorry, they didn't read that part. I had to add it in.
a narcissist,
Yes.
a bully,
Yes.
a bastard,
Yes.
Did your mom help you prepare for your meetings with your divorce lawyer?
My mom offered help, but I don't think I needed help preparing for meetings with my divorce lawyer.
Who was your divorce lawyer?
Kristen Adamson.
Your mom, in an email dated January 9th, 2013, indicates that she thinks the job opportunities that you had in South
Major
Florida was a
bargaining
major
chip.
bargaining chip in your divorce. Did you agree with that?
Did I agree with it at the time?
Yes.
I don't remember.
Did I agree with it at the time? Yes. I don't remember. Ma'am. Stop it. The job that your mommy and daddy got you with one of their friends in Florida, in South Florida, not Tallahassee, was like, look, but I have a job down here. It's a job that pays well. Did I feel that way at the time? Yes. I don't know.
And she did a lot of work sort of making arguments to that point, didn't she?
I believe so.
And did you forward your correspondence with your lawyer to your mother?
I did.
Publishing 64. I'm going to skip to J. She wanted to be kept informed, right?
Yes.
I'm just going to read this since it keeps going back and forth and they're not going to read this all in. They are highlights from emails that are in the exhibit. Honey, thanks for keeping me informed. Just read the email correspondence between you and Kristen, the lawyer. I totally agree with everything Kristen said to you. She is definitely correct in not signing the contract, at this time. You need to show the lower salary, and greater salary difference with the potential for more money with the end of the year bonuses, which are common with Grossman and Roth, as a reason to relocate.
Your mom mentions, let's see if I can find
Love you,
it.
Mom.
This is 64G, your South Florida legal team. She will try to remember to discuss things with your South Florida legal team. Who is that?
Subject: information from Charlie and Dad, Ari, your quote unquote raise. Okay, if it's better for you to read their thoughts, I'll try to remember as many as I discussed with your South Florida legal team last night. Smiley face. I think she probably means that in jest, like the family. Most important, because Danny has poisoned the minds of your coworkers, the faculty at FSU Law, it is no longer a comfortable or suitable situation for you to continue there as an employee. So like the whole family's talking about her behind her back to strategize what she needs to say so that she has a better outcome. That's awkward. It is no longer a comfortable or sustainable situation for you to continue there as an employee for any salary, all caps, exclamation point. You can say something like, quote, I have no intention of remaining in this position knowing the slanderous statements made by Dan Markel about me. Continuing on.
We'll try to remember to discuss things with your South Florida legal team. Who is that?
I think she was jokingly referring to herself.
Oh, she's the South Florida legal team.
Well, she and Dad and brother are the, law firm and dental practice of Adelson, and Adelson. Yeah, I I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that that's how they were referring to themselves. That I actually believe.
I don't know who else it would have been. I think that's why there's a smiley face. I think it was a joke.
Okay.
That I actually believe. I believe her mom sees herself that way 100%.
More questions for your upcoming hearing with your attorney.
Well,
Did
it
you
has
forward
to
your
be a
mom?
law firm in dental practice because Donna Adelson is offering people veneers in exchange for positive testimony. So it has to be both.
Mom's questions or ask your mom's questions when you met with your attorney?
Probably not all of them, but if there was something that I thought was useful, I probably forwarded it or had a conversation about it.
And here you can see in paragraph 2, your mom referred to Dan Markel as Jibbers as well, right?
It was a silly name, yeah.
Keep saying that. We're not going to believe it. Also, anyone who's ever been divorced or had a friend go through a divorce, family member go through a divorce, I immediately don't believe you. Why are you lying to me about the nickname? You've said you were going through a horrendously contentious divorce, and you're telling me it's a silly nickname. If there was something to tell the truth about, it's, yeah, my friends and I came up with this mean nickname because we didn't want to call him by his name because I was going through a contentious divorce and I was mad. No, it was just silly. Stop trying to downplay it. I believe it none. Also, I honestly think that the jury would be like, yeah, I get calling your ex names. The rest of this, no, but I get calling your ex names. Everyone knows it's not silly.
Let's go to the order denying your petition to relocate.
Let's.
Was your mom aware that the order was filed?
Yes.
Okay. And this is language from the order denying.
We saw some of this earlier. I'm just going to read it real quick. This is from the order denying it. This was on June 13th, 2013. This court does not find that wife has met her burden to prove that relocation is in the best interest of the minor children. As such, the parties stipulate to the denial with prejudice of the wife's petition for request to relocate with the minor children. It's interesting to me that the court says that they are stipulating to a denial. I have questions about that. I'm curious.
With prejudice, meaning you can't re-raise it, right?
Right, you can't refile.
That was the stipulated result.
And your mom wanted to fight the decision, didn't she?
She did.
They agreed.
Did you feel railroaded by her in this email where she's kind of bullying you to keep fighting?
Please rephrase your question.
Did you feel railroaded by your mother?
No.
Okay, but she wants you to continue to take action.
It was denied. I wasn't taking any more action.
Not
That's
any
not
more
the
legal
answer.
action.
I was not taking any more
That you're not answering the question.
action of any kind.
Didn't your mom have some other ideas for some other actions that could happen?
Yep.
She did.
She did want to take it to an appeal. Do you remember that?
Actually, I don't remember, but
That's on tab 43 of your binder.
We know there's going to be a tab.
yes, I see.
Okay, but she also wanted to develop this plan of action that could be implemented between.
Daria said, Emily, it is all normal to do and say similar things in a divorce. I don't disagree, which is why her distancing herself and trying to say that the nickname is just silly makes no sense to me, because I think any juror would understand that my friends, like her saying, yeah, my friends and I came up with that nickname for my ex. It was mean. It was mean. And it was mean. I was mad. I was mad going through the divorce. It was contentious, and the nickname was mean. It's the distancing that's the problem for me, not the actual thing in that case. Now, in other cases, there's other stuff that makes me big mad, but that, her putting him under a different name in her phone is not strange to me. And for her, the party, to say things to her friends about her ex is not my problem. Distancing from it is. Her mother strategizing to psychologically fuck with him is now getting into a different place.
The time you learned of the relocation denial and your final hearing in court to maybe strong arm Mr. Markel into agreeing to the relocation. Do you remember that email?
Yes.
Okay, and she had some ideas for how to do that, right?
Yes.
And she said Jibbers hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So what was her plan of action? What did she suggest you could do to get Dan Markel to relent and let you take his kids to South Florida?
She suggested that I pretend that the boys had become Christian.
Is that something you would ever consider doing?
No.
She was going to pay for them to get instruction on the Christian faith, right?
That was what she said.
And she said she looked into it and she could get them baptized in a couple weeks. Do you remember that?
I don't remember, but I'm sure it's here.
Do you remember her imploring you to put on a good act?
I do.
I'm glad we read these emails earlier because we have more context for them.
Did your mom, I don't know, do you have any acting training?
No.
Oh boy.
Do you know why your mom would Google how to teach an actress emotion?
I don't. I don't know.
Did she ever share with you or forward you any tips on how to?
Donna Googled what? Donna Googled how to teach an actress emotion? Damn, Donna.
Bring emotion or fake emotion?
Not that I remember of any kind.
All right. What about a financial offer? Was that part of it as well?
Yes.
What was the financial offer to be?
I think it was $1 million.
Who was going to pay the $1 million?
Everybody was going to pay
My
a third.
mom, my dad, and my brother.
And they were going to pay $1 million. You didn't have to pay any of it?
I don't remember having to pay any of it.
Okay.
If I had
And they were going to give Dan Markel $1 million for what?
So that I could relocate.
Okay. Did you ever make that offer to Dan Markel?
No.
To your knowledge, did anyone make it to him?
I don't think so.
Would it have worked?
I don't think so.
And yes, Chad, I agree. The so's are a bit Minnesota. I absolutely agree. I don't know where else she's lived other than Florida. But yes, I don't disagree with you.
It's all about getting control from Dan Markel, right?
Yes.
And you told her these ideas were crazy, didn't you?
I did.
I mean, at least there's that.
I will not be introducing my children to Christianity. I truly believe it will backfire.
Again, Your Honor, the prosecutor's testifying and leading.
Oh, the prosecutors.
As the counsel testifying sustained, please make sure you're asking open-ended questions to the witness.
The prosecutor's definitely leading. She has been doing nothing but leading. She is doing so much leading.
Ms. Kaplan,
I'm reading from State's Exhibit 64V, which is in evidence.
please proceed.
Did you say it would backfire?
Yes, those are my words.
And what did you mean by backfire?
I
not
don't
gonna
remember, but
answer.
I can
Right.
read there below what I was saying.
I don't remember.
Did
I don't
it
remember.
have to do with this will
I don't
give him
remember.
ammunition to pursue things in court?
I might have meant that at the time.
Did your mom respect your decision not to use her suggestions?
I mean, she had to have, right? I'm a grown-up.
The prosecutor went,
She kept pushing though, didn't she?
She was.
We have not read this entire email. The prosecutor's asking Wendi, you know, your mom needs to respect your decision. And Wendy's like, yeah, I'm an adult. She needs to respect my decision. And now we have gotten to more of the religious blackmailing with, you know, Wendi, most of the wars that have been fought for the last couple of thousands of years have been over religion. Charlie brought up a good point when he said that Americans were dropped behind enemy lines during World War II wearing German World War II uniforms to get what they wanted. They had a job to get done, and they did what they needed to do to accomplish it. You have a job to get done and a very short time frame to accomplish it. If you dress your kids up in the, YouTube's going to hate all of this, but you can read the screen, youth uniforms, and brought them down here, I could care less if it was an act of defiance and would show Jibbers that he is not in control. That wouldn't follow those kids around for the rest of their life. Like, let's not make the kids a pawn in all of this, Donna. If your children are baptized, it doesn't make them Christian. It goes on to say, children aren't really pirates because they dress up like Jake the Pirate. It's an act. The reason I think the prosecution is going to bring this into state of mind is Donna showing dressing the kids up who are Jewish, not just religiously, who are ethnically Jewish, dressing the kids up in these uniforms doesn't matter because it's just like dressing them up like a pirate. It's fine. It doesn't make them actual pirates. Oh, Donna.
Suggesting.
But I think the argument's going to be Donna doesn't think it's a problem. Donna doesn't think it's a problem. She doesn't think it's going to harm the kids. It's such fuckery from Donna.
She kept pushing though, didn't she?
She was suggesting other ideas.
Okay. January 27th.
Ma'am, we're not giggling about this.
Email 64W. Charlie brought up a good point when he said that Americans were dropped behind enemy lines.
Oh, she's going to read it all in
World War
court.
II wearing Nazi uniforms.
Well,
to get
there
what
it
they
is.
wanted. They had a job to get done, and they did what they needed to do to accomplish it.
Well, of all the emails they're going to read, the prosecution's going to read this one.
You have a job to get done and a very short time frame to accomplish it. If you dressed your kids up in Hitler youth uniforms and brought them down here, I could care less if it was an act of defiance and would show Jibbers that he's not in control. Did she suggest that to you?
Yes.
Were you horrified? Were you like, Mom, the fuck? And Donna's like,
She urged you to
"It's fine."
rethink your decision not to implement her suggestions, didn't she?
Yes.
She wanted you to do an act of defiance that will put a scare into this jackass. Why would she want to scare Mr. Markel?
So that he would let me relocate, I guess.
Really? You're not sure? She was trying to leverage the kids against Dan. I mean, the emails are
Says
pretty
here,
clear.
and I'm still on 64W. I don't know how much of the big picture you're seeing, honey. I don't know if you can realize that not only what you can provide for your boy's life, but for your own life, all depends on this change.
They're not going to read the rest of that, so I'm going to back up and do it. She said, I don't see how much of the big picture you're seeing, honey. And then it continues, aside from living, well, you need to realize that, which the prosecutor just read. And then the part that they're not reading says, aside from living in a far better city with family, a personal history there, and you'll also have greater opportunities to meet people for your future. Oh, and the dating pool's better. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity.
Provide for your boy's life, but for your own life, all depends on this change. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity. So she did view this as a very serious matter, right?
Yes.
And she's sending all of this after the relocation is denied.
Everyone
right?
has a price. It
Everyone
says.
has a price. Fight for yourself.
She didn't read the rest of that. So we know where that's going. So I'm going to. Everyone has a price. Now is the time to start! ! You said this divorce is not about winning and losing, that it's not a competition. I mean, good for Wendi, honestly. You've already lost relocation according to the legal system. Well, it is about winning and losing. We're trying to get a win, all caps, ! You deserve it, ! You deserve so much more than a life without family teaching in Tallahassee.
Is denied.
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
We're going to look at what it pops up. Oh,
Everyone
it
has a
disappeared. Hold on.
price. Fight for yourself.
I'll get it. Oh, I was so close. We were so close. Hold on. We're going to get that last one.
Does
Now
that
I'm
refresh your memory on that deal?
I don't think you realize the type of offer we're considering. We're planning on you, Charlie and Dad and I, going as high as equal parts in $1 million offer. That's $333,000 from each of us. Obviously, the more chits on our side, like the more parts on our side, the more coins on our side, the more cards in our hand, the more chits on our side, the better our chances are that we won't have to go that high. The more leverage we have, we can lowball it if we have more leverage. You have to show us, this is Donna to Wendi, you have to show us that you're doing your part in this too. We're a team. We can't do this without your help. So when she's saying, hey, we want you to say the kids are going to be converted. We want you to say they're not going to go to school. We want you to say you're not doing this, you're not doing this, you're not doing this. The more that leverage you have, the less money we can offer. And the more he'll be willing to acquiesce. But it's also, we're doing this for you. Get on board. Or at least that's how it reads to me. Because it feels a little bit like Wendi is pushing back and saying, I'm not going to do that. Right? Let me know what you think, chat. It feels like at this point, Donna's saying, get on board.
I'm showing you this slide also from Exhibit 64W, which indicates that you were going to go into the $1 million offer as a third. Does that refresh your memory on that deal?
I mean, it refreshes my memory, but it's not something I ever considered or thought about doing.
So you would not have paid
It doesn't matter. She's still telling you to be a team player.
No.
She's still telling you to get on side. Whether you were going to do it or not, that's what she's telling you.
Moving on to 64X. This is an email in which your mom expresses opinions on several items, including the marital home,
They're flipping through
parenting
these too
schedule,
fast.
alimony, child support, health
I'm not going to get through all of
insurance.
these.
Did you want her opinion on all these things?
I mean, I don't remember, but I think we
You don't remember if you wanted your mom's opinion going through your divorce? We've seen the emails.
always want our parents' opinion on things.
She's not answering the question. She is now speculating as to her own state of mind. Did you hear her start to speculate as to her own state of mind? I don't know, but I think a child would always want their... Ma'am.
I think we always want our parents' opinion on things, even if we don't take it.
So that's a yes?
Please restate your answer.
Counselor asked me if I wanted my mom's opinion on those things, and it's hard for me to remember at the time if I wanted other opinions, but I said, I guess, you know, people always want their parents' opinions on things.
And your mother's opinion was that she wanted you to aggravate your ex-husband, right?
Yes.
To screw him financially,
Yes.
to get a win.
Yes.
She thought your divorce was something to be won,
Yes.
right?
That's what the emails say.
It seems that way.
Also, I wouldn't be so frustrated if the answer was, yes, I was asking for my mom's opinion because she was going to give it to me either way. And I was trying to keep the peace with my mom because they were helping me. But I didn't want to follow her advice, but I still wanted her help and I still needed her help. So I was going along with what she was saying and continuing to solicit her advice, but I wasn't going to take it. And I was trying to balance the two because I wanted their help, but I didn't want their opinion on everything. But that's definitely not the direction this testimony is going.
When was the divorce final?
It would have been final the summer of 2013.
July 31st of 13 sound right?
Yes, ma'am.
And we saw that that was the date for your trial. Did a trial take place?
Yes.
Okay. With witnesses being called?
No, there weren't any witnesses.
Okay, so it was a settlement.
Yes.
And did you reach the settlement on the day that the trial was supposed to be conducted?
I think maybe the day before.
Okay. I want to ask you some questions about voice authentication. Your cell phone, was it collected by police in this case?
I gave the police my cell phone to search.
Let them download it and return it to you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are you familiar with a wiretap that was conducted in this case?
I've seen a lot of
Yes.
wires.
Where phone calls were intercepted by the police and recorded by the police?
Yes.
And were you asked to listen to a disc of calls to see if you could authenticate the voices on those
Yes.
discs? Okay. And were
Smart.
you able to authenticate some of the voices on there?
I was able to authenticate the voices of my family.
All right, so Charlie Adelson, Donna Adelson, Harvey Adelson.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and did you initial on State's Exhibit 135 by each of those voices that you were able to authenticate?
I did.
Certainly can't read this, but
It's very small.
see if that's
I mean, that's fair.
initial. Okay.
I did.
She's already looking at the font going, ma'am,
Any objection?
I don't have my readers.
I'm asking if there's an objection to the defense. States 135 is entered.
She authenticated stuff and she's going to.
After the divorce
She's
was
already done it.
final, was there any more litigation between you?
She can't really
and
say I don't know my mother's voice.
There was.
All right, and who was the first one to file something after the divorce was final?
I don't remember who was first to file.
Because you both filed some things afterwards, right?
Well, Danny was supposed to pay me for the deal with our settlement was I was supposed to take my name off the title to the house and he was supposed to pay me half the value of the house. So I went that first week and took my name off the title and then just waited. And when I reached out, when it was time for him to pay what he owed, he said, I'm not going to pay it.
Did he
And I
say you
asked
already
why, and he
took it
said,
out of the
I
savings?
have my reasons. And so my attorney had to file to enforce the settlement
But
agreement.
that's also
because
frustrating.
Otherwise, he was going to be held in contempt of court.
So you remember.
Court had given him a deadline to make the payment, and he didn't make it.
He didn't make it.
So you filed a motion to enforce,
The settlement agreement.
and he filed a counter motion saying, well, I'm not paying because she's in violation for all these different things. Remember that?
I do. And then he accused my attorney of committing fraud.
Right.
So she remembers.
One of his big complaints was failure to facilitate the communication agreement, where I guess you all had some type of agreement
And she
to
remembered very clearly.
provide Skype calls with the kids to each other when you didn't have the children. Do you remember him complaining about that?
I do. I remember if I was 1 minute late, he would contact the parenting coordinator and complain that I was in violation.
That was a pretty regular complaint of his in this era of these filings, wasn't it?
Yes.
And that's hard too.
And when he sent an email, for example, 64N, let's see if we have that. Alleging these sorts of violations and including, quote, accusing you and your mother of making zero efforts to facilitate communication between he and the kids. Did you forward this email to your mother?
I don't remember if I did or not.
Chat, yes, they found an area where I can
And
agree with Wendi.
during this time
because
period,
A, I'm going to be
did
late.
Dan Markel send
B,
you-
driving. C, if we're talking about under 5 minutes, you do not complain to the court every single time. So, yes, that might be more specific to me as a runner later, but it's a lot of back and forth with all of them saying, but you're doing this and you're doing this and you're doing this and you're doing this, but also we don't know because we don't have Dan Markel's side of the story. We only have how she now sees it, since 2012. So how far are we? 13 years later? 12 years later? It's a long time.
quite a few emails pleading with you to play nice, for example.
Okay, I'm going to try to read these. So we're going to be here for a minute. Wait, no, I didn't mean to unpause. Okay. Specifically in the period of January 27th to 30th and February 24th to 27th, you did not adhere to our communication agreement at all. The agreement states clearly that the option to speak to the children at 8:30 or 8:30 a.m. or 6 p.m. every other day belongs to the parent who is not with the children. Well, yes, the parent with the children will be speaking to them. Unless an alternative arrangement or agreement is mutually made. On the January period, you didn't even pretend to adhere to the agreement. It goes on to say you made zero effort to facilitate that when you or your mother could have easily done so. The other email on the other side goes on to say, during the second period, you claim in an email written February 26th in the night that you were standing by at 8:30 a.m. that morning, but you never even let me know that was your preferred available time, nor did you respond to my various and earlier texts or emails indicating that I wanted to speak to the children at 6 p.m. on the 26th. So he says, it sounds like I want to speak, and this is the only way we're going to hear from Dan Markel is through these emails. I want to speak to the kids at 6 p.m. And she goes, okay, I'm available at 8:30 a.m. Contentious divorce. Just so we're crystal clear, it goes on, when I am without the children, the choice of which period for when I chat with the boys is mine under the agreement, not yours. That said, I will continue to try to be flexible so long as you meet me part way. Making up some claim after the fact, as you did on the 26th in the email, that you were ready for my call and you didn't even contact me by text, email, or phone to inform me that you were available is not being flexible. It's inhibitory parental gatekeeping. It's lawyers. It's unlawful, and if it persists, Thomas and I will pursue all measures necessary, including but not limited to seeking court orders, greater time sharing, and litigation costs. I'm not surprised the prosecution's bringing these up. She's saying he was being petty, and he's saying you are playing games. I would like to speak to the kids at 6. Well, we were available at 8:30 a.m. and you didn't call. Goes on to say, dealing with this through the courts and lawyers is so far from what I want, but your inability to keep your agreements and make basic contact happen is persistent, deeply disturbing, and untenable. Of course, I remain committed to ensuring that you have access and or contact with the children whenever I have them. You remain welcome to join us in the house or elsewhere, or to have Skype calls every day if you give me adequate notice. I will, of course, adhere to our communication agreement as a floor, which is also reasonable. This is the minimum, but I'm happy to let you talk to them more. I know the boys want to speak to you, and I'm happy to co-parent whenever you are. I don't want conflict or tension. I desperately want peace and joy. Please let that happen. But do not mistake my politeness or desire for cooperation as a lack of firmness. I will no longer tolerate failures on your part to keep our agreements. That's reasonable. You've recently indicated in an email that you found Skype calls intrusive. I'm sorry that you feel that way. If you wanted to reach a new agreement regarding communication or access to the children, I am open to discuss it with you. But until we have a new protocol in place, I expect us to continue to adhere to our existing agreement, which when you were going through divorce, you have to go through the existing agreement unless both parties mutually agree. And he's saying, I will work with you. Work with me. Or at least that's how the email reads to me. I will work with you if you work with me. But if you continue to fuck with me, then I will not be able to work with you.
March 7th of 2013.
Continuing on.
Wendi, I really regret that things have gotten to the place where they are. Do you think we could try to resolve more issues directly with each other to prevent so much of the unnecessary tension and cost? Things like that.
Yes.
Okay. But then you didn't seem to be able to actually play nice with each other, even though it seems like maybe that's both what you wanted, at least at certain points.
I was always trying to play nice.
Well, you were threatening to hold him in contempt of court.
I wasn't threatening to hold him in contempt. That's what my lawyer filed. That's what happens
Well,
when
your
you...
lawyer represents you, doesn't she, Mrs. Adelson?
She does, but I wasn't threatening him.
Did you
Excuse me, counsel? We learned this in the emails. Madam Prosecutor, we learned this in the emails. Don't take that as a threat. I'm just explaining what's going to happen. We heard it in the emails. She was going on to explain. Well, that's what happens. She was going to get to full FAFO. Well, that's what happens when you don't. The prosecutor cut her off. But then it was like, well, that's my lawyer. My lawyer was telling him they were going to hold him in contempt. She was going to say that's what happens. I'm bummed she got cut off.
play nice with each other, even though it seems like maybe that's both what you wanted, at least at certain points?
I was always trying to play nice.
Well, you were threatening to hold him in contempt of court.
I wasn't threatening to hold him in contempt. That's what my lawyer filed. That's what happens
Well,
when
your
you...
lawyer represents you, doesn't she, Mrs. Adelson?
She does, but I wasn't threatening him.
Did you cease all Skype communication between Dan Markel and the boys on March 12th of 2013?
I don't remember that, no.
Tab 54, please.
The tabs remember, even if you don't. I'm sure you're not new to this.
It looks like my attorney advised me to do that.
Did you cease all Skype conversations between Dan Markel and the boys?
Again, I don't remember. It's been a very long time. But if my attorney advised me to do it, then I probably did it.
Okay. And
The prosecutor's eyes are like, everything. So we don't remember everything. Okay.
the day that you filed that motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement and hold Dan Markel in contempt, see if I can find that. What was the date of that filing?
It looks like it was October 31st, 2013.
Was that the same date that you backed out of the contract to buy a house here in Tallahassee?
I don't remember if it was the same date, but at that point I didn't have the money I needed to buy the house because Danny didn't pay what he was supposed to.
Okay, but you don't remember which day you backed out of buying the house?
I don't.
Could it have been the same day that this was filed? Halloween of 13?
It may have been.
Okay, and was it Charlie, your brother, who talked you out of buying the house?
No, I didn't have the money to buy the house.
So you don't remember him discussing that with you?
No.
Okay. And did your mom have a position one way or the other on whether you would buy the house?
I don't remember.
Did you catch that she said that was Dan's fault? Because he didn't
The
pay
image
what
that
he
I
was
just
supposed
had
to?
up there, was this image sent to you on October 31st? How did this get onto your cell phone dated October 31st?
It looks like something my brother would have sent me at some point. I don't remember if it was what day it was, but I remember seeing that picture.
Okay, do you have any reason to dispute the metadata associated with it on your phone?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you recognize your brother in this photo?
I do.
And who's the woman he's pictured
Who's
with
the
here?
women?
Katie.
McBanawa?
Catherine McBanawa?
Yes.
I want to see the picture.
So did your brother at any time send you this picture? Not at any time. Did your brother on October 31st send you this picture and basically tell you not to buy the house because you weren't going to be living in Tallahassee much longer?
I don't remember him ever telling me not to buy the house or that I wasn't going to be living in Tallahassee. I really wanted to buy that house.
Do you remember, after all the drama with the Skype, asking your mom, let's see if I can find it here, to help you work on the Skype thing because it was
Please help me
becoming a
do
real problem
this.
between you
It
and
means
Mr.
less
Markel.
stress for me if we just follow it.
I honestly don't remember, but I see this email and I must have sent this.
And then a few months later, in February of 14,
When you
Mr.
say
Markel files.
she is now having to differentiate, I honestly don't remember from all the other I don't remembers. We have to get through the I don't remember. No, I honestly don't remember. No, honestly, I don't remember on this one. She's differentiating all the I don't remembers. Okay.
A motion to enforce marital settlement agreements, and that we've touched on that already. That was alleging that you committed fraud on the court during the original settlement. Remember that?
Probably.
I remember him saying that my attorney helped perpetrate a fraud.
He did. He suggested that the court should send a strong message to you about your malfeasance by awarding him the entirety of the assets that he alleged were undisclosed. Do you remember that?
I do.
And did your mom view that filing?
I don't remember.
Isn't that the one she responded to? We need a plan of attack. We need to aggravate him the way he's trying to aggravate you.
I remember we just looked at that. I just didn't remember what it was in response to.
Okay. And did you respond to his allegations
I would
in
have,
court, in a court filing?
we must have responded in a court filing to that,
Okay.
because if someone accuses you of fraud, at that point my attorney had to recuse herself because she had to become a
Because
witness
she then becomes
in
a
the
witness.
case and to say that that didn't
Yep.
happen. And then I had to find a new attorney to represent me.
Okay, and did you do a filing in response to his counter motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement, alleging, and this is page 439 for court and counsel, that a vast majority of the former
Also,
husband's motion.
in a contentious divorce, having someone make an allegation against your attorney such that they have to recuse themselves would create a gigantic, frustrating clusterfuck. Yeah, 100%.
Contains allegations that are redundant, immaterial, impertinent, and scandalous. That sort of language, does that sound familiar?
It doesn't actually sound familiar, but I would have responded in a motion, so
It doesn't actually
I'm sure
sound
my attorney
familiar.
filed something.
Did your mom move around this time?
I don't think so.
Ooh, did she move around this time to a bigger place with more space for kids? I have questions.
Remember your parents signing a lease at a place called the Continuum?
My parents were spending some time there on the weekends, but they didn't move until 2015 when I was clerking for a judge at that time.
All right, so they signed a
You remember
lease
that.
to have sort of a weekend property. Was that in South Beach?
Yes.
Okay, and that does March of 14 sound right for that?
I honestly, I don't remember when they signed a lease there, but it's possible.
Well, when you ultimately left Tallahassee, which we'll get to, did you go to live at the Continuum or at Coral Springs or somewhere else?
In Miami at the Continuum.
And do you know why they chose to move into the Continuum? I mean, this is about 3-4 months before the murder.
My brother had a girlfriend that lived there, and he really liked the property, and he thought maybe my parents might like to retire there. So he was suggesting that they start
Mom,
trying
Dad, you should get a
someplace
place
other
here.
than Coral Springs to retire.
And did your mom add you as a resident to the Continuum on May 16th of 2014?
I don't remember that, but
I bet there's a tab.
Continuum, the apartment complex had very high security, and so it may have been that if you wanted
Oh, there's an
someone to
explanation?
come and not be considered a guest, they had to be considered a resident.
Okay, tab 95. Please.
You know nothing about it. I don't know if that happened. You know nothing about it. I don't know if that happened, but it may be the case that they had really tough security. There's a whole explanation for it. I mean, I don't remember, but there's a whole explanation. It might perhaps be the situation that the security is really tight, so you just have to be added as a resident instead of a visitor. Okay.
And the question is, would you have been considered a resident as of May 16th of 2014?
We know there's
And
going to
I
be a
don't
document.
know, so you want me to see whether on this document I was added as a resident?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
It looks like I was added and my brother were added. And then my other brother was
It actually, I think it enters to her favor that all the brothers get added, by the way. I think it really does. It's not nefarious if all of the children just get added. So why not just say, I think my parents added all of us as residents? Like, that, okay.
in case of emergency, and it was in April of 2014.
April of 2014. Okay, so about 3 months before the murder?
Yes,
And that was just so that you could come and go whenever you were visiting?
that was my understanding.
Oh, so you do remember.
Do you recall a motion being filed by Dan Markel that we've referred to as the grandma motion?
No,
Did Dan Markel in March 26th of 2014 file a motion seeking to preclude your mother from having unsupervised contact with your kids?
I don't remember him filing that motion, but it sounds like if it's a motion you have a name for, then it exists.
And in that motion, do you recall, or does it refresh your memory, that he was saying, Grandma, the boys were telling him, Grandma says you're stupid, Grandma says she hates you, and as a result, he was concerned about your mom alienating the kids or turning the kids against him?
I remember hearing about this motion.
Okay.
From your lawyers?
And that is a motion that was never got to be heard, right?
That was part of the motion to enforce the settlement agreement,
But which was never heard
which was never heard.
because he was killed.
Because, yes.
And do you remember why you didn't forward your mom the actual motion that was filed in reference to that?
I don't.
Okay, if you will check tab, see if you can find tab 98 in the back there, please.
I have tab 98.
Okay, does it refresh your recollection as to the question, which is, where was your mom on the day that the relocation was filed, which for your reference was 3/26/14.
So this email is from 3/25/14, and it looks like my parents were coming up. It says coming on Thursday, and this was written Tuesday the 25th. So my guess is that they were coming on Thursday the 27th.
And was it their practice to typically stop in Orlando and spend the night on the trip up to Tallahassee?
I don't remember.
Okay. The allegations that are laid out in Dan Markel's motion were sent to you in an email before the motion was ever filed. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that, no.
In Publishing 64AA, a December 16th, 2013 email. This email indicates that Dan Markel is going to be introducing a major issue, grandparental alienation. This will be part of our ongoing effort to resolve outstanding issues, but basically at the bottom there, Ben announced to me ABBA. What does ABBA mean?
It's Abba. It means father in Hebrew.
Abba.
Father.
Grandma says you're stupid.
Grandma says you're stupid. Okay, and he details a couple, I think it's 3 different instances in which his boys have told him that Grandma, your mother, has told them that you're trying to take my sunshines away, she hates you, that sort of thing. Does this refresh your memory
I'm going to read what they put on the screen, the prosecutor summarizing in question.
at all about this?
It says I think they're still talking about one of the children. He first announced that Grandma said to him, I'm stupid, first at dinner on November 8th in front of our guests, including Mona Markel. Then on Monday, November 11th at the park, as I was buckling them into their car seats, one of the children and then the other children said, Abba, Grandma says you're stupid. At this point, I asked him, well, why did she say that? And then he answered, because you're trying to take her sunshines away from her. And I asked, who are her sunshines? And they said, the 2 of us. I imagine there was a song that went along with it. But
Allegations?
this is just incredibly toxic behavior.
It does.
I don't know if she's going to summarize this. The next slide the prosecutor put up says, most recently on November 30th, Saturday in the morning, Ben and I were playing in the playroom upstairs, and I think the younger one was sleeping. And again, out of nowhere and without any connection to what we were doing, playing with Lego, the child says, Grandma says you're stupid. I asked him again, why did she say that? And he answered exactly the same way, because she said you're trying to take her sunshines away from her. And at this point, what do you think the jury believes? These kids at this point are 3 and 4 years old. The prosecutor did all the other emails before they got to this. What do you think the jury's believing of these emails?
And this email, you did forward this email to your mother. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that, but it makes sense that I would have.
Oh,
Your mom responded.
you 100%, don't play with me. You 100% forwarded the motion and the email to your mother and said he is going to make a motion about you seeing the children. And I wonder if she hit the fucking roof about it. They're not going to read all of this, so I'm going to. Quote, I hope and suspect that Wendi knows that parental alienation of the other parent is a very serious matter that could lead to the termination of her parental rights. Happily, I have not yet heard anything from the boys regarding Wendi speaking poorly of me to the children. Let it be said, I appreciate the closeness of the relationship between the boys and Wendi's mother.
To it, or someone responded to it. Wow. Do you remember that?
And the Markel family is sitting in court listening to this.
I was shown that email yesterday.
Okay. And
By
you
your lawyer?
forwarded that email not only to your mom, but to a total of 12 different people. Do you remember
What?
that?
I remember being very.
You didn't remember shit about this 3 minutes ago, and now you're forwarding this to 12 different people? You remember this. In this divorce, running up to his murder, they're fighting over your mother telling the children that their father is stupid. We're not stupid. And you're telling me you don't remember this? And she's going to say, I was really upset. Right, so you probably remember this.
Surprised that.
And you forwarded that email not only to your mom, but to a total of 12 different people. Do you remember that?
I remember being very surprised that he was trying to accuse a member of the Florida bar of fraud and going to all these lengths to avoid paying money that he owed me.
Okay. And is that the reason why you sent it to
The prosecutor,
12 people?
okay.
It was pretty shocking what he was doing.
Did your mom respond at all to that allegation regarding her alienating the kids?
I don't remember a response other than the one I was shown that said, wow, but I don't know if that was my dad responding or my mom responding.
Oh, you knew what your mom's lawyer's argument was then. Did you watch any of this before you testified? Did you watch any of the pretrial motions? Because you know exactly what your parents' arguments are. I don't know if that was my mom. I don't know if that was my dad. That's exactly what the lawyers are arguing.
But the allegation was in reference to your mom, right?
The allegation was in reference to my mom.
Okay. And in fact, the next day, because the parenting coordinator was in on the original thread, you forwarded the email a second time to your mom, didn't you, with the parenting coordinator's response? Do you remember that?
I don't remember that, but it makes sense that I would have forwarded it.
Do you remember just, let's see, a couple months before the death of Dan Markel, saying to a friend of yours, I think her name is Jane, does that sound familiar?
I had a friend named Jane.
Telling Jane, quote, Danny is a monster?
All of these questions are leading, Your Honor.
Yes, they are.
Overrule, the witness may testify based on her memory.
She's asking, did you say that? But a lot of them are
telling Jane
leading.
that I thought Danny was a monster.
Okay, was Jane one of the people you forwarded the email to? Dan's email?
I don't remember.
Okay. But it was the same day that you called him a monster. Do you remember that?
I don't.
The do you remember is the open-ended part of the question. Also, I know a few of you have said, but this was 13 years ago. There
I
are
want to talk
some
a little bit about your
parts-
brother Charlie.
There are some parts of a divorce that are going to stand out in people's minds. It is hard for me to believe that the parental alienation fight and the fight over money does not loom large in her mind. Also, she has been deposed multiple times. She has testified multiple times, and she and her lawyer would have gone over all the prosecution's file with regard to her. So she would have seen these emails too. So given all of that, it's a bit difficult for me to, it's a bit difficult for me.
Judge, I don't know if you're wanting a recess, this is a good time.
I really need to go to the bathroom.
Getting a little tedious, I'm sure.
Okay, ma'am, we're feeling it. We're feeling it. And I very much need to go to the bathroom. So they're approaching. Well, that doesn't look like she's looking at the screen. Are you slow blinking at the jury? Also, chat, now that you said that he looks like Walter, I can't unsee it. So there's that.
Members of the jury, before we continue with the examination of this witness, we are going to have our lunch break at this point.
Okay.
I am going to remind you once again not to discuss
I'm gonna
this
grab
case with each other
snackies.
or anyone else. Also, you are prohibited from looking at any information or reports concerning
Michelle,
this case.
no, I was traveling today. So I got off a
For
plane and we
lunch
started
hour,
court
there
late
is
today.
a cafe here in the courthouse.
They're just taking
and also
lunch.
some other businesses within close walking distance. If you choose to eat together, you may do so. Again, the only prohibitions are what I've previously outlined.
And yes, the
Please
Jeff
return
Dunham.
at 1:15, and we will continue with the examination.
I also
of
paused to read
Adelson
all
by
of the
both
emails.
state and the defense at that point. Enjoy your lunch break.
Okay, the jury's taking
The
lunch.
gallery is to remain in the room for right now until the jurors have exited.
So the jurors are taking lunch. I know for those on the West Coast, they're like, okay, right, late lunch. I'm not going to take a full lunch break. I'm going to take less than 10 minutes to grab some snackies and go to the restroom, and we're going to just zoom past all of the lunch. So for those of you on the West Coast, I know you enjoy the streaming later. For those of you elsewhere in the world, it might be very late or very early.
For the attorneys and the witness, we will have the same report time back, 1:15. Do any matters need to be heard before we go into the break?
No, Judge.
Nothing from the state.
Because at some point, they're going to have to do the proffer. The judge is like, do y'all need anything? No. Good. Let's take lunch. I'm going to wait until the court takes lunch. I'm going to do a very brief summary and then, okay, court is at lunch. I'm going to do a very brief summary. I'm going to take a break. So it has been a busy day. We are in the lunch break of day 2 of the Donna Adelson trial. And maybe it's because I was traveling, but I feel like we've been in trial for 800 years. The emails. We went through that exhibit that the defense and the prosecution were fighting over with what documents from the divorce did Donna know about? And how did she know? Did Wendi forward them to her? Were there email communications? We saw a lot of the email communications. They are wild to me. And we saw how Donna was responding in real time and answering back to Dan Markel's filings in the divorce, how contentious the divorce got. And after all of that, there was one exhibit, JJ. Exhibit JJ is the grandma motion where Dan Markel went to the court to say, look, and we're just starting to get into that now at the lunch break, but Exhibit JJ hadn't come in as evidence yet. It was the motion filed by Dan Markel asking for restricted visits of Donna Adelson with the kids, saying that the kids were telling him that grandma was saying that he was stupid, that grandma was saying that she hated him, and that grandma was saying that he was stupid because he was trying to take her little sunshines away, the little sunshines being the grandchildren. And so that exhibit, until it was tied to Donna Adelson knowing about it, did not come in evidence. The only email response to it was, wow. It is a joint email address from Donna and Harvey Adelson. As we got into the testimony of Wendi Adelson, the court in the middle of the testimony said, Exhibit JJ is admitted into evidence, finding that with Wendi, the foundation had been laid. Though Wendi, in my opinion, is distancing herself from those emails, saying, well, I don't know who responded. It could have been either my mom or my dad. The prosecutor's like, who was more actively involved in these emails? And I think we all saw very well that Donna was incredibly involved in responding to the litigation. And Wendi admitted, yes, my mother was more involved in responding to me about the litigation, but she and my father could have been talking it out, and she could have been the scribe. She was just like the fingers on the keyboard. Well, then she's still sending the email legally. So that exhibit's coming in, and now they are starting to talk about that exhibit and about the parental alienation motion. At the end of the testimony from the investigator, it was asked if that motion was ever heard in court, and the answer was no, because the court dates kept getting continued. And before that motion can be heard, the murder occurred and Dan Markel was killed. So that motion never came back up in court. So it is painting a timeline of contentious divorce, contentious divorce, contentious divorce, and now grandmother having her access to the children potentially reduced. And so they are building this timeline of grandma being very involved and potentially losing her visitation with her grandkids in an unrestricted way without a neutral third party there to make sure that she's not trying to alienate her grandkids. And so when it comes up, what happened after Dan Markel was murdered, that they immediately moved back to Florida, that they lived with the Adelsons for a year and then moved down the street. And the fact that as this was running up in time, Wendi was supposed to be buying a house in Tallahassee and then all of a sudden didn't buy the house in Tallahassee. And was that because she didn't have the money to do it, or was that because her brother and mother were telling her not to? These are the questions coming up now that we are in the, well, we are at the lunch break of the direct examination of Wendi Adelson, which is a lot of, I don't recall. And then she gives an explanation or a counter explanation for things or distances herself. Did your parents put you on the lease at this new place in Miami in April of 20, whatever the year was? I have it in my notes. But did they put you on the lease? This would have been, 2014? They said, hold on, I'm going to go find the date. Now I need to know. Did your parents put you on the lease at their new place as a resident in May of 2014? I don't remember. But it might be that place had a lot of security. And so if you were listed as a resident, it was easier to be there. So I don't know, but maybe this is why. I don't remember. Explanation, discounting the thing. And then it was like, well, let me show you the tab. Oh, and my brothers were added. It was actually in April. My brothers and I were all added to it as residents, because of the security. Ma'am, I thought you didn't remember. You sure have an explanation for it. And this has been continuous through her testimony. I don't remember, but here's an explanation. It could have been this. It might have been this. I don't remember, but I said that. I don't know what I meant by that. We'll see what happens after lunch. We still have a proffer between the defense attorneys and Wendi Adelson. So that's what we're going to see after the lunch break. Live chat. I appreciate all of you. You are the best. I'm going to take maybe 10 minutes. I'm going to put on our little lunch break. I'm going to take just a few minutes to go to the bathroom and grab snacks. And then we're going to just zoom the entire lunch break. We're not taking a whole lunch break, just as much time as I need for snacks. App. We will send you an app notification when I'm back. It'll be close, but we will send you an app notification when I'm back. I will also let you know in the chat. I will ask you, are you ready, chat? I will also give you this heads up if you have the music on in the background, and I will let you know. But because I very much have had a long travel day and need to go to the bathroom and get some snackies, I'm going to do that. Chat. And then we have the rest of the court day to get to. So hydrate, get some food, recharge your headphones, because we've got a long day of court left. We've taken a lot of breaks. So we're going to take a quick comfort break for the EDB. Don't forget to stretch. I will see you guys in just a few minutes. Hello, chat. You guys ready? I think we're just about ready. Let me turn this off. We're going to go back to court after the lunch break. I grabbed a snacky because I haven't eaten since I got off a plane this morning, and then got home and then got ready to stream, and then I got cold. So now we've got the wrap. We've got the cloak, which again, the in-ears are going to just do the thing, but whatever. At least we're not cold. The in-ears are in-earing, but I'm not frozen, so it's just going to have to be a thing. Chat, are we ready to go back to court? For everybody who's just joining us, we were at the lunch break in court. I was traveling today. I've got some snacks, so if you see me munching, I've got pretzels and cheese. Why? Because it was the fastest thing I could grab after going to the restroom. It was a long day. But it's amazing. So if you have not yet eaten today, go get food. I've been live for almost 6 hours. Go get food. Take me with you. Put me on your phone. Go get yourself something to eat. It's time. We've been live for 5 hours. Okay. Are we ready? Let's go to court, right? Let's go. Court's just coming back from the lunch break. It's been a busy day for them too. I'm sure they're done by now.
The juror's good to go.
Oh, Donna got a rubber band during the break or a scrunchie or something. Hair got pulled
Is there anything
back.
that we need to address before the jurors re-enter the room? All right, Ms. Adelson, have you?
So the stream just jumped back in time to the beginning, which indicates to me that court actually just ended now in real time. So that's a delight, and it just became the replay. However, it's real easy to find where we're at after the lunch break, so better timing couldn't have been had. So we're all back in court. Judge asked if anybody needs to address anything, and we'll fix it in post. Let's go.
If you please can come back and take the witness stand.
That's a long day in court.
And bring in the jurors.
Yes, sir.
That's a long day for them. Yes, so we got yeeted, which is probably because the stream in real time ended. So. But that's what normally happens. But it absolutely just jumped back in time, which is wild to me. So, I imagine we've got a while to go. Let's see, shall we? Court ended around 5 Eastern, so it ended an hour ago. Interesting. It normally kicks us back when the stream becomes replay, but maybe it took that long. Oh well. Jury in! The jury is coming in.
Everyone can be seated. Ms.
All
Kappelman,
right.
you may resume with your examination of the witness.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, we're back in direct
Ms. Adelson, I
examination.
want to ask you a little bit about your brother, Charlie Adelson. How is he older or younger than you?
I'm the youngest of the 3 children, so both my brothers are older than me.
How much older than you is Charlie?
It is after lunch. I'm going to say this once. I hope I don't repeat myself, but it's been a long day and the ADHD will do what it will do. Ma'am, that is not the question that was asked. You added a lot of extra information in there. Stop adding in information. Stop it. That's not what was asked. Okay, just carry that through all the things the rest of the day.
He's 2.5 years older.
Oh, our closed captioning disappeared. We're going to have to wait for them to repopulate because our closed captioning disappeared. That's frustrating. We're going to have to wait for it to repopulate.
And in the time frame,
It will
2013
repopulate. We're just gonna have to wait a little
2014,
bit.
How much time were you spending with Charlie Adelson?
I don't remember spending a lot of time with him. I was in Tallahassee most of the time, and he was in South Florida most of the time.
Did you speak with Charlie regularly during that time?
We did.
What type of lifestyle did your brother have around the time frame 2014 to 2016?
My brother was a single guy. He was dating lots of people. He worked really hard till early in the morning till late at night, sometimes 6 or 7 days a week.
Worked hard, played hard?
Yeah, I think that was kind of his lifestyle.
Did he?
6 or 7 days a week? Oh. I'm just tired hearing it.
Like nice things?
He
Fancy
did.
Cars?
He liked nice cars. He liked nice food.
Okay. Did you, during the phone conversation
I mean,
you
me
had
too,
with your
but-
brother during
I don't want to go out that much.
that time, did you talk much about your marital problems?
I mean, to be honest, I don't remember, but I'm sure we talked about it.
Really? You know how many
Is it
nights
fair
a
to
week
say
he was
during
going
the
out and you
year
don't
or so
remember?
leading up to Mr. Markel's murder that your brother did not like him?
I think that's fair to say.
Did
that's
your
a yes.
brother joke about hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel?
We know the answer
He
to
did
that.
make that joke.
What was the joke specifically?
My brother had bought me a TV as a divorce present, and he would make the joke that the TV was cheaper than hiring a hitman.
Did you ever tell Jeffrey Lacasse about that joke?
I may have mentioned that
ex-boyfriend.
joke to Jeff Lacasse.
Who is that?
Jeff Lacasse was someone that I dated after Danny and I got divorced.
Had he met your parents?
Does that joke feel less funny now that your brother's in prison or no?
I think he may have met them once, but not in any kind of formal way. Just my parents were visiting and he might have said hi, something like that.
Did your parents express any opinion about him, whether they liked him or not?
I don't remember them really taking notice of him.
Do you remember sending a text back in on May 28th of 2014 that saying, quote, "My parents are not into him," referring to Jeff?
I don't remember sending that text.
Tab. I'm really waiting for her to say which tab.
On the morning of the murder, did you have an appointment at your residence on Aqua Ridge?
I did.
You remembered
What was
that
the nature of
swiftly.
that appointment?
I had an appointment with the Geek Squad. There were some vertical lines on the TV. I didn't know if maybe one of my kids had tapped it or touched it, but it wasn't working. And so I had an appointment, and they were scheduled to come sometime between 8 and 12.
And was that the
as they do.
TV that was the same TV that your brother joked he got you as a divorce present because it was
was.
cheaper than hiring a hitman?
Yes.
She knows a lot about the TV having lines on
And on
it.
the morning of the murder, did your mom text you about the TV repair guy being on the way or coming to your house?
She did. I didn't buy the TV, and the TV had an insurance policy
you've got
that
lots of
came with the
explanation.
Geek Squad help. So I think they reached out to her first, and then she let me know that they were coming.
Because she made the
The
appointment.
TV was under warranty, right?
I believe so.
But the damage that you had was not covered by the warranty, was it?
I don't think so.
Okay, and do you recall
Did you
how
run
long
back
the
to
TV
court?
repairman was at your house?
I don't. It was a reasonable amount of time, so maybe an hour or so.
Reasonable for
And why
what?
did it take an hour to determine that the TV couldn't be repaired or was not under warranty?
I don't know. I don't know a lot about AV equipment.
And the TV,
Yet you refer to it as AV equipment. Just saying. Lots of exposition on this.
repair guy, well, I guess I should ask, were you upset, crying and upset during the time that the TV repairman was there?
I don't think so.
Were you particularly upset about the TV, the fact that the TV couldn't be repaired?
I don't think so.
Okay, so the TV guy, to your recollection, didn't actually do anything. He didn't fix the TV, didn't take it away, he didn't bring you a new one.
No. He was trying to fix it. I mean, I think he was trying to assess what the problem was and if it could be fixed, but it wasn't taken away.
The problem was like an impact to the screen, right?
It seemed to be.
What? What? The damage to the TV was an impact to the screen? Huh. That's she has a lot of memory about this. Just an impact to the screen. And then the TV repair appointment had to be the same date and time that the prearranged hitmen were in Tallahassee to murder your ex-husband. That's so weird. What a strange thing. And impact the TV.
That, yeah.
But she doesn't know how it got
Did you go to a
damaged, you guys.
dinner after the murder of Dan Markel in which you vomited at the table?
What? Wendi, girl, it sounds like you were stressed the fuck out. Also, she doesn't know what happened. So she was like, I don't know what happened to the TV. If your kids at 3 and 4 years old hit the TV, which was wall mounted, with something, you're generally going to know. Just saying. You're going to know. This is new information to me.
But it wasn't taken away.
The problem was like an impact to the screen, right?
It seemed to be that, yeah.
Seemed to be.
Did you go to a dinner after the murder of Dan Markel in which you vomited at the table?
It was several weeks until I felt ready to leave my apartment. I was very, very scared.
So that happen?
It did happen.
Okay, and that was in a restaurant, right?
Mm-hmm. It was at a restaurant.
Who was present at that dinner?
It was my brother and me.
And where was the dinner?
It was
Florida or here? Or
it was
somewhere?
South Florida.
Okay, and you said it was several weeks after the murder?
I believe so.
Had you ever heard Charlie, your brother, refer to that dinner as a celebratory dinner?
Only in previous trials, but never to me personally.
Did you hear him say it the night that you had the dinner or after that?
No.
That you threw up at the celebration?
No.
Do you know
I need
Catherine
more
McBannon?
information. How is you vomiting on a table not something you have more explanation for, but the TV had a whole entire explanation?
Met her on 2 occasions.
Okay. Do you have an independent friendship with her, or did you just meet her through your brother?
I just met her through my brother.
Who was she to Charlie?
She was a person that he had dated.
Was she a serious girlfriend?
I didn't think so.
Okay. Did he have a lot of girlfriends that kind of came and went?
He had a lot of girlfriends, and they all looked somewhat similar.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's...
So he had a type?
One moment, Your Honors.
Heather in the chat makes a fantastic point. The last name being withheld to protect the identity of the innocent. Said, I threw up in front of my 3rd grade class in 1978. I remember it like it was yesterday. Right. These are things we remember. I was at a bachelorette party where somebody threw up at the table. I, too, can explain what happened like it was yesterday. I will spare all of you. But yes.
Do you recognize States 35?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
This was a visit. I went to the beach with Catherine and a friend of hers for about an hour.
Catherine McBannon?
Oh, you remember
Yes.
a lot of detail about that.
When was this photograph taken?
It was Father's Day weekend of June 2014.
So just about a month before the murder?
Yes.
And was this the first time you'd ever met Catherine McBannon?
It was the second time. The first time was at a dinner with my brother and with Jeff Lacasse when I was running an alternative spring break. I came down to visit.
Is that the dinner at
What?
Harvard?
Yes.
Okay, we'll get back to that. So
What
this
does
is the
running
second.
an alternative
Yes.
spring break
Judge
even
moved to
mean?
Introduce States Exhibit 35. No objection.
She knew exactly what she was doing in Florida. How many times she'd been to Florida? How many times she's been to the beach with Katie? I mean, what SPF
Which one is
sunscreen did you use?
Catherine
Y'all look
McBannon?
comfy.
She's on the left with the
It's a
white
cute
top.
picture.
Okay, and that's you in the center there?
That's me in the middle.
And
Yeah, in the center.
this photograph, was it taken near
What
your
y'all
parents'
drinking?
residence in
It
South
was.
Beach?
Listen to how fast those answers are happening right now. fucking credit card is in this picture. Good Lord.
Very close.
During that trip, were there any conversations with Catherine Magbanua or your brother or your mother about the murder?
No.
Is Catherine Magbanua the girlfriend that your brother had in this time frame leading up to the murder?
I believe so, but he had multiple girlfriends, so I don't know if she was the only one.
Okay, but that's definitely the one that you
That's definitely
interacted
not
with
the
month
question.
before.
Yes, ma'am.
Definitely not the question.
Did anything stand out to you about this particular girl as being, you know, the one or special or different from the parade of girlfriends that
No.
Charlie had? Did your brother have girlfriends after this woman, Magbanua?
Yes.
Okay, including, do you
How
remember
fast that answer was.
Whitney?
Was Katie special? No. Damn.
I do remember Whitney.
And then there was June Mchinda,
Yes, I remember June.
a June Co, I think.
I remember Junko.
Okay. Prior to Dan Markel's murder, was this image taken at your trip to South Beach that was most recent before the murder?
No,
So you went down another time between this trip and the murder.
I did. I went down for my dad's birthday.
And when was that?
It would have been, his birthday was on July 5th. And so I was down, I don't remember the exact amount of time, but maybe 7 or 10 days over July 4th and for his birthday, and then went back to Tallahassee.
Did you
Wait,
run
was
into
his
Catherine
birthday?
Magbanua at all
Did he say June or July?
on that trip?
I don't think so.
Any discussion with any members of your family about the murder on that trip?
No,
It was your dad's 70th birthday, right?
it was.
And was there a party?
We had a party.
Okay. Was that friends, family, both?
It was friends and family.
Chat is Bay. Thank you, chat. July 5th. I was
And
like,
I
wait a
think,
second.
is this the trip that we were talking about earlier where your parents had come to Tallahassee to fetch you and take you down south?
Yes.
To fetch you, because you're very fetching, fetch away.
Was there any discussion on that trip about any other relocation strategies?
I don't have any memory of that.
Like bribing, converting to Christianity, any of those things?
It had been, I think, about a year since.
Since those were first broached.
Right, but I'm just saying by that time it was the summer of 2014. I don't remember any kind of conversation like that.
Okay. Was there any discussion on that trip of the pending motion that included precluding your mom from having unsupervised visits with your boys?
No.
Do you remember the time frame that the repairman was at your house on the morning of the murder?
Y'all,
I
if she
remember
throws up in
more
court,
or
I'm gonna
less.
lose my
I
mind.
feel like he came, I think he was supposed to come sometime between 8 and 12, and he came on the early side. Because I just remember being surprised and trying to get dressed really fast.
Okay.
So you remember that.
Dan Markel was killed between 8 and 12, right? We
He
know
was.
that now. Who paid the repairman that came to your house?
I think he was under contract, so I don't have a strong memory of that, but I don't remember paying him. It's possible that I did.
Under contract? You mean it was under warranty? Contract's a weird word to use there, given what we're talking about in this trial. Contract's just an
I'm
interesting
going to ask you a few more questions about Mr. Lacasse.
word.
You said you might have mentioned the joke to him about TV's cheaper than a hitman. Did you ever use the term TV as code for the murder in any context?
No.
Did you ever hear your mom do that, other than the recordings in this case?
No.
So she didn't talk to you about the TV?
No.
Did you see Mr. Lacasse, and you said that was somebody that you had been dating around the time of the murder, is that right?
We had broken up just before that week that Danny was killed.
All right. Did you have an occasion to see him on July
That very
13th
week.
of 2014? So
What kind of car did Jeff have?
just about a week before the murder at your residence.
I don't remember him being at my residence, but I do remember seeing him around that time.
Okay. And on July 13th, 2014, do you remember asking to share something in confidence with Mr. Lacasse?
I don't remember doing that.
Did you tell Mr. Lacasse in the context of if something were to happen to Danny, I could move back to Miami? Did you tell Lacasse that regarding the relocation battle in the summer of 2013, Charlie had, seriously, not as a joke, explored all options to resolve the problem, including hiring a hitman?
I did not have that conversation with Jeff Lacasse.
Oh, I'm very interested to see what Jeff's going to have to say when he testifies, because he is on the witness list.
And I think you said the week before, but wasn't it actually about, I think it was 4 days before the murder, you sent an email to Mr. Lacasse? Do you remember that email, bump in the road?
You broke up
I remember
with him by
telling him I
email?
didn't want to have contact with him anymore. I don't remember exactly what date I sent it, but whatever date Sunday or Monday of that week would have been around when I sent it.
You broke up with him over email? Oh, I very much want to hear from Jeff.
Does this refresh your memory at all?
It does.
Okay. And so you weren't officially breaking up with him so much as asking for a certain period of time without contact, is that right?
That sounds right.
Okay, and then your plan was to reach back out to him and figure things out one way or the other?
I mean, I think I was breaking up with him, but I have
you're a
a
lawyer. Use
strong
your words.
aversion to conflict, so this was probably my way of not breaking up with him without breaking up with him.
Okay. And I want to go back to the day
Wow.
of the murder. We know about the TV repairman left about, did you say about 9?
The truth is I don't really remember, but, something like 9 or 10.
Definitely before 10 or by 10?
Yes, that's my best memory.
All right, where did you go after the TV? Where was the next place you went after the TV repairman left?
So I was home, I think, for a couple of hours first. I was doing a little bit of work. I was talking to some friends. I think I ate breakfast. And then I left probably close to
You have a lot of memory of this bit.
noon or a little bit after noon. I was meeting 2 friends who I would frequently meet on a Friday to have lunch with. And so I went to run a few quick errands and then meet them for lunch.
And on your way to meet the friends, did you have an occasion to go down Trescott?
I was trying to turn down Trescott. That's where I used to turn and take just the road I was used to. But there was yellow tape up. And so when I tried to turn, I couldn't turn. So I made a 3-point turn and kept going on Centerville.
And so you encountered a police roadblock at that location?
Yes.
Okay, couldn't go any further because there was a police car and some yellow tape, right?
Right.
And that was, you were able to see that from the intersection there, or you actually turned onto Trescott?
I tried to turn and then I couldn't go through. So I turned around and kept going.
How far down Trescott
Very
did you
specific
proceed
memory.
before you turned around?
Just until the tape.
Okay.
Lots of it. I saw a few of you ask in the chat if I'd watched any of the prior proceedings. No,
Which
I haven't watched her
one
testify before.
of you
I've only
or
covered the
your
pretrial stuff
ex-husband
in this
had the
case
kids the
since
night before he was killed?
Donna's arrest.
The night before they were with Danny.
All right, so it was his responsibility to take them to preschool that morning?
Yes.
Who was supposed to pick them up from preschool that day?
I was supposed to pick them up.
Had you talked to Dan Markel or your children that morning before you encountered the roadblock?
I hadn't talked to the boys because I wouldn't have talked to them, they didn't have cell phones, they were little. So I only would have spoken to them if I had gone to the preschool and seen them, but I didn't do that. So I hadn't talked to the boys. I'm sorry, what was the second part of the
How
question?
about Dan? Did you speak to him that morning?
We didn't. We had plans to talk. We had traded some text messages and emails, and then I called him and he didn't pick up, and that was the last contact.
Did you attempt to call Dan Markel when you encountered the roadblock?
No.
Did you attempt to call your kid's daycare after encountering the roadblock?
No.
Did you notify anyone that you observed the roadblock?
I was talking on the phone at the time, so I may have said to the person I was talking to, oh, I'm trying to drive, but I have to turn around, hold on.
Okay, that was probably a bad question. Did you attempt to investigate in any way or ask anyone what the roadblock was about?
I wasn't concerned about the roadblock.
Was Mr. Markel scheduled to leave town the day after he was killed?
I don't remember if he was scheduled to leave town on Friday afternoon or on Saturday morning, but I know that he would go to New York every time he had a chance, and I think that was where he was going. But I don't know when he was leaving.
Okay, if you'll take a look at, not the binder we've been using, but the other binder, should have your law enforcement interview on the front.
Okay.
And I would just ask you to review page 159, lines 10 and 11.
So you knew he was going to New York and you knew you were picking up the kids. Okay.
I think it's the very, are you able to find it?
Sorry, when he had plans to be out of town, he was leaving on Saturday.
Okay.
So it looks like I knew that he was leaving Saturday.
All right, and you knew he was planning to go to New York?
Yes.
Okay, do you know how, if the killers knew that he was leaving town the next day, do you know how that information got to them?
I don't.
Did your brother Charlie know that information?
I don't
To your
know if
knowledge.
I don't know if he knew that information.
Did your mother know that information?
My mom usually knew our schedule, so she probably would have known that
So
I was
Mom
going
would
to
have
have
known.
the boys. I don't know if that means she knew he was going to be out of town, but she would have known that I had the boys.
And didn't your mom keep meticulous track of every time that Dan went out of town?
Maybe just in the sense that if Danny was out of town, she thought maybe I needed extra help or something, so.
So there's an explanation.
Yes,
So that's a
probably.
yes?
And when that became an issue in the divorce, she was able to send you a record going all the way back to 2010, a couple of years of every single date he was out of town. Do you remember that email?
My mom never switched over to like a Google Calendar, so she would keep very meticulous, like a calendar of all the things she had to do. And
So yes?
so that was just her way of keeping track of
So yes?
everything. Not just this, but every part of life.
It's a lot
It
of
was very detail-oriented,
exposition.
Yes.
even regarding things that aren't necessarily her business, or do you think that Dan's travel plans were somehow her business?
I think only to the extent that it impacted whether I had the boys or whether they were coming to visit or what that looked like.
Okay. Did Mr. Markel leave you a message on the morning of his murder?
He did.
Okay, and did he indicate on that message that he was going to the gym that morning?
He did.
And specifically, did it tell you he'd be at the gym between 9:15 and 10:30?
I don't remember, but that sounds about right.
All right, and would he have given you that much detail because you were planning to try to touch base to talk, right?
Yeah, we were trying to have a conversation.
And was the conversation something about one of the children's schooling?
It was.
Did you talk to your brother Charlie on the morning of the murder?
I did.
And does an 18-minute conversation at 9:30 a.m. that day sound correct?
It does.
Do you remember the nature of that conversation?
I do. I didn't purchase the TV, so I didn't know how much the TV cost. And so I called him to find out if it made more sense to get the TV repaired or buy a new TV, because I didn't know what the delta was there.
Okay. Can you tell the jury one way or the other for sure whether you mentioned
Ma'am, I didn't know what the delta was there because she didn't buy the TV.
Dan Markel's travel plans to Charlie
Closed
during that
captioning's not
18-minute
back yet.
phone
I'm
call?
sorry,
I
Kat.
can't say for sure, but I don't see why I would have brought it up.
Did you have WhatsApp on your
The
phone at
Delta
that time?
chat.
I did.
What is WhatsApp?
WhatsApp is it's a phone service. It's an app that I use when I talk to people who live in other countries. So it's become very popular. I think I had it at the time. I know I certainly have it now. But it's a device to send messages.
During
It's
the
not a
time
device,
frame
it's a
that we're talking about,
app.
which is around the time of the murder, did you communicate with any of your family members through WhatsApp?
I don't remember using WhatsApp unless they were traveling internationally, because it's a way of making free calls or free texts when, at that time, making long distance calls on a regular phone would have been very expensive.
Did you ever communicate with Catherine Magbanua through WhatsApp?
I don't remember ever texting her on any platform.
Did you have any other encrypted platforms on your phone at that time?
At that time, I don't think so. I don't know what existed at that time.
Okay. So when after you turned around and did not proceed down Trescott, you went, I think, to the liquor store. Can you tell us about that?
Sure. I was invited to a Stock the Bar party for that night for a friend's daughter. And so they asked for a specific type of bourbon. I'm not a bourbon drinker, so I went to the liquor store and told them, I showed them the invitation, which was shaped like the kind of bourbon they wanted us to buy, and asked if they had that. And they did, and I bought it.
All right. And that type of bourbon was Bullet bourbon?
That's right.
And do you recall the time of that purchase?
I don't, but I see a receipt here at 12:49.
Okay, and does that fit with your memory? You left the house around, I think you said afternoon, proceeded to the scene, encountered the
Can you
the
throw a
tape,
party and
then
just
went
have
to the
people bring you
store,
liquor
right?
to stock your bar? I didn't know that was a
proceeded
thing.
to drive to the liquor store. I saw tape and turned around. And then I bought the bourbon that they asked for at 12:49, and then I may have gotten gas after that, and then I drove to lunch.
And lunch was where law enforcement came in and encountered you?
That's right.
Okay, and that was where you were having lunch with a couple friends?
That's right.
Did you relocate to South Florida after Mr. Markel's death?
In terms of
I mean, do people really do stock the bars like BYOB where you're going to all like open it and share it? But it sounded like this party was everybody bringing someone alcohol for them to just keep. Like, I'm confused about a stock the bar, but they had an invitation that said, just bring us Bullet. So that's not really a BYOB if they're just getting tons of bottles of their favorite bourbon. Because everybody's not going to be drinking it. It's supposed to be a gift. You guys are saying, yes, it's a thing. Stock the bar is a thing.
Relocation.
I didn't know that.
I did leave
BYOB I'm familiar
Tallahassee
with.
after the funeral, but I took a
Because BYOB, like, you all bring stuff to pitch in and then that's what you drink for the night. Stock the bar is new to me.
Did you relocate to South Florida after Mr. Markel's death?
In terms of relocation, I did leave Tallahassee after the funeral, but I took a weekender for both the boys and me and thought I would be back pretty quickly.
Oh, you mean you
come
packed
back?
a weekender?
I did come back a few times, but
Just to get things though, right?
not really to get things. I came back a couple of times to give a talk or to do some work, but
Okay.
or
But
to
what I'm interested in is where were you living after the murder?
I wasn't living in Tallahassee.
All right. Did you recall?
Where were you living after the murder? I don't want to say that I was not living in Tallahassee, but I didn't live in Tallahassee. But I did come back, not just to get things. I took a weekender. Ma'am, eventually you had to get your clothes.
On the trip to South Florida, just within 48 hours of the shooting, getting a call from Craig Isom?
Yes.
Okay, and what happened with that call?
I talked to him for a while. He mentioned that he might want to have DNA samples of the kids. We were already halfway down. We'd been in the car for about 4 hours with the boys.
Who's the we in that sentence?
I was with my parents.
Okay.
They
and the
were like
kids.
southbound and down.
We talked, the call broke up, and he never followed up.
Was it like a, you're breaking up?
I told him I was having a hard time hearing.
But were you faking that or was it really?
She asked it. Did you hear her? She just asked, were you faking it? Oh my God. I'm dead. Literally, were you faking it? She 100% just went there. Oh my God. Were you faking it? Oh my God. But she's like, he never followed up. Ma'am, because your lawyer called and said, don't call her again. I'm backing up. I love it so much. That's funny. Okay.
And he never followed up.
Was it like a, you're breaking up?
I told him I was having a hard time hearing.
But were you faking that, or was it really breaking up?
I was not faking that.
And did you send your lawyer to him after that, shortly after that?
I told him he could talk to my lawyer. He never followed up.
Were you happy to be out of Tallahassee?
I'm
when
not
you were able
sure
to
about
return to
that.
South Florida?
No, I was not happy.
Did you send a text message on January 1st of 2016 that's contrary to that?
At that point, it would have been a year and a half after I'd been living somewhere else. So I don't know what text message you're referring to, but
But at that point, you were happy to be out of Tallahassee?
it's not a question of happy to be out of Tallahassee. I was trying to build a new life for myself, and I didn't feel safe here anymore.
All right, let's take a look at tab 96, please.
96 in the old one or the new one?
The old one, please.
Okay.
Which number? 96. Oh my God. Were you faking it though? No, I wasn't faking it. He never followed up. You told him to talk to your lawyer, and then your lawyer called and said, if you need to talk to her, talk to me.
Okay, I see it, but it says unknown, so I don't know who I'm talking to.
Well, that's not the question. The question is, did you say, so happy I don't live there? And the person says, I bet it's a shithole. Remember that?
I don't remember this, no, but I do see that I said it. I don't know who I'm talking to here, and
Would it surprise you to learn you were speaking to your brother, Charlie Adelson?
I don't know if it would surprise me. So.
What?
No.
Okay, Judge, may we approach it this time?
Okay, they're approaching about something. Would it surprise you? Oh, she got a bigger bottle of water over the lunch break. Would it surprise you to know you were talking to Charlie and you said, I'm so glad I don't live there anymore? And he said, yeah, it's a shithole. Weird. So weird. Oh, the lawyers are grabbing more paperwork. They're still at sidebar. We're back from sidebar.
Ma'am, did you change your children's names after Dan Markel was killed?
Oh boy. Oh boy. There we go. I'm gonna back up. Did you change your children's names? The defense knows this is coming up, and yet in opening. Okay. Wow. That's why they approached.
Ma'am, did you change your children's names after Dan Markel was killed?
About a year after I did.
In what way did you change their names?
I changed their last name, and I changed my older son's middle name.
Okay. And you changed their last name from Markel to what?
To mine.
Adelson.
Mm-hmm.
And the middle name.
I'm going to start by asking you about this email dated July 3rd, 2014. What is this?
This is the, it looks like an electronic invitation for my dad's 70th birthday.
An Evite, right?
It was his
Yes.
And who
70th
sent the invitation to you?
birthday.
Well, it looks like it's through the postmark.
I mean, who sent the party invitations out?
I don't remember if I helped with the Evite or if my mom did it. So I don't know if I sent it to myself or if it's from my mom.
Would you have sent it to yourself?
I'm a little better with tech stuff than my parents, so I might have helped them put together an Evite.
Okay.
I don't
well,
remember.
Who does it say is the host of the party?
Oh, my mom's the host. You asked who sent the email, and I didn't remember. But my mom is the host of the party for my
Okay.
dad.
And to whom is the party invitation sent?
It's sent to me and my two children.
Okay. And this was sent on July 3rd, 2014, before the murder, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then
How's it addressed?
here, this.
Oh, guys,
email.
no. She's tech savvy, but she doesn't know AV equipment, and she didn't know if she should replace her TV or not replace her TV because it was damaged by an impact, but she didn't know what the delta on that replacement was because she didn't know how much her brother paid for it.
You recognize this one? Are you able to read it okay on your screen?
I can read it okay.
All right. Who sent this email?
This is from, it says my mom, but it says Harvey Adelson. So again, I don't know which parent it's from.
Okay. If it was from Harvey Adelson, would he say Lincoln is going to be attending Shabbat with his grandpa, Harvey Adelson?
I mean, it seems more likely somebody else would have written with his grandpa, but I don't know. I kind of write those things sometimes, like Lincoln will attend something with his mom and say my name. I know it's awkward to say it in the third person, but I don't think it's impossible.
Okay.
I wanted to see it up on the
Something
screen.
with his mom and say my name.
I wanted to see what it
I know
said.
it's awkward to say it in the third person, but I don't think it's impossible.
It's probable. She's just like, it could happen. It says at the end, Lincoln will attend Tot Shabbat with his grandpa, Harvey Adelson. Looking forward to coming. Sent from my iPhone. That's what it says at the bottom. So.
Okay. But
Wait a second.
I think it's impossible.
The subject line. The subject line says Lincoln Adelson, 9/12/2014. Lincoln Adelson, not Markel, before the murder. Okay.
okay. But
Oh, I want to see the next one.
this reference to Lincoln Adelson did happen prior to the legal name change, correct?
Yes, no, I from the beginning I was scared when I put them in school, and so I didn't legally change their name until a year after, but I was socially using my name for them.
And did that start as soon as their dad was killed?
No, it started when I had to register them for school.
Okay. And your mom helped with the registrations as well, didn't she?
I think I did the registrations myself.
What about here for flag football? Did your mom assist with that?
It looks like she did. There were some after-school activities.
Okay, and she registered your child under the last name Adelson, right?
Yes.
Where was Dan Markel buried?
Oh, boy.
In Toronto.
Were you or your children in attendance at his funeral?
No.
Wow. They didn't
When was
throw
the last
dirt?
time you spoke to your mother?
They didn't throw dirt? Wow.
Donna Adelson, as we sit here today.
November of 2023.
Okay. And so
I wanted to hear. I'm still spiraling about they didn't go to their father's funeral. I'm waiting to hear the rest of this because now it's when was the last time you spoke to your mother?
as we sit here today.
November.
Okay, I'm going to back that up. When was the last time you spoke to your mother?
When was the last time you spoke to your mother, Donna Adelson, as we sit here today?
November of 2023.
Okay. And so she hasn't given you any information or advice about how to testify in court, has
No,
she?
ma'am. No.
What about, you did offer testimony in November of 2023 as well, right, on a related case?
Yes,
Okay,
October.
And did your mom, when you spoke to her in November of 2023, offer you any advice or thoughts about how you should act or behave or what you should say in court?
Yes,
She did.
she did.
And what was that?
I can't tell you, I
surprised she
remember
said that.
exactly, but she was hoping I would be supportive of my brother.
Okay. And did she do
I can't tell you exactly. Did your mom talk to you about what to say when you testified? Well, I can't remember exactly. Donna's arrest was November 2023. Brother was convicted beginning of November 2023, end of October 2023. Be supportive of her brother.
Do you know what her thoughts were afterwards?
I do.
Okay, and what were they?
She was devastated.
She didn't feel you were supportive.
No,
Oh boy.
Were you in any way involved in the plot to kill your ex-husband?
no.
Did you maybe know it was going to happen but not know the details?
I did not know it was going to happen, and I did not know any details.
Did you provide any information, even unknowingly in hindsight, that you think could have been used to assist the murderers?
I don't think so. I didn't provide any information.
Not like he was
What
out of town.
information do you have regarding your mother's involvement in the plot to kill your ex-husband?
I don't have information.
You have an
But
explanation
you
for
do
a lot
admit
of
that your
things.
brother said he looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel.
I don't. I admit that my brother made a tasteless joke repeatedly about buying me a
Repeatedly?
TV because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman.
But then someone did hire a hitman who did kill Dan Markel, right?
Yes, that happened.
Yeah, it did. How did everyone know Dan was going to be out of town the next day?
Was part of the plot to kill your ex for you to have plausible deniability or to know very little about it?
I was not involved in any plot to kill Danny.
Were you shielded from the plot because, I don't know, you couldn't be trusted to keep a secret?
I was not involved in any
She's telling them
plot to
everything?
kill Danny.
That's not what she asked.
Why did you tell Investigator Isom in your law enforcement interview that you were worried the police, or you were worried, I guess, in the police car on the way to be interviewed, that you might be considered a suspect?
Because I couldn't think of anything bad going on in his life other than the divorce. And frequently the ex-wife is a suspect.
Were you treated as a suspect?
So you made sure that the TV repair was at your house? Or did your mom do that?
I was not.
But you mentioned 9 times in your law enforcement interview
Oh, not 9 times.
being a suspect.
Really?
I did, yes.
9 times? Were you treated like a suspect? No. But you mentioned it 9 times in your interview.
Were you treated as a suspect?
I was not.
But you mentioned 9 times in your law enforcement interview being a suspect. Didn't you?
I did, yes.
When you were approached at the restaurant, you weren't yet told that this was a shooting, were you?
I was not.
You were only told something happened with your ex-husband.
So why would you think you're
I
a
don't even know if I
suspect?
was told that. I was very scared something happened to my kids, and that
And they immediately told you nothing happened to your kids, and they said something happened to your... If somebody comes up to you and says something has happened, what is the first thing you worry about? Vehicle collisions, heart attack. Like, he was going to the gym. Would it be the craziest thing in the world if he had a medical emergency at the gym or a vehicle collision? Or like, the first thing you go to is, am I a suspect? It's odd to me.
That's why law enforcement was there, and they wouldn't tell me what was going on.
But they did reassure you that the kids were fine. You remember
They told me that law enforcement officers were with the children, which terrified me because I didn't know why my children would need law enforcement officers.
So you didn't know what this was about at all when you were in the police car?
In the car, they told me.
Okay, in the car they told you what?
They said, your ex-husband has been shot.
Okay.
Well, that's probably on tape.
You learned that information prior to getting into the interview room?
Yes.
We'll see the tape, won't we?
Okay. Do you remember allowing law enforcement to take possession of your computer in that interview?
I told law enforcement to search my phone, search my computer, search my house, search my car. I was trying to be helpful.
Do you remember saying that it was okay for them to take the computer?
You asked 9 times if you were a suspect and you gave them all your devices. If you have to ask 9 times if you're a suspect, don't give them your devices.
Keep it even though you had work things on there because you didn't think you would be going back to work?
I remember thinking it wasn't important. I couldn't imagine. My life fell apart.
But you didn't go back to work, did you, at FSU?
I did actually go back, not physically present, but I was still on the FSU payroll until December of that year.
Okay.
So you didn't go back to work, but they were still paying you? That's generous.
In that interview with law enforcement, did you suggest that your parents are people who may have been angry enough to kill Dan Markel?
I suggested a lot of people who could have been angry enough to kill Danny.
Are they all related to you?
Some of the people, my parents.
Yes.
But you said in the interview that you didn't think they were capable of it, didn't you?
I did.
If your mom wasn't capable of it, did she have anyone that she could enlist to assist her?
I don't know.
What was your first thought when you were asked if anyone might have...
It's so interesting to me that she said a lot of people were angry with him. Her answer a few minutes ago where I couldn't even understand, nothing negative was going on in his life except the divorce. But I listed a lot of people that can be angry with him. But the only thing going on was the divorce. Okay.
Murdered Dan Markel for your benefit.
I'm going to back that up real quick.
Your mom wasn't capable of it. Did she have anyone that she could enlist to assist her?
I don't know.
What was your first thought when you were asked if anyone might have murdered Dan Markel for your benefit?
I thought maybe a crazed friend or a former student.
What?
It's not what you said, though, is it?
You think some law student is going to go shoot your... Are you... What?
I don't remember exactly what I said first.
You said Charlie, right?
If that's what I said, then you have it there, but I don't remember who I listed first.
Okay, can you at least tell the jury you definitely did say Charlie as one of those people?
I did.
Do you remember saying...
A crazy friend, a student.
If somebody tried to kill my ex-husband, they should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law?
Yes.
And ISM says regardless of who it is, and do you recall your answer?
I do recall my answer.
Oh.
What was that?
I think I was hoping it wasn't anyone in my family, and so that idea that it was someone in my family gave me pause.
All right, but that wasn't your answer, was it?
I mean, I
More
don't remember
explanation.
word for word what I
Okay.
said, but that was my sentiment at the time.
You just said I do
Your
remember.
answer for court and counsel, this is law enforcement interview, page 122, lines 7 through 12.
Go to the tab.
If somebody tried to kill my ex-husband, they should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Question, regardless of who it is. Answer, I mean, it would be different if I thought it were my brother. Did you call your mom from the interview room at Tallahassee Police Department?
I did.
And did she answer the phone?
She did.
When she answered, did she advise you that your dad was in the shower?
Not the shower.
I don't remember whether my dad was in the shower.
He was washing his hair, which would have deactivated the ammonium thioglycolate in the shower.
You asked her to sit down, do you remember that?
I do.
All right. And by asking her to sit down, would that signify to her that this was going to be something serious you were going to reveal or say?
I was concerned about her age and if she were standing that she could, hurt herself if she fell down.
Okay. And do you recall that she at that point asked if she could put you on speakerphone?
I don't remember, but that sounds plausible.
What was the purpose of putting the phone on speaker, if you know?
I would be guessing, but so my dad could hear too.
But wasn't Dad in the shower, or you don't remember that part?
I don't remember if my dad was in the shower.
Was anyone else
Because
there
they were in
to
the
your
shower?
knowledge?
I don't think so.
I couldn't
Was Charlie
hear.
there, to your knowledge?
I don't think so.
Because he was in the
Did
shower.
you ask your mom in that telephone conversation to tell Charlie what was going on?
I think I did. I didn't want to make any more phone calls.
And your mom
Because the police were
took
recording.
the news pretty well, didn't she, this phone call?
I wouldn't say she took the news well. I think she was upset.
Did you say something different in your law enforcement interview after you got off the phone with her?
I don't think I did. I don't think I said something like that.
Didn't you say, page 265, line 5 through 6, quote, my mom handled that pretty well?
I may have said that. I can check it. Can you tell me the line again?
Yes, ma'am, page 265, line 5 and 6.
Okay. Also notice not, oh my God, are your kids safe?
Yes, that's what I said.
My mom took that pretty
And
well.
then page 280, line 22 and 23. Did you also say, well, my parents sounded really surprised, so that's at least a relief?
Yes, I see that here.
No further questions.
She's not asking if you see it. She's asking if you said it. She's not asking, do you see it? She's asking if you said it. Did you say they sounded really surprised? So that's good.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Ooh, cross-examination. Magdalena, will you let the app know that we're getting to cross-examination of Wendi? I'm sure we'll get to the tape another day or with another witness. Wait, weren't they going to do a proffer? Counsel, you knew that you were going to do cross. Okay. I just want to see how long it's going to take. Are we? This is going to be interesting because the defense is in kind of an interesting position here because, I mean, it's their client's daughter, but they don't want their client thrown under the bus, but they need to deal with the sussy stuff. But also, I wonder, you can't just throw Wendi under the bus. Like, it's easier to throw Charlie under the bus. He's in prison. But Wendy's not in prison. You don't want to throw Wendi under the bus. I'm very interested to see how this goes.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
I represent your mother in this case.
No shit. I'm
Never spoken to
sorry.
me about this case, correct?
I have not.
I haven't slept today.
I guess the best place to start is where you left off with respect to the comments that you made regarding your mother taking it well. When's the last time you listened to that call?
I haven't listened to it. Listened to the call I had with my mom. I've never listened to it.
Well, from the
Kelly, I'm reading this as genuine, not facetious. Why is Charlie in prison again? For this. For solicitation of murder, and conspiracy to commit murder. For this. He's in this. For this.
interview room, you've never listened to your interview?
I have read the transcript of my interview, but I never listened to my interview.
You don't recall the shock in your mother's voice when you told her what had happened?
I do think she was shocked.
You could hear that over the phone, correct?
Yes.
Oh, she's just going to agree. Interesting.
So many topics were covered, I'm going to have to kind of skip around, okay?
That's going to affect her memory.
Katie Catherine Magbanawa, I guess people call her Katie. There was a picture of you with her at the beach, and there was another young lady there. You recall that?
I recall the picture, yes.
And that was Father's Day weekend, I guess, of 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think your testimony was that really you only knew her with Charlie, is that right?
That's right.
Was Charlie at the beach?
No.
Huh.
Your mother wasn't there either, was she?
No.
So you and
And
Katie,
then I think you mentioned that you had
you and your brother's side piece or girlfriend with like one of the cards in the deck were just hanging out at the beach without him, even though you don't all know each other.
had a dinner with Katie?
And my brother.
Okay. Was that before you went to the beach?
It was a different time.
Do you recall if it was before then?
It was before,
Okay.
but several months before.
Several months before?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if this was Father's Day, when do you think you actually met her for the first time?
I think I met her when I was doing the alternative spring break, so that's usually
that?
March or April.
Same year?
Same year.
It is. Well, I don't know her. We've never gone anywhere together. Isn't this a photo of y'all at the beach? I mean, we're in the same like larger friend group, but like we don't know each other. Ma'am, there are 3 of you in the picture. Yeah, I don't know who those people are.
And the dinner that was mentioned, is that the first place you ever met her?
That's the first place I remember meeting her.
And who all was there?
It was my brother and Katie and Jeff and I. Jeff
Mr.
Lacasse.
I'm sorry, how you pronounce it?
Lacasse.
Oh, you went on a
Yes,
double
okay, so
date.
the 4 of you were there. Your mother was not there.
No.
I want you to, it's been 11 years, so a lot I'm sure has happened to you in the past 11 years. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
A lot of
Your memory
this.
may not be as good as it was of things that happened back then, now that 11 years has passed. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. As best you can, I want you to take yourself out of the year 2025 and go back to the years somewhere like 2010 through 2014 when Mr. Markel was murdered, okay?
Okay.
In that time frame are going to be most of the questions that I ask you.
Okay.
All right.
We're like doodly dootin'.
I think you testified you had a brother, Charlie,
Yes.
and you have a brother, Rob.
Yes.
So that was a 5-member family.
Yes.
Okay. And Rob's the oldest.
Yes.
Charlie's the middle.
Yes.
And you're the baby.
Yes.
Okay. And you grew up in a household where was your mother?
That explains why Charlie's always getting pulled in to fix all the shit. Where are all my middle children at in the chat? I am not a middle child, but where are all the middle children at in the chat? Where are y'all?
Working when you were younger?
No.
Okay. She stayed home with the kids.
She did.
And at some point, she went back into teaching, which is what she had done before she had her first child, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And she did that after you were in school, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you all went to school, grade school, high school, you grew up, right?
Yes.
Each one of you went off to college.
Yes.
Each one of you got a postgraduate degree.
Yes.
So you're an attorney.
Yes.
Charlie became a periodontist.
Yes.
Which is someone who does surgery related to dentistry, correct?
Yes.
And then Rob's a doctor as well.
Yes.
And throughout the time that you all were going to college, your parents helped support you.
Yeah.
Chat, no spoilers. It's not a spoiler, but what kind of doctor is Rob? Do we know? Please, I am soliciting the information, so feel free to tell me what type of doctor Rob is.
Yes.
Every one of you.
Yes.
And you had a good childhood.
I did.
And your mom took good care of you all.
Yes.
She treated you well.
Yes.
Very kind.
Yes.
Very.
Ma'am? Counsel? ENT? Thank you, chat. Counsel? Are you getting into character evidence? Because it sure as fuck sounds like you're getting into character evidence. This is character evidence. Your mom was a great mom to you. She took great care of you. You are getting into character. Asking about Donna's character. Ma'am, this is you're going to make a prosecutor's day with this. I don't know. My lights had changed. You're going to make a prosecutor's day with all of this, ma'am. The prosecution is going to be like, sweet baby Jesus, let's ride. Because you are getting all the way in to character.
Very loving.
Yes.
Very caring.
Listen to this. Tell me about her character.
Correct?
Yes.
And then Rob's a doctor as well.
Yes.
And throughout the time that you all were going to college, your parents helped support you.
Wow.
Yes.
Every one of you.
Yes.
And you had a good childhood.
I did.
And your mom took good care of you all.
Yes.
She treated you well.
Yes.
Very kind.
Yes.
Very loving.
Yes.
Character.
Very caring towards her family and others.
Yes.
She would do anything for you.
I think you once described her as being kind, empathetic, and very loving and sensitive person.
Character.
Do you recall that?
I don't recall that, but that sounds right.
That she radiates positivity.
I don't recall that. Oh boy.
Yes.
Did you just say she radiates positivity?
And very loving and sensitive person. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that, but that sounds right.
That she radiates positivity.
Yes.
She has a very loving and respectful and fun relationship with my dad. They are very much in love. Now it's been 54 years.
It has.
You said your mom was completely selfless.
Yes.
That's the opposite of selfish.
It is.
Means she's caring more about others than she does about herself.
Yes, ma'am.
And what she did was for others.
Yes.
Never doing anything for herself.
So what she did was for others. This defense attorney has just opened the door for a bunch of other shit to come in. She kind of did it in opening a little. She alluded to it, but this was like wrecking ball level character evidence. This is not going to go well down the road.
Correct.
She was invested in your lives.
Yes.
Yeah.
You, and both of your brothers.
Yes.
Okay. You were a close family.
Yes.
And would you say she was a good mother to you?
Yes. Very good mother.
And a very good grandmother as well.
Yes.
When you had your first child, and you needed someone to help out, your mother came.
She did.
And she spent time there.
Yes.
And when the baby was
So
crying
much
in the middle of the
character.
night so that you could get some rest, she took care of the baby.
She did.
And she did that for both of your children.
Yes.
Fair to say that your mom has always been there for you when you needed her?
Yes.
For
Oh.
little things.
And big things?
Yes.
Interesting. What kind of big things? What kind of big things?
Now, you said that, you testified that you left Danny in September of 2012. You recall that?
Yes.
From September of 2012 until March of 2013, your mother actually spent quite a bit of time helping you with the boys in Tallahassee, correct?
She did. Yes.
She would go home and take care of things there, but she would return.
Yes.
So a substantial amount of each month, she was there assisting you with the children.
Yes.
While you were at work, she may take them to school. Is that correct, their daycare?
I don't remember that one, whether I dropped them at school or my mom did, but it's certainly possible that she took them to school.
She might have picked them up.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
She did some housework, cleaning up around the house.
Yes.
She bought groceries.
Yes.
She cooked.
Yes.
She cleaned.
Yes.
She was there for you because you had just left a marriage where you had a partner helping you, and now you were adjusting to being by yourself, correct?
Yes.
Now, at the time, this time period we're talking about, your mother lived in, where did you say, Coral Springs?
Coral Springs.
And where is that in relation to Miami?
It's Broward County, so it's the county north of Dade County, which is where Miami is.
And Broward County, that's like where Fort Lauderdale is?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and their dentist practice that they had that's been referred to, Adelson Institute.
Yes.
That was located in Broward County, correct?
It was, yes.
Not far from where your parents lived.
Yes, in Tamarack, so close to Coral Springs.
Okay. And at some point, they got the place down in Miami, right?
Yes.
So what they were doing was they would work Monday through Thursday and stay at their home in Coral Springs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
then they would go and spend the weekend at the place in Miami. Is that right?
I don't think every weekend, but some weekends.
Some of them. Okay.
Yeah,
And you visited there?
I did.
Okay.
Oh, you're almost out of that water bottle, too.
Now, when your mother would come up to assist you or just to visit with you and the children and Danny, did she drive typically or fly?
I think sometimes drive, sometimes fly.
Okay, and
Most of the time drive, I think.
Most of the time drive. And that's almost an 8-hour trip.
Do you
correct?
remember,
yes.
or are you just guessing at this point?
And at the time that this occurred, your mother would have been, when Danny was murdered, she would have been, let's see, 64-ish?
That sounds right.
She's 75 now. Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. And sometimes she would rent cars, is that right?
Yes.
As opposed to driving her vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Your father came sometimes as well to help out?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk about Mr. Markel for a few minutes. I think you said you met online,
We did.
but you were attracted to him.
Yes.
He was a handsome young man.
Yes.
Also, chat, all of you are like, aren't these leading questions? They are leading questions because it's cross-examination. She's allowed to ask leading questions.
You're a beautiful young woman,
Thank you.
and you got married.
We did, yes.
And there were times, I mean, we've heard about the divorce, but before the divorce, there were times where you had a happy marriage.
Yes.
And you all enjoyed spending time together.
Yes.
The two of you together and with your children.
Yes.
And even your parents who would come up and spend time with you.
Yes.
And your parents actually took you and Danny on vacations, right?
Yes.
There was one trip where they took you out of the country and you went ziplining. Do you remember that?
Yes, we went to Costa Rica.
I was
And
going to say, did they go to
after the
Costa
ziplining
Rica?
is when you told them that you were pregnant, correct?
I went ziplining pregnant, yes.
Okay.
She wanted her lawyer to ask about that so much.
Actually took you and Danny on vacations, right?
Yes.
There was one trip where they took you out of the country and you went ziplining. Do you remember that?
Yes, we went to Costa Rica.
And after the ziplining is when you told them that you were pregnant, correct?
I went ziplining pregnant, yes.
Okay. You would agree with me that Danny, I'm saying Danny because that's what people call him. I'm not trying to be disrespectful of him.
We hate
I
it.
called him Danny.
Okay. You would agree that he was
Ma'am, you can call him Danny. Counsel needs to knock it off. Donna is so pleased about the ziplining in Costa Rica. Look, I love Costa Rica. But the spiders are a terrifying sight to behold. I am assured and have been assured that that most of them do not bite, but they are so very intimidatingly large. But the ziplining is beautiful.
very intelligent.
Yes, very.
He had 2 degrees from Harvard, correct?
Yes.
Undergraduate and law school.
Yes, ma'am.
He did a lot of writing.
Yes.
And at the time that he was murdered, he was a tenured professor at the College of Law here at FSU, correct?
Yes.
And becoming tenured is not like an automatic thing. You have to work towards that, right?
Yes.
Takes a lot of time,
It does.
a lot of effort. He put in a lot of work to gain that status.
Yes.
And he traveled to go and speak at different places, right?
Yes.
And
I know, all the
he was well
Australians are
respected by his
laughing.
colleagues.
Fair.
Yes, very.
Okay. And after he had children, those became the love of his life, didn't they?
Yes.
And even after you separated, I think you would agree with me that Danny made a great deal of effort to get as much time with his children as he could. Is that fair?
Yes, absolutely.
Even when it was your time to have the children, he would go to their preschool and visit with them there.
Yes.
He wanted to talk to them on the phone when he didn't have them.
Yes.
And he wanted to Skype with them,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And that,
The defense is following up their strategy from opening with, but wasn't he great? I'm pretty sure I saw this lawyer in the room when the emails were being read. Huh.
I'm sorry, I'm old, but that involved like a computer.
I'm sorry, I'm old. What's Skype on the newfangled doodly boops?
To him on the phone when he didn't have them.
Yes.
And he wanted to Skype with them,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And that, I'm sorry, I'm old, but that involved like a computer where you can see each other while you're talking, is that right?
I think now it's something you could do on the phone, but back then you needed a computer.
And you,
Wendy,
you
where's your
assisted with that?
expertise in AV
Not
coming
necessarily
from?
the schedule he wanted.
I'm sorry?
You didn't necessarily keep the schedule that Danny wanted for Skyping, right?
I did try.
You tried.
Yes.
But that was one of the things you two bickered about.
It was.
Okay. And during the time that you were with Danny, your mother was always kind to him, wasn't she?
She was.
Before you got married to him?
Yes.
While you were married to him?
Yes.
While you were separated?
Yes.
And after the divorce?
Yes.
And there's been a lot of testimony and a lot of pictures put up, lots of things highlighted about the ugly
She was always kind to him.
things that your mother said about Danny during the course of the separation, the divorce, and the follow-up litigation, right?
Yes.
And you shared, as you've testified, some of the pleadings that were filed in your case.
Yes.
And some of the pleadings weren't very attractive towards you, were they?
No.
They described things that were derogatory towards you. Is that fair?
Yes.
And the communications that you had with Danny during the separation, leading up to the divorce, and some thereafter,
I don't know.
pretty critical of you, weren't they?
For this shit.
The communication on paper, which
Right.
was very different than the communication in person.
Right, but the paperwork was critical.
Yes.
And you shared that with your mother.
Yes.
And some of the things that he said to you in writing, whether they were communications or in the pleadings, upset you.
Yes.
Some of it was very upsetting to you.
Yes.
And you shared it with your mother, and then she became upset.
Oh,
Yes.
counsel.
And she said bad words.
Yes.
She called
No. Counsel, you misunderstand. It was just silly.
him a lot of bad names.
Yes.
She said ugly things about him.
Yes.
But not one single time did she ever suggest in writing or to you personally that Danny deserved to be harmed, did she?
Never.
Never said he needed to be killed.
Never.
Never suggested any harm to him in any way.
Never.
And those things that she said to you in the
We saw the email where she was trying to find the psychological harm so that they could essentially strong arm him into taking a money settlement to let the kids move. Like, we definitely saw that highlighted.
emails, the communications I assume that you all thought were between yourselves, you never shared those with Danny, did you?
No.
The attorney's like, you never
And during the
said that to him.
separation, well, during the time you're married, we've already established, but during the separation, if Danny needed help with the children, your mother assisted him, didn't she?
He had called her and asked for help at various times, and she did.
And after the divorce, the same thing, correct?
He would call and ask for help, and she would help.
Let's see here.
Casey Smith in the chat said, so we all agree then that Donna sent the emails? Yeah.
Do you have State's Exhibit 60
Very
up
fair.
there?
I don't see anything that says 60 on it.
She's not looking for it either. She's not trying to help at all. She's like, I don't see anything that says 60. I don't know what you mean. 60 what?
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm going to show you what has been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 60, and I think they refer to it
It's good to
as
see all of
JJ.
our
Okay.
Okay?
Leonard saying hello,
And
hello, Leonard.
This would be She's gonna fall if you don't hold that
Okay,
side. I'm
no
sorry.
problem.
I can't get this over for some reason.
I can try.
But this has been referred to as the pleadings that are within
Aurora A
your
said, much love from
dissolution
Costa
file.
Rica.
Okay.
Pura vida.
Okay, I'm
Pura
gonna leave that
vida.
with you, okay?
Okay.
Could you look at that document, the JJ, please?
Oh,
Yes, you want me
let's.
to just keep reading through it?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I want you to familiarize yourself with it.
Let's talk about JJ, shall we? Blue Eyes. Fairy said Donna will do anything for love, including that. I guess the jury will have to decide. But we will see. Yeah, the I'm just a simple country lawyer, I don't know tech, I'm old is not flying with me. It could just be, can you describe Skype? I've never used it. That's all you need.
I'm still reading through it. Should I continue to
I
read
just
to
want,
the?
you
Yeah.
don't need to read every word. If you would
Yeah,
just
keep reading.
familiarize yourself so that you can recall.
No, keep reading.
The
Read it.
substance of that pleading.
Okay.
Every moment of it. Just read every moment of it. We're chilling on Docket JJ. I mean, we thought so much about Docket JJ that we might as well spend our time because the jury is now piqued with curiosity about Docket item JJ.
Okay.
Okay. Prior to you filing your petition for dissolution, do you want me to come and get that?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
Wendy's ex is on the witness
Prior to filing your
list.
petition for dissolution,
So, yes.
what kind of experience did you have regarding divorce proceedings?
JJ is the exhibit number, not a person. So it's the grandma motion.
I'm trying to understand the question.
Yeah,
So
sure.
prior to filing the dissolution of marriage?
Yes.
I'm sorry. What do you mean? What kind of law did I practice? What's your question?
Regarding divorce proceedings.
Oh, it was an awkward question. Okay, that's fair. I was being
Dissolution.
snarky.
Do you want me to come and get that?
No, it's okay.
Okay. Prior to filing your petition for dissolution, what kind of experience did you have regarding divorce proceedings?
I'm trying to understand the question.
Yeah, sure.
Prior to filing the dissolution of marriage?
Yes.
There weren't any divorce proceedings prior to filing.
I guess what I'm saying is because you're an attorney, were you familiar with family law?
No,
Had you participated in helping anybody with their dissolution of marriage?
I had not.
Completely unfamiliar with the process?
I was unfamiliar with the process.
And that pleading that's before you, are you back on the front page of that?
I can get back to the front page.
Thank you.
I'm at the front page.
Okay. And could you read for the jury what the title of that pleading is?
Yes, ma'am. Former husband's counter motion for enforcement of MSA on parenting issues and motion for contempt and sanctions.
Doesn't say grandmother motion, does it?
No.
And in fact, the overwhelming majority of that motion relates to Danny's complaints about you and parenting issues, correct?
It does, yes.
And in fact, what they call the grandmother part of that motion is really Danny complaining about you not meeting the requirements of the right of first refusal, correct?
That's correct.
Because his complaint is that if you gave him the right of first refusal, some of the times he could take it and the children would be with him instead of the grandmother.
Yes.
It wasn't actually suggesting that from this point forward, your mother could no longer have anything but supervised visitation, correct?
I didn't see it that way.
Okay.
The jury doesn't know what's in it because you fought about it so much and wouldn't let them read it. Bella E said, don't you study everything in law school? Yes, because it's on the bar exam, but family law is one of those areas of law where it is very, very specific. And so taking a class in law school that kind of covers it enough for the bar and practicing in family law is just not the same. It's one of those areas of law that a civil attorney that does other stuff, like bopping over to family law, it is an entirely different world. So a lot of lawyers have no idea what's happening with family law because if they don't practice family law, they don't know. It's one of those areas of law that's very cordoned off in its own world. The processes are different. There's tons of rules. The way judges do it, it's different. It's a lot. So, yes, you go over it broadly, but not enough to be like, I know what this is like.
And in any event, your mother never saw that motion, did she?
No, she did not.
May I approach? I'm going to take the book. I don't know if I'm going to give it back to you or not. That way it's not going to fall on you.
Okay.
Rachel in the chat said ex-family lawyer for a reason. It is high stress. It is very specific. It is high conflict. And the litigants are
Now,
high
the state has
conflict.
referred to this bribe. You've heard him talk about that, correct?
I believe so.
They suggested, because I think there are emails that discuss this, about potentially offering Danny $1 million.
Yes.
And your understanding of what was trying to take place there, because you actually put that in writing, was it wasn't to take the children away from Danny, was it?
No.
It was in hopes that he would relocate to Miami as well, correct?
Yes.
And that although you would live separate lives, you could raise your children together, correct?
Yes.
Because there were more opportunities for him, Danny, to practice his Jewish faith in Miami than there is in Tallahassee, correct?
Correct.
They have kosher food in Miami.
Yes.
Lots of it.
Yes.
They don't have that in Tallahassee.
No.
And
She is clearly very well prepared with Donna, the defense, to get Donna and Wendy's perspective of the case. Notice how easily Wendi is answering the defense, but they just got into the fact that he's tenured. He's tenured. But no, we're gonna, up and move him to Miami too. Okay, but he's tenured. Okay.
$1 million offer was not to bribe him in what sounds like an illegal sense. It was an incentive for him to relocate himself to Miami, correct?
Yes. That was
No, we're not going to bribe him. It's an incentive.
my understanding. Yes.
You lived there with him before,
Yes.
and he liked living there.
Yes. He
In
liked
fact-
it very much.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
No, that's okay. I was just saying he liked it very much.
In fact, he tried to get a professorship at the University of Miami School of Law.
He did.
And if he had gotten that, the plan between you and he was to stay in Miami, correct?
We would have, yes.
But he didn't get it, and so he had already been employed by FSU College of Law, right?
Yes.
And so you moved up here and finished law school, and you all remained in this area.
Yes.
So the $1 million would offset, as the state has mentioned, travel expenses if he moved there, correct?
Right.
He only taught 2 days a week, right?
Yes.
And so that would have given him the opportunity
To commute?
to live in Miami. But for the 2 days a week he needed to be in Tallahassee, he could take plane trips, right?
Yes.
And be here.
Yes.
And if you all had done that,
He could just
still
commute
could have enjoyed
from
50%
Miami.
parenting time with his children, right?
That would have been the same. Yes.
It wasn't to take him away from the kids.
No.
Okay. It wasn't to take away the kids.
We're going to talk about relocation more than once, but I just want to make sure I understand how that all came about, okay? So it was, you left the marital home in August or September of 2012,
I think it was September.
okay? So you separated officially in 2012.
Yes.
By the time he was murdered, almost 2 years had passed,
Yes.
okay? Do I understand it correctly that somewhere around October or November of 2012, that you interviewed for a job at a law firm in Miami?
I did.
And that was the Grossman firm?
I think it's Grossman and Roth.
Okay.
Was that your
And
dad's friend?
somewhere around December of 2012, they made you an offer.
They did.
And I don't need to know numbers, but was it substantially more than you were making in Tallahassee?
It was, and it was just more secure.
More secure, okay? Not more money?
No, it was more money, but it just, more than anything, it was secure money as opposed to grant money that could be taken away.
Okay, so you were a professor also at the law school here in Tallahassee?
I was.
FSU?
Yes.
You were not tenured?
No, I was a clinical professor.
Okay, so being tenured means you have more stability in your job.
Yes, you have more job security.
Job security.
It's making me crazy that the microphone on the witness stand is not in focus the same way the microphone on the lawyers are when they're speaking.
And so you got that offer in December, and sometime in January, you told Danny that you had a good job offer, correct?
Yes, I asked to meet with him, and we went to get coffee and talk about it.
Okay,
That's
and
an
in part
awfully
of that
specific
discussion, you asked him if
memory.
he would consider all of you, not together, but all of you
Yes.
relocating to Miami, correct?
I did.
And he was going to consider that,
He
correct?
said he was considering it. He wasn't opposed to it.
Okay. You thought it would be good for all of you, correct?
He wasn't
I
opposed
thought
to
it
it?
could be.
Including the boys.
Yes.
Let's all go. And he's like, I'm a tenured professor here.
He decided he didn't want to do it, right?
He changed his mind.
Okay. But you didn't change your mind, right?
No, I kept going with it.
So you filed a motion for temporary relocation, and you also amended your petition for dissolution to add relocation, correct?
I did.
Okay. At the time that you filed it, did you think you had a good shot at it?
I thought I had a shot. I didn't really know. It would depend on the judge.
Okay. And we'll go back to it later, but I guess on June the 18th of 2013, which would be right before your divorce was finalized, right?
Oh, yes. She remembers going with him for coffee to talk about
You
relocation.
had a
She does
hearing
not
on
remember
your
vomiting on a
motion for
table.
relocation.
Yes.
And the state has already presented in its exhibits a copy of the order, and relocation was denied, correct?
It was.
Okay. And after relocation was denied, you and Danny were able to work out some kind of temporary schedule for the summer?
We were.
Okay. And then you proceeded forward, and there's been discussion, there was a mediation that did not resolve your divorce, but within a few days thereafter, you did come to an agreement with Danny, correct?
We did.
You agreed to all of the issues in the dissolution of marriage, right?
Yes.
Including how you were going to share time with him.
Yes.
Was it ever your intention in the dissolution proceedings, from the time that you moved out of your marital home, that you would actually take the children's custody completely away from Danny so that he couldn't see them?
No.
Did you always want them to be a big part of his life?
Of course.
He loved them and they loved him.
Yes.
No, she just thought he should be commuting 8 hours across a very long state. But she's very much fluid in answering these questions, much more comfortable. However, the defense is doing a good job of offering Wendi her side of the story, I should say. Which side they would have gotten. They have never talked to Wendi. They don't need to talk to Wendi. You know why? They talked to Donna. These are all from Donna's questions. So they are letting Wendi tell the side of the story that Donna wants in. So that's what's happening. And she's answering every question. Yes, no, of course, never, this, that, very. There's no couching. It's like the reverse of what we normally see, where somebody gets very squirrely on cross and they offer a lot of explanation. This is the flip of that, where on direct, lots of answers.
We'll take you all to the jury.
Oh, the jury's going out. On direct, lots of exposition, lots of explaining, lots of, well, it was this, and it could have been this, and it could have been why, and it could have been how, and it could have been. And then on cross, it's yes, no, oh, we went to coffee. I remember it as clear as if it was yesterday. We had a lovely chat, and we were very friendly. Okay.
They can come up here to use it as they need to. Thank you. You all can be seated. Zalman, if your client does need to use a bathroom break at this point, this would be the opportunity. to
Is
do
this
so.
when we reached the...
We'll be in, we'll take a 5-minute break. Hopefully the jurors will be ready at that point. You can step down if you need to.
I'll wait.
They took a 5-minute break. It sounds like somebody needed to go to the bathroom. And that's okay. That one of the jurors might have indicated to the bailiffs that they needed to use the restroom. So we're going to zoom. Jury's back in.
Remain standing, and the jurors will come out in just a moment.
All right. They're standing for the jury to come in.
Ms. Fulford, you may continue with your cross-examination.
And we're
Thank
resuming
you.
cross.
have just a bunch of oddball questions at this point. You recall getting emails from your mother
Yes.
and your father?
Well, yes, from both, from the same email.
And I think you had a necklace at some point during that time period that said, never, never, never give up.
She was very much trying to couch like, yes, they use the same email, but like, it didn't seem her dad was a frequent emailer from that account.
I did.
And your parents would sometimes put that in the emails back to you, correct?
Yes.
I need to know if you recall this. Your parents, you had mentioned when they went out of the country, you used the WhatsApp to communicate with them because it was free of charge.
Yes.
And you could call them.
Planning for them to
free
be
of
in
charge?
Vietnam?
Yes.
And you could message with them free of charge.
Both, yes.
Okay. And when your parents would go out of town, do you recall that they had a routine where your mother would take her phone?
I'm grabbing more snacks. I'll be right back.
But your father would not get the plan to travel with. Do you recall that?
That sounds right.
Okay. And wasn't that because if you called the Adelson Institute and you got the answering machine, it was an old-fashioned answering machine, right?
Yes.
And what it gave out if you reached the answering machine was your father's cell phone number.
Yes.
So he didn't want to be contacted when he was out of town, and that's what people would get, right?
Yes.
The birthday party that's been mentioned for your dad, it was his 70th birthday?
It was.
And although
It was
I don't
his
think it ended up being a
70th
surprise, your mom was trying to plan a
birthday
party for him where he knew his children and grandchildren would be there, but she was trying to surprise him with the friends.
That's right.
Okay. And you might have helped her with some of those preparations.
I think so.
And she planned it for several months, right?
Yes.
And I think one of the things that you got involved with was a caterer that was going to be used to cook paella. I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce it. At the party.
It's pronounced paella. I think, I remember on the night
What the
of,
fuck?
I speak Spanish, so I spoke with him in Spanish because I don't think he spoke much English.
And Mommy, your mother didn't speak Spanish, right?
No.
Okay.
Mommy? No. Paella, ma'am. Are you really from Miami? Ma'am. Are you really from Miami? Come on. Also, says the person who grew up in LA. She called Donna mommy. I'm backing that up. I swear that's what she said. I have to back that up. I have to back it up. I need to hear. Also, her not knowing how to pronounce paella is just sending me. Some of you were saying, no, she's a Tallahassee attorney, not a Miami attorney. I mean, okay, fair. Still.
Caterer that was going to be used to cook paella. I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce it. At the party.
It's pronounced paella. I think, I remember on the night of, I speak Spanish, so I spoke with him in Spanish because I don't think he spoke much English.
And Mommy, your mother didn't speak Spanish, right?
No.
Okay. You weren't actually
Mommy.
making the order and buying it, correct?
No, I didn't pay for anything.
Including your TV. Yeah, the Real Housewives of Miami would like to be heard. I'm the mommy. Mommy? Mommy doesn't speak Spanish. Mommy lives in Miami. Mommy should have some competence in Spanish.
I'm sorry. It's still Adelson, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Adelson, I'm going to approach and
It's still Adelson. Yeah, and the kids' names are too.
show you what's been marked just for identification purposes as Defense 49J, and ask you to look at that and tell me if you've ever seen.
Mommy doesn't speak Spanish.
I have seen this before.
Okay, and that's an email that your father sent to you regarding the appointment that he had made for the TV to be repaired, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And on the front page, you can see where he's forwarding it to you, and it says, "Love, Dad," right?
Yes.
And then he tells you when the appointment's going to be, Friday the 18th between 8 and 12, right?
Yes.
And then when you flip Well, now stay on the first page. Do you see down almost 2/3 of the way down where it has the order information and the order creation date?
Yes.
And that date was what?
The order creation date is July 11th, 2014.
Okay. And on the next page, where the problem description is, it says that Harvey called in, stated that the 55-inch TV had some problems, right?
Yes.
Go to the next page. It repeats about the complaint that your father had about what was wrong with the TV, right?
Yes.
If you scroll down, there are some questions under date submitted, right?
Yes.
Whether the TV is wall mounted,
Yes.
what the size of the TV is.
Yes.
If it's mounted over 6 feet high.
Yes.
If the height of the ceiling.
Yes.
Is it eligible for a loaner?
Yes.
Was it installed by the Geek Squad?
Yes.
Is the product that we're going to service in a place of business?
So I'm saying yes that I see these questions, but the answer to that question is no.
Right.
Okay.
Correct. That's what I was going to point out. So your
Okay.
dad said no to that one, correct?
Right.
Scroll down
Is the
on the
product that we are
printout.
going to service in a
Yeah.
place of business, and your dad answered no, correct?
He answered no.
And the next one says what?
Would you be willing to accept a sooner appointment if one became available? And the answer to that one is yes.
Thank you.
The defense is trying to hammer at the fact that Donna didn't set up the appointment and Donna didn't set up the Geek Squad, that Harvey did.
May I approach?
I'm snacking on Fruit Loops because I ran out of the
You
big Fruit Loops.
testified on direct
and I'm
when asked
sad.
some questions
So I got
about
some
the
of the
name
normal ones.
change of your children. You recall those
And I'm sad.
questions?
Yes.
Okay, and I think your testimony was that you officially changed your children's last names a year and a half? What did you say?
They're going to get into
I legally
why.
changed them a year after Danny's death.
Okay. But after he passed away and you went to Miami, it was time for your oldest child to be enrolled in kindergarten, right?
Yes.
And so what were the ages of the children when Danny was murdered?
They were
She said
almost
that on
5
direct.
and 3
10
and a half.
days before the 5th birthday.
And so the 5-year-old was going into kindergarten?
Yes.
And where was the other child going to be? Was he being put in a preschool program?
It was a preschool program.
Okay, and so you went and registered them at the school, correct?
Yes.
And the official registration said Markel for the children's last names, correct?
I believe so.
But because you were
She
going
went,
to
"I believe
socially refer
so."
to them as Adelson, that's what you asked the school to do as well, right?
Yes.
And so when you went into orientation for the oldest child, I'm trying not to say the name, when you went into orientation for the oldest child for kindergarten, and they had his little nameplate there where he was going to sit at his desk, it said last name Adelson, right?
I honestly don't remember him having a last name on. I remember his first name being there, but I don't remember.
Yeah, kinder
I thought they
often
put
has
the first names
first
for
names.
the kindergartners.
But you asked the school to refer to him by the last name Adelson.
I did. I did.
And so there was an exhibit that was shown to you where your mother had registered him for an after-school flag football, right?
Right.
And so because the school's knowing his name, that he's being referred to as Adelson, that's why she did that, correct?
Correct.
And the youngest one, where was he going to go? Or where did he go?
He was at a preschool, a private preschool, because he was too young to go to the preschool at the public elementary school.
Okay, and whether it was your mother or your father who wrote the email about signing up and grandpa's coming with him to, I'm sorry, I'm not Jewish, I didn't understand what that was.
It's okay.
Tot
Tot
Shabbat.
Shabbat would have been,
Also a great name. A great name for Tot Shabbat's just, it's 10 out of 10.
like a Sabbath activity where the grandparents would come and sing songs and
Okay.
something like that.
And so the younger ones also
You can't explain Shabbat to the jury, ma'am?
being known as last name Adelson.
Yes.
Okay. Because socially, that's what you wanted them to go forward with.
I thought it would make them safer.
Okay.
She really wants to talk about how she had no idea who killed Dan Markel and she wanted the kids to not have their name because, the murderer might be looking for them or something. So that She keeps trying to offer that answer and is
There
not
was
getting
some questions of you
beyond
on direct about potentially purchasing a home
just Cyril goes
after the
shooting
divorce
across
was
my desk.
final in 2013. You recall those questions?
I do.
And it was suggested that Charlie convinced you not to do that, right?
That was what was suggested.
But in fact, the reason I think you stated was because you hadn't gotten your settlement yet from Mr. Markel.
Right, I didn't have the money to purchase a home.
And so even though you had been interested in it, you had to notify your realtor that...
It wasn't possible at that time.
Okay.
A lot of you in the chat are saying, okay, so she changed their last name, so they might be safe. And they didn't arrest anyone in this case for 2 years, till 2016. But then what about the middle name? It's a fair question, chat.
And in the emails that the state introduced and discussed with you, where your mother is making lots of suggestions, mostly after relocation was denied, of things that you could do, like tell Danny you're going to raise them as Catholics, you're going to have them baptized as Catholics, all of those suggestions she was making, correct?
Yes.
She wasn't actually suggesting you do it. She was wanting you to use that as a means of negotiating with Danny, right?
That's my understanding.
That if he thought maybe you were going to do these things, he would reconsider the issue of relocation, correct?
Correct.
Kind of like leverage. Like leverage. She wanted to leverage it. Counsel, you almost done then? Because you're just putting lines all over your paper. We're just flipping a lot of pages.
Testified that your mother hated Danny at the time that he was killed. Do you remember saying that?
I believe I said that.
But the week before he died, your mother was babysitting for Danny, wasn't she?
Yes.
And
'Cause she wanted to see the
nothing but
grandkids.
pleasantries between the two of them.
That's right.
And
I
in
mean,
fact, she actually made him banana bread specifically the way he liked it, right?
it was his favorite.
Without nuts, but with chocolate chips.
That's right.
But you think she hated him?
I think she was mad at him.
Mad at him. There's a difference between being mad at someone and hating them, isn't there?
There is.
Manipulation's also a thing. Manipulation's also a thing.
That,
She
and there may
made
have
him
been an email that suggested
chat. She made him banana bread.
that you would have never left Danny if not for your mom and maybe brother's suggestions. Did you say that?
I don't think that was exactly right. I think it was, I probably wouldn't have left. Kind of suggesting that maybe I would have wanted to, but wouldn't have had the strength or wherewithal to leave on my own.
Okay, isn't it true that each year, maybe not every year, but many years, yourself and Danny would, when you finished the school session here at FSU College of Law, you would go down to Coral Springs or Miami, whichever they were at, and you would spend almost 2 weeks with your parents, right?
Yes.
And that would be yourself and Danny when it was just you, right?
Yes.
And then after you had the children, all of you went down there, correct?
Yes.
Well, in fact, what really happened was in the summer of 2012, when you decided that you were going to leave Danny, Danny was down there with you, correct?
Yes.
And the children were there too?
Yes.
And they were young. How old were they?
In 2012, they would have been 2 and 3.
Okay. And Danny was there, and you actually asked your mom if she'd go out to coffee with you. You remember that?
I don't remember that.
And you told her then that you were going to
She's like,
leave
I don't
Danny
remember.
and get a divorce, didn't you?
That sounds right, but I don't remember that.
Okay. And in fact, she suggested counseling to you, and you told her you guys had already been in counseling and it didn't work. Isn't that right?
We had been in counseling and it hadn't worked, but again, this sounds like something that could have happened, but I just don't remember the coffee.
She's like, I have no idea. I have no idea. She no longer sounds like she just ran a marathon, though. Her breathing is
There's also
normalized.
questions of you,
eyes
several
don't
questions
seem
about
quite
your
as
interview
dry.
with law enforcement the day that Danny was shot. You recall those questions from the state?
I do recall the questions.
And they were pointing out things that you had said about your family, your parents, Charlie. You remember those questions?
I do.
Isn't it true that when you were interviewed by law enforcement, what you said initially was that Danny's parents were going to think that you're the one who did it, right?
I did say that.
I wanted to talk about the relocation a little bit.
Danny's parents are gonna
So you have a
think she's
relocation
gonna do it.
hearing on
Or she did
June
it.
the 18th. Does that sound right?
2013?
Yes, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. And leading up to that hearing, you notified your mother by email that because she was going to be testifying in court, she would need to wait outside that hearing, correct?
I don't remember that, but that if she was supposed to be a witness, then she couldn't be present for the hearing.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'm going to show you, oh my goodness, I can't read that. I'm going to show you
Okay.
what's been marked for identification purposes of Defense Exhibit 49B. You could just read that for me, please, to yourself.
She's reading another email.
Do you want me to read to the end?
No, ma'am, I'm just
Oh.
looking for where you told your mother, get you to agree that you said to her, because you are testifying in court, Mom, you won't be able to sit in on the hearing with me. Is that what
Yes.
you said?
Did you say
Yes,
that?
but I can have Dad there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Come and get it from you.
Okay.
It doesn't have a tab. Which email address was that sent to, I wonder? Counsel, what are we doing? Counsel, do we have another question or are we done? Counsel. Why are we not ready for cross? Counsel! What are we doing? How are they not ready for cross? I don't know.
Sometime in April of
Oh, there we go.
2013, so that would be not long before your divorce was final. You took a trip, I don't know if you were speaking there or someone else was, but you took a trip out of town with a gentleman named Miguel. You recall that?
I don't recall the trip, but I was seeing Miguel at the time.
Well, where did you all go? Is it go? Are we bringing up Miguel?
You do recall the trip?
Well,
No, she just said
I
she
was
didn't.
seeing Miguel at the time, but I don't know what the trip was in April of 2013. I don't remember that. Can you tell me where we went?
Yes, ma'am, I'm going to get that. for
Okay.
you.
Can you tell me where we went? Hold on, let me go ask your mother. Let me go ask your mother where you all went. She remembers. I mean, she doesn't like keep a controlling detail of your life, but she knows where you and Miguel went in 2013. So don't worry.
Puerto Rico, does that sound familiar?
It was a clinical law professor conference. There's one every year.
Puerto Rico. Yes, there was a clinical law professor conference. There's one every year. That year it was in Puerto Rico. How quickly you remember. Okay.
That year it was in Puerto Rico.
Okay, and did you speak at that, or you were there to get credit hours or something of that
No,
nature?
I spoke.
So you do remember. Counsel?
May I approach, Your Honor?
May we have more questions,
And now
counsel?
show you what's been marked for identification purposes as Defendant's Exhibit
Ah.
1E.
For all of you asking about credit hours, lawyers have to do continuing education. Lots of different legal conferences. We heard about this in the Murdoch case, but lots of different legal conferences are in places that people might want to travel to as a work expense. So, and you get hours.
It's dated April the 28th of 2013 and addressed Dear Renee. You don't need to read it all, but would you familiarize yourself with your communication there, please?
She's reading this together, and there were parts of this. There were parts of this cross that were allowing Wendi to tell the side of the story she wanted to tell. But the drudgery between questions is fucking abysmal. And I hate it.
Okay, I've read a little bit. Do you want me to?
No, that's okay.
Okay.
I'll point
She
out
said
any
keep reading.
sections that I wanted to discuss with you.
Why are we?
Would you agree that you wrote this on April the 28th of 2013?
I mean, that's what it says.
Yes, it looks like I dated it.
Okay, and that's to Renee.
Yes.
And you're coming back from your trip to Puerto Rico.
Yes.
And while you were on this trip, your parents were taking care of the boys, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And on the first page, down towards the bottom, you have some bullet points about what you would like to do to resolve your divorce, correct?
Well, I think it was not just about my divorce. It was kind of about how I wanted to be living my life overall.
Yeah, I was trying not to get into the personal information, but that's right. This entire email is really about changes you want to make in your life, correct?
Yes.
Does she want her mom to
And
stop sending her matches from whatever dating app? Or no?
The last bullet point down at the bottom, it says, I've been coming to a place in the last few months where I have realized that I want to keep my job. It allows me the maximum amount of flexibility to spend with my kids while allowing the freedom for intellectual exploration, one-on-one mentoring with students, and meaningful work in the community. I don't care that Gibbers told my colleagues that I stole from him and that I am mentally ill. Nasty things are said in divorce, and people know that, right?
Yes.
I mean, which is why it's so fucking confusing to me that she stood up here and was like, that's just a silly little nickname. People would understand if she said, nasty things are said in divorce. But okay.
Tallahassee isn't ever where I wanted to live, but it's where the job is. And it's where my boy's father is, which means they don't have to constantly be flying on planes or driving in cars to accomplish our custody situation, right?
Yes.
So you have the pending.
So you want to stay in Tallahassee now, but your mom doesn't want you to stay in Tallahassee because that's inconvenient for mom.
Petition and motion for relocation. But as of April the 28th, you're starting to think maybe staying in Tallahassee is the right thing to do, correct?
Yes.
Would your mom let you
And
do
then
that?
this goes on. Third page is, now you're writing on May the 2nd of 2013, correct?
Yes.
Do you think that fact helps or hurts Donna? Because her going, well, maybe now I want to stay in Tallahassee. Maybe I want to stay with my job. Maybe it's easier for everybody. Maybe we just do this for a while. It seems like the person benefiting the most from the move is then Donna, not Wendi.
Little different subject, but if you go to the next to the last page of that exhibit, see where it starts, wait, it's me again?
Yes.
Okay. The paragraph after that, I wanted to ask you about this. It says, on Sunday morning, we're supposed to sit on the same stage. You're referring to Mr. Markel, correct?
Yes.
In full regalia and clap for the graduating law students.
Oh, graduating.
I love graduation, and the Jibs has never attended because it's normally on a Saturday morning and he is at synagogue. Correct?
Yes.
And then you say it's on Sunday this year and I have the boys and the dean wants all faculty to attend. So I need to, it's only 2 hours and my mom can watch the boys during that time. Correct?
Yes.
So it was fairly routine then for you to get your mother or both parents' assistance when you had somewhere that you needed to be and someone needed to take care of the children, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And? Oh my God. What in the world is happening? I can't with the pauses between questions.
Sorry, Judge, I have so many papers up here.
You should apologize to the jury. The judge said, take your time. It's your opportunity to examine the witness. You knew this witness was going to testify. You've known it since you took this case.
I'm going to show you what.
The clunkiest damn cross.
Take that one back and then show you what's been marked as defense exhibit.
She made some good points earlier on, but now it's just like, whatevs. She's reading something else now. Oh my goodness.
Renee or not, yeah. I'm not sure if this was to Renee or not. Yeah, you mentioned Renee. So this is on June the 4th of 2013, correct?
Yes.
And we're approaching the hearing date on the relocation motion, which is set for June the 18th, right?
Yes.
And in here, you're expressing some concerns over what you've been through in the divorce. But you said, and I think the state referred to this, that Mr. Markel had sent you a long message about how you could be doing all of the divorce stuff so differently in the spirit of love and joy, where we get together and talk about our vision for the boys and for our future. And I won't say what you said after that, but at this point, you're kind of agreeing with him. You want to do it peacefully, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you talk about
So why didn't it happen?
One alternative is you could call Gary. Now, Gary is the gentleman who was kind of offering you a position in Miami, right?
Gary was a partner at the law firm where a position was offered to me.
Okay, and your plan was to have him come and testify at the relocation hearing about the job that he would be giving you if you relocated there, correct?
Yes.
And you had other people who were going to testify there as well on your behalf, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you say one alternative is you call Gary and say, I've changed my mind. I don't think it's best for my kids to move them to South Florida. I appreciate you saving the job for me, but I'm not going to come to South Florida, correct?
Yes.
And then you say, you call your brother and say, I love you, Charlie, but I'm going to stay in Tallahassee. I know you don't agree with my decision, but that's what's best for me and the kids right now. I hope one day you'll understand. That was something else you were considering, correct?
Right.
And then call your parents and say basically the same thing, and if they wanted to come up anytime.
So she's emailing whoever Renee is, her friend, whatever. That's speculation on my point. She's emailing whoever her friend is to try to figure out how to tell her family that she doesn't want to push for relocation. Is that what we're talking about? That she's like, look, I'm going to tell my brother, I'm sorry, I love you, but I think it's better for the kids. I'm going to keep my job. I'm just going to stay here. I'm just going to tell everyone I need to stay here. That's not helpful for Donna, I don't think.
And visit you and the boys in Tallahassee. They were free to do so, right?
Yes.
But that's like they've always been doing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you think if you take relocation off the table, that it will give you an opportunity to discuss things with Mr. Markel and hopefully work them out, right?
Yes.
I'll take relocation off the table and then I'm going to
On the next page,
stay.
you talk about what the alternative vision is.
That explains
and
the
that's
stipulation.
what you currently have planned, which is to have Gary fly up to testify at the hearing, right?
Yes.
Your mom would testify, right?
Yes.
They would fly up and spend days with you, correct?
Yes.
You expected at that time the hearing would last 1 to 2 days, right?
Yes.
And you were concerned that you would go through all of that, spending more money, being more stressed. And then you say, for the chance to save face with my family and to be given an opportunity I don't actually want, to live with them in South Florida.
Holy shit. What? The email says, for an opportunity I don't want? Ma'am, you're supposed to be proving that Donna wasn't involved. The prosecution didn't bring up any of this. Oh my God.
You would go through all of that, spending more money.
I'm going to back this up. So she's telling her friend, I'm going through all of this stress and fighting in the divorce to save face with my family. Oh, shit.
Fly up and spend days with you, correct?
Yes.
You expected at that time the hearing would last 1 to 2 days, right?
Yes.
And you were concerned that you would go through all of that, spending more money, being more stressed. And then you say, for the chance to save face with my family and to be given an opportunity I don't actually want, to live with them in South Florida. That's what you said, right?
Well, I say an opportunity I don't actually want with all of my heart, but maybe part of it.
Okay.
To live with them in South Florida.
All right. And then you say, so I am willing to put myself through all of this just to keep up appearances with my parents and brother that I want to be living down in South Florida or down south with them, even though I don't want to.
What?
That's what you said, right?
I say, even though I don't want to give up my current flexible job where I get to spend maximum time with my kids so I can be with them.
Okay. And that was June the 4th of 2013, right?
Yes.
Counsel, ma'am? What side are you on? Because I don't see how the fuck that helps Donna at all when Wendy's saying, I am putting myself through the ringer, fighting with him to save face with my family, to keep up appearances with my family for something that I don't want to do. That's awful for Donna. Because Donna's the one saying, he's trying to steal my little sunshines. And Wendy's like, you know what? Tallahassee's not my fave, but I like my job. I don't want to fight. I don't want to be in the car all the fucking time. They can come up here. Wow. And notice that Wendi has started filling in more answers now. Oh boy. This would be fuckery if it wasn't so funny. I mean, this is her defense attorney. Her defense
and what
attorney.
you end up choosing was the second alternative, correct?
I went through with the hearing.
Okay. And I think, let me find it.
You went through with the hearing rather than tell your mother no. But she's not controlling. Tell me again. Very telling.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Oh,
I'm going to show you
My
what's
God.
already been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 60. Let's see if I can figure out their lettering system.
the prosecution has to be sitting there buffering going, wait, Wait, what?
That would be why. I'm going to take this and let you take this book.
Okay.
And if you would review that pleading, or this order that the court entered, please.
Okay.
Have you had an opportunity to review that?
Yes.
Donna's
you
not
went into
smiling
this
now.
hearing, and Gary ended up coming, correct?
He did.
And he testified, right?
Yes.
And you gave some testimony, correct?
Yes.
And what happened was the judge kind of called a timeout, right?
I don't remember a timeout.
At some point, she wanted to speak to counsel. Is that right?
I'm sorry, I don't remember that part of her speaking to counsel.
Do you remember the judge making some comments about the children hadn't been harmed, and since he hadn't pulled out their toenails?
I do remember the toenail comment, yes.
So she wasn't leaning towards relocation, correct?
No.
Okay, so even though you had other witnesses, you didn't proceed with the hearing, right?
Well, I think we had the hearing and the judge decided.
You didn't call all your witnesses, did you?
I don't remember.
What is this
If you
strategy,
look at the
counsel?
order,
What are we doing?
it says order on wife's petition to relocate with the minor children. And then it says what the court orders and adjudges. The court does not find that the wife has met her burden of proof that a relocation is in the best interest of the minor children. You see
Right.
that?
Yes, number one.
Yes, and your mother actually stayed outside for the testimony of that hearing with your dad, correct?
I don't remember, but I remember asking her to stay outside if she was going to testify.
Okay.
Wendi looks confused. Or am I just interpreting it through my own lens?
And
I'm
you
confused.
came outside at some point
Wendi
and
looks
told your
slightly
parents
confused.
that relocation was denied, correct?
Correct.
And it's after this hearing, when relocation is denied, that those truly ugly emails that your mother wrote were written by her, correct?
Yes.
May I approach? Actually, if you'd keep that for a second.
Okay.
Boy. Mom wanted her to relocate, and she was like, maybe I just keep the job. Seems like a kind of flexible job, which is not something law is really known
Once
for.
the final judgment was entered,
The
the
stipulated
issue of
judgment.
relocation was over, right?
Yes.
Relocation from July 31st of 2013 until the time that Mr. Markel was murdered was never an issue again, was it?
It was never an issue from the day it was decided on July 31st, 2013. That's when it ended.
Certainly after the final judgment, correct?
Yes.
And that's the end of the discussion about relocation, right?
Yes.
I mean, not for your mom.
No more plans about how to get relocation, the issue's decided, correct?
It was decided.
I mean, unless there's no father in Tallahassee. Because Donna still had an issue. We've seen the
Adelson,
emails.
If you look at that order that's entered by the court, besides saying it's denied, it says something pretty important, and I think the state pointed this out in its opening.
Stipulated.
It says that this denial is with prejudice
Yes,
But it
ma'am.
was
of the
stipulated.
wife's petition for request to relocate with the minor children. And you're a lawyer, so you know that with prejudice means this is done. This topic in this divorce is over.
I don't think it
Yes,
means
with
that.
prejudice means it's a final decision of the court.
On that petition, though, I do think you could, if circumstances change, it can come up again, but we're not going to get into litigating that today.
But what it says right before that is, as such, the parties stipulate to the denial with prejudice of the wife's petition. You see that?
Right.
Yes, I do.
So what happened is after the judge says, if their toenails haven't been pulled out, I'm not thinking relocation, you actually stipulated to denial with prejudice, right?
Yes.
You did not tell your parents that you stipulated to denial with prejudice, did you?
I don't remember any conversation there, really.
So, not knowing that it was denied with prejudice, your mother...
How does this help Donna? Donna thinks she can still fight, so she wants to fight. And you didn't tell her that you agreed to the stipulation.
Mother thought you still had an opportunity to get it up through your final hearing, right?
I believe so.
And so she kept writing these ugly things and giving you all of these ugly suggestions, right?
She did write those emails.
If you had told her you
She did write the
stipulated
emails.
with prejudice, that's probably not what you wanted, Mom, but that would have been the end of it, right?
I don't know. I would just be guessing.
May I approach?
Oh, now the answers are getting evasive. Donna thought that there was still a chance and that you wouldn't do any of the things.
Well, if you'd just be guessing, after she thought it was finally over on July the 31st, there were no more emails suggesting you do things like she suggested between the hearing date on June the 20th and the final hearing on July the 31st, did she?
Can you help me? What is the question?
Sure. So your mother doesn't know when you get out of the hearing on
Donna
June the
doesn't
20th
know.
that you've stipulated that this is a forever decision. So she writes these ugly emails, right?
She may not have understood that it was a final decision of the court.
It was a decision of the court because you stipulated to it, Ms. Adelson, didn't you?
I did stipulate to it.
And she didn't know it. She thought you had up until the final hearing. So she's marching along, trying to come up with more suggestions of how you can pressure Danny.
Ma'am, she picked some solutions. You're supposed to be proving that she didn't pick solutions.
And get him to agree, marching along, trying to know it. She thought you had up until...
What is happening? Oh, all of the wheels have just come off. I had to back this up. I want to hear it again. So she's marching along, just trying to come up with all these solutions to solve your problem so you would move down to South Florida. And you didn't want to go.
Stipulated to it, Ms. Adelson, didn't you?
I did stipulate to
And
it.
she didn't know it. She thought you had up until the final hearing. So she's marching along, trying to come up with more suggestions of how you can pressure Danny and get him to agree for you to relocate, even though you know it's dead, right?
I knew that it was a final decision.
And after July the 31st, when she thought it was a final decision, she wrote no more emails suggesting you do these crazy things to still try and get relocation, did she?
I don't remember the dates of the email, but...
And you testified
no.
when you got up, when the state was asking you questions, after you said your mother hated Danny at the time that he was killed, which you've clarified now that she was mad at him, not that she hated him. You testified you hated him at the time he was killed, right?
I don't remember testifying to that.
Well, then we'll need to take a break, Judge. May we approach?
Questions for the witness?
I do. May we approach?
Please approach.
Because it was you who talked to Catherine McBanawa. Is it? What is happening? Well, the defense attorney played nice at the beginning and then at the end was just like, you ordered the code red. Oh, Wendi turned herself around. Like, turned the beat around. Oh, boy. So, that just was a whole different line of questioning than I think Wendi anticipated. That's shocking. Just absolutely shocking. Is she answering a question? No, just making faces. Oh, answering something. Oh, is the jury going out? Things have begun to turn. Okay. I'm going to take a moment to see if I can refresh this and get the closed captionings back because we lost them a bit ago. And a number of you have asked, so I will see if I can. I'm just looking at time here. So let's see if I can make that happen and see if we can get those back. Thank you guys for asking. Let's see. I appreciate the requests. Let's see. It looks like they are back. So I'm going to zoom. We're still at the break. Let's keep going. The jury's going out. I wonder if we're going to do the proffer. The defense has picked an interesting strategy here. We've got them going towards the you actually didn't want to move.
Everyone can be seated.
But the underlying tone to me truly is you were afraid to tell your mother that you didn't want to move. You were afraid to tell your mom that you stipulated. That's the underlying tone of you agreed. You agreed to never bring up relocation again, and you were afraid to tell your mom that you agreed to never bring it up again. Wow. And if I'm the prosecution, she's going to go talk to her lawyer.
I believe the defense is talking to their client, but then we'll go into recess in just a moment.
But I think that would be a very interesting argument for the prosecution, right? Is your mother controlling? No. I've gotten hot now. Is she controlling? No. Does she control your life? No. Is she invested in your life? No. Oh, but you didn't tell her about the stipulation. But you didn't tell her. You didn't tell her that you didn't want to move. Oh. The defense has kicked open a lot of doors here. I don't know how that's going to help. Okay. I'm going to see what the judge says.
Some references too, but yeah. Mr. Zellman, Ms. Fulford, as to this issue, are you seeking for the court reporter to review something, or do you wish for me to instruct the jurors to rely on their memories?
I think we have an alternative resolution. If we may just have 1 minute, please.
Go ahead.
Because Wendy's like, I didn't say that. And she's like, yeah, you did. A number of you have asked, is immunity in jeopardy? No, it's not. Her immunity is granted by subpoena, not by agreement. So, no. Is the judge whistling? Delightful. Just delightful. I don't know what's happening, but jokes are being made in court. The tea's happening in the pews back there. That was a cheesemate face if I've ever. That was all the tea. All right. Zoom. The defense's twist, by the way, is that Wendi was afraid of her mom and didn't want to tell her the truth.
10-minute break.
Damn it!
At 3:40, we will resume after the jurors have used the restroom and everyone is ready. Mrs. Adelson, if you need to use the restroom, this is your opportunity as well.
She's like, oh, I don't need my headphones in. I'm going to the bathroom. All right, they're taking a recess. We're going to zoom right past that and see what happens when court resumes. Because at this point, the defense was kind of line by line feeding Wendi the story that she seemed to want to give. And then at the end it went, and you in fact didn't even tell your mom. Okay. So Donna was coming up with alternative solutions. Are you still afraid of your mom, Wendi?
They're still over there, but
for all of you that are like, Emily, I love that you're still live. Yes, I started very late today because I had travel. I've been up since roughly 2 o'clock in the morning, and we're doing it well. We're doing it well. I don't know if we're doing it well at this point, but we're doing it. Oh yeah, we're doing it.
The
Things
cross-examination is full for...
Things are just happening. Back to cross. Look, Wendi, this would go so much easier if you would just be open and honest. If you would just tell people what you remembered and what you were thinking, it would just go so much easier.
Ms. Adelson, isn't it true that before getting married to Mr. Markel in, was it 2006?
2006, we got married.
Isn't it true that you've stated that you knew on your fancy wedding day,
isn't it true,
when you were all dolled up and feeling like you were an actor in someone else's show, you knew it on your honeymoon when you were enjoying the vacation but not thrilled to be there with him, you said, I'm not sure I liked him, let alone loved him, but I was eager to start a life with someone and he wanted to do it with me. You recall saying that?
I don't recall
That's
saying
sad.
that, no.
I have placed in front of you what's been previously marked as Defendant's Exhibit 1B for identification purposes. It's towards the bottom of page 3.
That's sad. That's really sad. I'm going to go back and let her read that again. That's really sad. If this is what she's telling her friends, is she just trying to meet her mother's expectations? And she's like, you know what? This is what I needed to do. He wanted to do it. So I don't know if this is what I want or not. Incredibly sad.
True that you've stated that you knew on your fancy wedding day when you were all dolled up and feeling like you were an actor in someone else's show. You knew it on your honeymoon when you were enjoying the vacation but not thrilled to be there with him. You said, I'm not sure I liked him, let alone loved him, but I was eager to start a life with someone and he wanted to do it with me. You recall saying that?
I don't recall saying that, no.
That's sad.
I have placed in front of you what's
How does
been
this help
previously
Donna? I don't
marked
know,
as
but the
Defendant's
tea is
Exhibit
getting fucking
1B
spilled.
For identification purposes. It's towards the bottom of page 3.
Very, very sad. Because again, people deserve to have agency over their own life. But the tea is fucking scalding. Yeah, Donna's definitely hurling all of the tea at this point.
I see that I said that in 2013.
The year after you got married?
Ms. Adelson,
the
you
year
would
after you got
agree that when
divorced.
Danny Markel was murdered on June the 18th of 2014, your little boys lost their father for the rest of their life.
On the day that he was murdered was July 18th, and yes, my boys lost their father.
They're growing up as 11 years have passed without his...
I have whiplash from this cross. My neck actually hurts. What is happening in this court? For the defense attorney to be like, the year after you divorced, you wrote like on your fancy wedding day. And again, writing it in her divorce, her hindsight looking at her life is like, maybe I didn't even know if I wanted to get married. That's neither here nor there. It's sad, however. And now we're going back to your little boys.
Influence in their life in any way. Isn't that correct?
This is bizarre.
On June the 18th of 2014, your little boys lost their father for the rest of their life.
On the day that he was murdered was July 18th, and yes, my boys lost their father.
Counsel, get it together. Wrong month. Counsel's got this emotionally loaded question. The day their father died on June 18th. On the day he was murdered, July 18th.
They're growing up as 11 years have passed without his influence in their life in any way.
Or his
Isn't that
last
correct?
name.
I wouldn't say without his influence in any way, but yes, they've grown up without their father.
He's
And
not
his
here
name.
to give them advice.
He is not.
He can't come to any of their functions, sports, anything else.
Correct.
They're not eating kosher like they would have with their father.
They are not.
They don't have him at all.
They don't have him in their lives day to day, no.
Because on July the 18th of 2014, he was brutally murdered in his driveway. Isn't that true?
That is true.
And you testified on direct that anybody in your family that had anything to do with it should be held responsible. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And that includes you, doesn't it?
Anyone who's responsible.
Redirect.
Donna, did you know your lawyers were going to sit there and be like, and that means you? Donna, did you know that this is what your lawyers were going to ask, ma'am? Did you tell them to go look for the email? Donna! Oh, I'm backing that up. Anyone should be held responsible, and that means you. What is happening with this cross-examination? And Wendy's like, how am I getting just cross-examined up one side and down the other by both attorneys?
Day to day, no.
Because
I had to
on
back that
July
up.
the 18th of 2014, he was brutally murdered in his driveway. Isn't that true?
That is true.
And you testified on direct that anybody in your family that had anything to do with it should be held responsible. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And that includes you, doesn't it?
Anyone who's responsible.
Oh, she was not happy with that question. And that includes you.
Said you were an actor in someone else's
The court said redirect, and the prosecutor's coming in hot. You said you were an actor in somebody else's show. Whose fucking show was it, Wendi? Was it the Donna show? Dressed up like a doll, living out the life your mom wanted you to live? You didn't even tell her that you agreed. You acquiesced to no relocation ever because it's not what you want to do, but you didn't have the balls to tell your mother that you had agreed. Because you were afraid of your mother, weren't you, Wendi? When your mom sounded surprised on the phone, you were relieved because you were sitting there at the police station going, holy shit, did my mother murder my ex? Oh my God. Oh my God. And the prosecutor's going to come right in with the questions. Oh, Wendi, would you like to go back and rephrase some of your answers now that your mom's attorney has thrown these shots at you? Because now here's your chance. Here's your chance. That includes you. Here is your chance. Let's go. Let's go, redirect. Oh my God.
When you said you were an actor in someone else's show, whose show was it?
I think I felt like I just wasn't fully present in my own life, that I had always been a real people pleaser. And so there was an aspect of not always being true to myself and wanting to make other people happy.
Now's the time to be true to yourself, Wendi. How about you tell the truth? How about you tell the truth? You felt like you didn't have agency. How about now we start? Can we go back? How about we start saying it now? Your mom's attorney just threw the grenade at you. What are you going to do? You lobbing it back? What are we doing now? Because her lawyer fucking went there. So are we going to tell the truth now?
And one of those people is your mom, right?
Yes.
And that's part of why you kept going with relocation, even when you kind of had some doubts about it, right?
I would say it's part of the reason.
You were asked on cross-examination about the final order on relocation issued June 20th, 2013. And didn't you stipulate to making it with prejudice, I guess. Do you remember doing that?
I don't actually remember stipulating. I mean, I see it in the order, but I don't remember actively saying anything or participating in a stipulation.
In fact, when you testified about this previously, didn't you indicate you didn't know what with prejudice meant?
I think it's not.
You said earlier you didn't know what with prejudice meant.
Not something that comes up in my daily practice, and so at the time I had forgotten that it meant that it was a final order.
All right, and it was suggested or said on cross that you didn't tell your mom it was final and she was misled and she thought there was still room for it, right?
That is what was said to me on cross.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as 64JJ.
Ma'am, you are missing your opportunity. You are missing your whole opportunity here. Wendi, you're missing the boat, ma'am. The defense attorney's like, I don't give a fuck what's in these emails. Burn it. Like, the defense attorney's got no fucks left to give at this point. She's like, because it was you, Chutney. Damn.
Okay.
Do you recognize that email?
I mean, I recognize the email address. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Yes.
The email from?
The email is from my mom and dad's email address to a friend of theirs.
Who's the friend?
The Klegermans. I think it's Vicky, the woman in the relationship.
Okay, and it's signed Love Donna, right?
Yes, sorry. So it's from my mom.
From Donna to
And
Vicky.
in this email, does she indicate to the Klingermans that there is no chance at the appellate level for appeal of your
Because you stipulated.
relocation?
Yes, that's what the email says.
All right, and is that email dated 6/25 of 13?
Yes.
Before the final
5
order.
days after the order was issued, your mom did know that that order was final, based
That's-
on this.
Based on that email, yes.
Okay, it was,
So your mom's like, there's no chance for appeal. Huh.
you were asked questions about, your mom never suggested any harm to Dan Markel to you, but she did want to bribe him, yes?
Yes.
Take control from him, weren't those her words?
Yes.
Aggravate him,
Yes.
scare him.
I don't remember scare him, but I believe that was part of it.
Psychologically
grief.
frustrate him.
Yes.
Take something from him.
Yes.
Show that fucker what would make him absolutely miserable.
I mean, the defense's cross-examination uncorked a whole new prosecutor. We got to the afternoon, and this prosecutor is just like, yeah, fucker, let's go. Oh my God. And Wendi is just like, yep. The defense uncorked an entirely new prosecutor. They just, the shit is going to hit the fan. A lot of you are asking, why is there no code red? This isn't fuckery at this point. This is strategy that's going sideways, but it's a very interesting choice. So this is courting.
You were asked questions about, your mom never suggested any harm to Dan Markel to
I'm
you,
here for the list.
but she did want to bribe him, yes?
Yes.
Take control from him, weren't those her words?
Yes.
Aggravate him,
Yes.
scare him.
I don't remember scare him, but I believe that
Go
was
with
part
it.
of
It was part of the. It was
Give
part
him
and parcel.
some grief.
Grief.
Yes.
Take something from him.
Yes.
Show that fucker what would make him absolutely miserable,
Yes.
but definitely not kill him, right?
I don't know what the question is.
Okay.
Donna was caring and
we're so preposterous. I also wish I could see the jury. And this, again, is such a fucked up situation. But the prosecutor is just like, okay, let's lay it all the fuck out. She wants to show that fucker the what's for, but no, she would never be involved with this.
Devoted to your boys. You were asked about that. That's true, right?
Yes.
In fact, she maybe cared a little too much about your life and you and what was going on with you sometimes, right?
I don't know that you can care too much.
Even the Nazi uniform craziness came from her version of some kind of place of love. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Because although her lawyers tried to downplay this, she was suggesting a baptism for these kids, right?
Yes.
She said she looked into it and could get it done in 2 weeks, right?
I believe that's what it said.
And didn't she justify...
For those of you that have just jumped into the afternoon, this is what was in the emails. It's been a very long day.
the means or claim that this would be harmless to your children because it was just like playing dress up to
Oh, this is a fantastic question. I was talking about this earlier. I said, is the prosecutor going to argue that none of this is harmful to the children because suggesting that they dress up that way is just like playing pirates. So it's not even going to harm them. It's just like dress up. It's totally fine to use them as pawns to get after their father. And the prosecutor is going to make this argument that Wendi thinks that the children were young enough that offing their dad isn't going to harm them because they're too young. They won't even know. That's where the prosecutor is going to argue this at the end of this case.
And didn't she justify the means or claim that this would be harmless to your children because it was just like playing dress up to them, right?
Yes.
Just like Jake the Pirates.
Yes.
She thought the ends, relocation, would justify the means, didn't she?
Yes.
Oh,
And she thought a move to
boy.
South Florida was what was best for you
Yes.
and what was best for your children,
Yes.
who she cared about more than anyone in the world.
I mean,
I think the second the prosecutor said fuck her, like her hair recurled over lunch. Like she's just bringing the fucking heat today. She thought the ends justified the means.
Who she cared about more than anyone in the world.
I mean, I don't know who she cared about most in the world, but she loves me. And
Is there anyone that she cares about more than those two boys?
my dad.
Okay. She thought relocation was best for those boys. They were
Yes.
going to have better opportunities, right?
Yes.
Better family support,
Yes.
a happier mother
Yes.
with a more lucrative profession.
Yes.
And your lives all depended on it. Isn't that what she said?
Yes.
Wow.
And Dan Markel could have agreed, couldn't he?
He was amenable, but then he didn't want to ultimately.
Well, he could have moved to South Florida, right? Isn't that what you were asked on cross?
Yes, he could have.
Could have moved to South
Could have
Florida
quit his job.
and enjoyed all that delicious kosher food down there, right?
Yes.
Welcome to Miami.
And if he had relented, you and he could have had separate lives in Miami and happily co-parented the boys, right?
In
That
theory,
could have happened.
Yes, it could have.
Except he wouldn't relent, would he?
Except he wouldn't play ball.
I mean, he said no, and so we had a hearing, and the judge said no.
You agreed that stop the fuckery, that it wasn't going your way, and then you stipulated. The judge didn't say no. The judge said, you're not meeting your burden, and then you agreed. This isn't on the judge. Yeah, he could have agreed, but we all said no. So the thing standing in the way wasn't him. Okay.
He wouldn't relent. He wouldn't give your mom what she wanted, would he?
I mean, we only had one conversation about it, so it wasn't like a ongoing thing.
Because you didn't want to.
It wasn't an ongoing thing? What wasn't?
I mean,
The relocation.
between Danny and I, we talked about relocation.
It wasn't an ongoing thing because she didn't want to. Oh my God.
He said he would think about it, and then he said he didn't want to, and then we had the hearing, and then that was the end of it for me.
Yes, but you were asked on cross, wouldn't things have been potentially great for Danny down there too?
Yes, I think they would have.
Couldn't we all have lived happily ever after if he would have agreed to move down there too? Possibly, right?
Possibly.
But he wouldn't agree.
He didn't agree, no.
Well, neither did Wendi, it seems.
Nothing further.
Neither does Wendi, it
Before
seems.
we continue this afternoon, we will take a brief break.
Oh my
Today,
God.
we'll take you back to the jury room.
Oh my God. We're at the afternoon break. And I don't know how things keep happening in trials that actually surprise the shit out of me. But the end of cross-examination today and the redirect of Wendi Adelson has absolutely stunned me. I am just flabbergasted that the defense had a very friendly cross-examination of Wendi. Wendi, we could have done this. You wanted to do this. Your mom is loving. Your mom is delightful. Your mom is a ray of sunshine. Your mom. I mean, not in that way. And then it turned, and it was, Wendi, you stipulated to no relocation, but you didn't tell your mom you stipulated. You told your mom it was the judge, but you agreed. You agreed to no relocation with prejudice. You agreed it would never come up again. You chose to put the issue to rest. And then the defense pulls out an email. Well, multiple emails. One where Wendi is talking about not wanting to move to South Florida with her parents and feeling stuck that she either has to continue with this hearing to get a result that she doesn't really want, or she has to call off the hearing and tell Charlie and her mother, I'm so sorry. I like my job. I want to stay in Tallahassee. Tallahassee's not my favorite. My job has a lot of flexibility. I want to stay here with my job. And I think it's just better for the kids that we stay in Tallahassee with their father. So I either have to tell my family the truth or I have to go through with the hearing. And she actually said, I have to save face with my family and continue to go through with this hearing. And what did she choose to do? Go through with the hearing. And then the defense brings in an email where Wendi is talking about her fancy wedding day, feeling like she was in someone else's show. And being on her honeymoon and enjoying the vacation, but not really being happy that she was there with Dan Markel and thinking that maybe she didn't really like him very much, didn't love him, but she wanted to start a family and a life, and he wanted to do that with her. And then we get to the redirect, where Wendi agrees with so many of the things the prosecution said, including that it was your mother. Wendi said, well, yeah, there were times I didn't feel like I had agency. I was paraphrasing that, but I was a people pleaser. So I didn't say these things to my mother. And we go through the cross-examination, and the cross-examination is, so, but what you were telling your mom is that Dan Markel is the one who would not acquiesce to you moving. He's the one that was blocking the relocation. He's the one that was blocking Donna from being with the grandkids and everybody living in South Florida. He was the point that was stopping everything. And that Donna knew in June, before the final order, that there was no appeal on the relocation issue. And yet she persisted in the dress the kids up. It's not a big deal. It's just like playing pirates costumes. Get them baptized, Catholic. It's just pretend. Absolutely freaking wild. But the part that I didn't expect is at the very end of the defense cross-examination, the defense attorney says, in your police interview, you said whoever did this should face the full consequences, prosecution to the full extent of the law, even if it's you. No further questions. The beginning of the cross-examination was so friendly to Wendi. The end of the cross-examination was, didn't you, Chutney? I don't even know what happened, but the defense's approach seems to be, what if it's you, Wendi? Interesting tension to tee up before that redirect, even if it includes you. Damn. Well, court's taking a break. We're going to zoom right past that break as fast as we can, because we need some zoom room. There's no way the defense is asking that question without running it by their client.
Yes, go ahead.
There will not be a need for a proffer.
No further cross, no recross.
There being no need for a proffer from this witness, you may step down. Ms. Kappelman, will you be recalling her at any point under your subpoena?
I don't intend to, Judge, but I would ask that she remain under the rule at this time.
Very
She's free to
well.
go about her business.
You are not to discuss your testimony with any other person who will be testifying in this trial. Mr. Lauro, will you need to be heard any further, sir? Have a good day. The state's next witness.
I
will
bet
be
she didn't
who
even
this
look at
afternoon?
you walking out.
All right, you can bring the jurors back in.
She gave her dad a hug and a kiss.
I think, did you want to instruct him?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so could I go ahead and call him in?
One moment, don't bring the jurors in just yet. You can bring in Mr. Adelson. Everyone can be seated. The jury.
And now it sounds like we are going to hear from the eldest son, who is the estranged son, or the one who has escaped, depending on how you view this family. Oh boy. The court said don't bring the jury in just yet. Next witness is Rob Adelson. The ENT you all have shared. Dr. Adelson, still Dr. Adelson. I don't know. I think Harvey's still a Dr. Adelson, retired, but Dr. Adelson. Charlie's no longer a Dr. Adelson, so younger Dr. Adelson.
Mr. Adelson, before you testify this afternoon,
Oh,
I just
boy.
wanted to make sure the court's prior ruling on this matter you understood and you were clear on. When you're testifying, you are not to testify about any opinions that you have concerning whether your family members or your mother may have committed a crime. Do you understand this?
Yes.
Does the defense or state wish for there to
Well, Your Honor, that's no fun. Honestly, it is legally appropriate, but it's not. Your Honor, that's the more amusing is if you let him speculate. He was told he cannot speculate about whether or not his mother or his family members committed these crimes. He cannot speculate. I like the court reporter's glasses. We're moving
be
on.
any further instruction from the court that does not otherwise cover the substance of the ruling?
No, sir. No, sir.
Please bring me yours.
This has to be surreal for him. Chat, I am specifically soliciting information from you. Did Rob Adelson testify at Charlie Adelson's trial? If you will let me know yes or no, I appreciate you. That's all I want to know, yes or no. No. All of you are saying no. Okay.
That's fine.
Nope. Thank you, chat. I appreciate
Everyone
it.
in the gallery, again, as
Thank you
are
so much.
watching the evidence and
You guys are the
testimony,
best.
Please remain quiet. If you need to speak with each other, please do so silently or step out in the
Okay.
hallway. There should not be any murmuring happening whatsoever as the witnesses are
Witness
testifying.
number
Please bring
9.
them in.
Yeah, I told you guys we were going through the whole day. Even though we started way late because of travel, we're going through the whole day. We're just rolling. And I spent so much time talking this morning. Because those emails were much. But he did not testify prior. So this is new. Jury's coming in. I'm sure they're knocking, but I picture them having one of those giant sticks, like when they announce people in like Bridgerton. Like, you know, that's what I think of. Somebody announcing you at the top of a staircase in a floofy dress. That's what it makes me think of.
Mr. Adelson remains standing. Everyone else can be seated. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth?
I swear.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone as need be. Ms. Dugan, you may examine.
Thank you.
Wow.
Could you tell us your name and spell your name for our court reporter, please?
Sure. Robert Todd Adelson, Adelson.
Thank you. And what state do you currently live in?
New York.
And how long have you lived in New York?
13 years.
Okay, so since maybe 2012?
Yes.
All right.
Oh.
What do you do for a living in New York?
I'm an ENT.
Okay, so you're a nose and throat doctor?
Yes.
And how long have you worked as an ENT?
For 20 years.
How do you know the defendant in this case,
my
Donna
mom.
Adelson?
She's my mother.
And Harvey Adelson's your dad?
Yes.
He hasn't even looked
Wendi
over there.
And Charlie Adelson are your siblings?
Yes.
Okay.
Wow.
And where did you grow up?
In Coral Springs, Florida.
Is that a bit
He's the oldest sibling. He's the oldest brother. So him, then Charlie, then Wendi.
north of Miami?
Yep.
About how long of a drive?
About an hour north of Miami.
Okay. When y'all were growing up, did you all, the 5 of you, live in the same house as a family?
Yes.
And who's the oldest child?
I am.
Okay. Who's the middle child?
Charlie.
How many years between you and Charlie?
3 years between Charlie and I.
And then who's the youngest then is Wendi?
Yes.
And how many years between Charlie and Wendi?
3 years.
Okay. When you were 18, did you move out of the Coral Springs house?
Yes, when I went to college.
Okay. And did you go to college at University of Florida?
I went to Tulane.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Did you live in Gainesville at some point?
I did, yes.
Okay, thank you. So after you went to college at Tulane and then went on to med school, went on to residency, throughout those years, did you continue to talk to your parents and your siblings on a regular basis?
Yes.
And would you see them a couple of times a year?
Yes.
When you were in school, would you go home for the summer?
Yes.
Based on your personal observations throughout your life of your parents and of your siblings, who is the leader in the family? Who tends to run the show?
I think my mom.
Okay, so Donna Adelson.
Yes.
Would you describe Donna
runs the
Adelson's
world?
personality as being more controlling or more laid back?
I think more on the controlling side.
What
He
about,
seems so sad.
is she kind of a more assertive person or a more passive person?
More assertive.
What about your dad, Harvey Adelson? What's his personality like?
I think he's more passive, more go with the flow.
Okay. So they're kind of opposites in that way a bit?
Yeah.
When you and your siblings were growing up, was Donna Adelson a very involved parent?
Yes.
I imagine that to be true.
And when I say involved, as far as with your life and with your friends and with school and with that type of thing?
Absolutely.
Did she have certain fixed ideas throughout your life of certain things she wanted to happen in you and your siblings' life?
Yes, absolutely.
Was it acceptable if you decided to not do those certain certain things that she was fixated she wanted you to do? Was that acceptable to her or no?
No, I think she had certain sort of rigid, fixed ideas or impressions for what she wanted for us. And if you went along with that, things were fine. If you didn't, things were not fine.
Did she have strong opinions about who you all married and what you all did for a living and those types of things?
Yes.
And you're obviously a doctor. Was that an acceptable profession to her?
Yeah, that was okay.
Okay.
Did she want you to be a surgeon
and was
though?
that one of the reasons
like
you
an
became
orthopedic
a doctor?
surgeon?
Yes.
An ENT?
How involved was Donna in yours, Charlie, and Wendi Adelson's life after you grew up, became adults, and had kids of your own?
I think still involved.
Was she more involved with your life, Charlie's life, or Wendy's life, would you say?
Probably more involved with Wendi and probably to a lesser degree with Charlie.
Okay. And then would you be she's the least involved with your life out of the three?
Yeah, probably because I was older, but sure, I agree.
Okay, so you're the oldest child. You're out of the house before the other two?
Yep.
Okay, and then you also lived other places after you went to college throughout the rest of your life?
Yes.
Now, was this like a healthy level of involvement that she had with the three of your yours lives, or was it more of like a micromanaging as you saw it?
I think it was certainly between over-involved and controlling. It probably lended itself more toward controlling, but there's in various realms, more or less. But I think certainly that was a tension.
Okay, so a little more on the controlling side.
Yes.
And does that include your personal lives as far as your relationships and in your professions, your jobs?
Yes.
Was it Charlie who always needed more attention than the other two children?
I think so, yes.
When did Wendy's life start becoming one that she needed to pay or give more attention to?
I think when she had some troubles in her marriage, I wasn't aware there were any troubles in her marriage until Wendi left. But I think around that time when she had two young children, I think that was when she became more involved. And I was, at that point living, pretty good distance away.
Okay. Were you living in Philadelphia at the time?
Yeah, but first in Philly and then in New York where we live now.
Okay. And so Charlie always got a lot of attention, and then Donna also started giving her attention also to Wendy's life once Wendi starts going through the separation
focus.
or divorce.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. From your interactions with Donna Adelson through your whole life growing up and even as an adult, would you describe her as someone who's mentally sharp, thinking about things from all angles, or is she someone who's a little more gullible? Yes, sir.
Oh, counsel, your cross-examination about what a loving mother she is going to kick the door wide open for this line of questioning about what Donna's like, because you asked a whole bunch of questions of Wendi about what Donna's like. They're going to get into what Donna's like. And I agree, Chad, he seems deeply sad to be there. This cannot be easy. I'm zooming. All right, we are still at sidebar. So we are still zooming. For all of you just coming in, I started late today because of travel. Court is done, we are not.
Objection is sustained. You may continue with your examination.
The court sustained the objection.
Were Charlie and Donna Adelson dependent on each other or pretty independent from each other?
I would say Charlie was probably somewhat dependent on my mom to help him out with organizing stuff, his dental practice. I think he probably relied on her a lot.
Okay. And you mentioned the dental practice. When you were growing up, who owned the dental practice?
My dad.
Okay. And throughout your life, was Donna Adelson in charge of the money at Adelson Institute?
I always, I wouldn't know the inside workings of it, but I always remember my mom like signing the checks and writing the checkbook at the table, like when I was back in middle school or high school. So.
Okay. So even back then, she would do some bookkeeping or payroll type things at home.
That's
my
not
memory of
surprising for an office manager.
And then, did the dental practice, you said it obviously started out at Harvey's. Do you remember a time when Charlie Adelson took over?
I remember my dad making a joke about him having a very understanding boss because Charlie was now his boss. So.
Do not testify to what others have stated out of court. You may testify as to your knowledge, but not with.
It's not being offered for the truth of the matter. It's being offered for, do you remember when this happened? He's like, I remember this statement because it was around the same time that it happened. I don't know if they're going to fight over that or not.
Someone else specifically said. The objection is sustained. You may continue.
I understand you were telling us how you remember that, but can you just tell us around
I think
what
they could
year
fight on that.
do you remember
it's
that
not offered
happening?
for the truth.
Around 2012.
Again, the truth of the matter would be that Charlie was a lenient boss for Harvey. That's not why it's being offered. It's being offered for his memory.
Charlie purchased the practice.
Okay, and then was there a time that you remember Charlie somehow selling it back to Harvey Adelson as then becoming the head of the practice again?
I will permit you to answer the question if you have knowledge of this matter.
My memory of that was sometime in like fall to winter of 2015 to 16, somewhere right around there. That's my memory.
Okay, so fall to
Interesting.
winter of 2015.
Turning into
Turning into
2016.
2016.
That's my memory.
Okay.
So right before Katie Rivera and Garcia got arrested in 2016, Charlie sells the dental practice back to Harvey? His dad? Right before everybody gets arrested? He sold it back when his dad should be retiring. He sells him back the practice.
Now,
strange.
You mentioned Donna Adelson doing payroll at Adelson Institute throughout your life. If someone were to ask Donna Adelson, or if someone asked Donna Adelson to do something, is she the type of person that just snaps to it, or does she have some questions first?
This is not going to motion limited. You may answer the question.
Donna's and I have questions kind of girl.
No, I don't think she would just snap to and do what someone told her to.
She's not following instructions
Is she the
until
type
she knows
of person
why.
who's going to have some questions if you ask her to do
Yes,
something?
I think she would definitely have some questions.
Okay.
We can't send her an I have questions shirt, y'all. It doesn't, it would be contraband.
Donna Adelson feel about Dan Markel when he and Wendi first got together and were headed towards marriage?
He was very positive about him.
Okay, so he was somebody she approved of.
Yes.
All right, and how did that change as Wendi and Danny's relationship soured? They ended up moving towards divorce.
So I really only heard anything bad about Danny after Wendi moved out. I didn't hear anything bad about him prior to that date.
Okay, so just kind of went from everything's fine to then hearing bad things about him.
Yes.
Appearances,
And when
right?
you say hearing bad things about him, like from her? From Donna Adelson, I'm
yes.
sorry? Okay. And how did Donna Adelson feel about Dan Markel in 2014?
I mean, she hated him.
Would this come from, your knowledge of that come from things that she would say to you?
Yes. I mean, yeah.
Did you observe that Wendi played a bit of a damsel in distress, in your opinion, in the divorce?
Yes, I think that's a good way to describe it.
Did Donna even...
You don't say. Because we sat and watched the entire afternoon of testimony with Wendi basically saying, I'm just a girl. So I'm not surprised he's clocked that.
Did Donna Adelson ever talk to you about Wendi Adelson and Dan Markel's divorce?
I apologize. Did Donna Adelson, I apologize. Can I hear the question
Sorry,
again?
did Donna Adelson ever talk to you about Wendi and Dan Markel's divorce?
Some. I mean, the phrase that sticks in my head is that Danny was depoting Wendi to death. I wasn't involved with, all the various motions. I remember that phrase. I remember there being a lot of, court motions back and forth. But I remember that phrase. And I remember, some complaints about like very long either mediation or depositions that Wendi had to endure.
Okay, so this is Donna saying Wendy's having to go through these things?
Yes.
Okay, and just telling you about it?
Huh.
Yes.
How did Donna tell you that, or did she tell you that how Wendi was planning to leave Dan Markel and give him the news that she was leaving the marriage?
It's party admission.
I think you're going to need to rephrase this in such a way the witness can answer, Ms. Dugan.
Isn't
How
it
did Donna
Donna's?
Adelson describe to you
Yeah, what did
how
Donna
Wendi
say?
Adelson left the marriage?
Object to hearsay?
No.
Ms. Dugan, please approach.
It's a statement of a party opponent, counsel. It's what the fuck Donna said.
Okay.
It's too late for this. All right, we're zooming while they're at sidebar, and the court explains that Donna's statements are fair game.
Continue with your examination.
So that froze as you were making the what the hell
Continue with
face.
your examination.
What did Donna Adelson tell you about the plan for Wendi Adelson to leave the marriage?
Sure. When she told me that that she had been in Tallahassee for several months.
This is Donna Adelson, had
Yes. That she had been in Tallahassee for several months, renting a new place for Wendi, arranging for movers, moving money around, and getting things set up. I only knew this after Wendi had moved out.
Moving
but she
money around,
was
you say?
relating to me what had occurred over the summer. And so I heard this all at once, but, probably 5-6 days after Wendi had moved out. And then told me that somewhat gleefully or, pleased that they timed the phone call to Danny right before he was supposed to give a speech at the meeting he was at.
Okay. So a couple questions about that. You said Donna said that she had been up here in Tallahassee.
So Donna was bragging about how much work she did to get Wendi out of her house. Counsel, I'm so sorry for the pause face, but she was saying, I was moving money. I got the place. I got the movers. I, right? And then we told him that she was moving out and taking the kids right before he got on stage to make a talk or a presentation in his career. Right.
Moving the money around and getting things ready for Wendi. Do you mean for when Wendi moved out and needed a place of her own?
Yes.
Okay. And what did Donna tell you that she did to try to, hide the fact that they were renting a place for Wendi?
I remember her saying she had used her maiden name so there wouldn't be an Adelson up here renting, or hiring movers or such.
Just so like word of mouth wouldn't get around that Wendi Adelson was renting an apartment, something like that.
Sure.
Okay. So they used Donna's maiden name.
Yes.
Donna did.
So Donna used her own maiden name.
Then you said that their plan was for Wendi to call Dan Markel as he was getting on stage, or right before he got on stage, to give a speech at a conference?
That's what I was told.
Okay. And what was Donna's demeanor when she was describing?
He said gleeful.
This plan to you about how she was able to set up this place for Wendi to live in, everything was ready for her, and then this is how she gave Dan the news.
He said gleeful.
I think she sounded.
Donna is the one that gave the news? If not, then we
I
object.
believe the question was, what was her demeanor? You may
Yes, sir.
answer the question.
She sounded pleased to me.
He had said gleeful.
Did you ever see Donna Adelson doing anything to help Wendi Adelson with the divorce?
I think she was, answering a lot of emails and looking over, emails that went back and forth, looking over motions and such.
Did you personally see that when she was visiting you? Did you see Donna Adelson doing those things?
Yes.
Okay. Was there an occasion when you all were in the hospital and Donna came to visit and was doing those things in the hospital?
I think it was at our home at the time, right before we went to the hospital. But yes, that's where we saw the email.
Okay. And while she was at your house during that time, was that when you were living in Philadelphia?
That was in Albany.
Albany, okay. Did she want the Wi-Fi at that time so that she could get on the internet and work on these filings?
Yeah, she said she had things to do to help out with the divorce.
Okay.
What date would that have been? Do you remember?
October of 12.
Did Donna Adelson tell
said she
you
was
that Wendi
working on
Adelson was trying to get permission to relocate to Miami?
Working on the motions.
Yes.
And did Donna Adelson tell you about the $1 million bribe she wanted to offer Dan Markel?
Yes.
It wasn't a bribe. It was
During
an
the
incentive
year
program.
or two after Wendi Adelson left Dan Markel,
Monetary
how much
incentive.
time was Donna Adelson spending in Tallahassee?
From
You have personal knowledge of her being here.
You may answer as to your personal knowledge on the subject matter.
I can rephrase, Judge. Did Donna Adelson tell you information
Of
about
course she
how
did.
much time she was having
How
to
much
spend in
time
Tallahassee?
she's spending with her
She said that Wendi
daughter.
needed a lot of help because now she has 2 boys on her own, and so she was up there a lot. And I think yes.
Okay. Who cared more about Wendi Adelson's divorce from your conversations? Was it Donna or Charlie?
Donna.
What types of things does Charlie care about?
I've got guesses.
What kinds of things is he really into?
I can guess.
I mean, like go-karts, jet skis,
Boobs. He's into boobs.
going out, boats. Not Wendy's divorce.
Okay. And is Donna Adelson very into her kids and grandkids and
Yes.
their success?
Yes.
Do you think Wendy's divorce or her moving, I guess, do you think Wendi and her boys moving to Miami was particularly important to Charlie Adelson from your observations?
I don't think so.
During the divorce, from your conversations with Donna, was she fixated on Wendi taking this job with a guy named Gary Cohen in Miami?
Yes, that was a common discussion point.
Okay. Did she seem like it was just something that she kind of thought would be a good idea or something that she seemed to have a real obsession with?
It came up a lot in my discussions with her about this job with Gary, where she'd be making $1 million a year and she'd be a partner. And it was something that was brought up a lot, that she'd be able to take care of her kids in a way that she couldn't.
If she is practicing law in that way, she would financially support her kids, but she would never see them. Also, I think Donna has an unrealistic expectation of what that would look like. If you are a partner in a firm and you are taking home, not bringing in billables, but taking home over $1 million a year, you are working a lot. Like a lot.
Up in Tallahassee. And then it was probably the one thing that she mentioned to me, the only time I heard any anger after the murder had occurred, was that I asked, is Wendi going to go work for Gary now? And she told me that.
Did the job end up not working out?
As far as I know, it didn't.
Okay. And that you heard some anger from Donna when that happened?
She said that his partners wouldn't let them hire her until they.
Okay.
Sorry.
But there was some anger there because the job didn't end up working out.
Yes.
They couldn't hire Wendi or didn't want to hire Wendi after all.
That's what I was told.
Okay, thank you.
It didn't work out.
Now, during the summer of 2014, did Wendi Adelson, I'm going to move on to 2014 now, did Wendi Adelson send you a text where she referenced having a boyfriend?
Excuse me.
And was this before Dan Markel's murder?
Yes.
Why was that memorable to you?
It was just unusual. Wendi, never was someone who would, share her, romantic life or boyfriends or, tell me or, text me about anyone she was dating. So it just stood out as, unique or different.
Okay.
He's like, because we weren't close
What
like
did she
that.
Was there something in particular that she said that struck you
Excuse me.
as also unusual?
Oh, excuse me for the yawnies.
Okay. I guess, was it your impression that your parents knew about this boyfriend at the time or no?
No, the text said, don't tell the parents.
Well,
Members of the jury, you are to disregard.
It's not
the last
offered for the
response
truth.
of
I
the
think they should
witness.
just
May I
argue.
approach, Judge?
Yeah, it's not
may.
offered for the truth. It's offered for context, I think, and it goes to state of mind. And it's not offered for the truth of whether you don't tell the parents about your boyfriend. But we'll see what the judge does. I know. Sorry for the yawns, guys. It's getting late. We're zooming.
okay, so I was asking you about this text that you received from Wendi Adelson. Can you tell me about this text?
Sure. She texted me that she was going to Gainesville for the weekend, and this was 2014, so I last lived in Gainesville about 3 years prior to that. Mentioned that she wanted that I mentioned the name of Jeff. I asked who is Jeff. The response was my boyfriend.
My name's Jeff.
I responded I didn't know, and she said you wouldn't. I didn't hear it from the parents. She says they don't know. And so it just struck me as, and then she sent me some pictures of Jeff with her and the boys. It struck me as unique because she'd never shared the name or photograph of a boyfriend before.
Okay, so
Before you continue, Ms. Duke, members of the jury, as to the last question and response, you are not to consider the hearsay statement for the truth of the matter asserted. You may continue.
okay.
Yeah, they're not to consider it for whether or not Wendi ever told her parents about Jeff. They're to consider it for what Rob knew of the situation.
So it was unusual for her to talk to you about boyfriends at all.
Yes.
But you also felt it was unusual that she's telling you about this boyfriend when even your parents don't know about him yet.
Right.
And she was closer to her parents at the time than you.
Correct.
Okay. What date was that text message sent?
He said
The
2014.
very end of June, like 26 or 28 of 14, but that last weekend.
Okay, so it was prior to 4th of July weekend.
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember where in those photographs Wendi is with her sons and Jeff?
Like Wakulla Springs, something like that.
Okay.
And they're in front of a board that said that.
With the kids.
And did you let her know you wouldn't mention him to her parents or to your parents?
Yes.
He's like, secret safe with me.
Did that strike you as so unusual that after Dan Markel was murdered, you felt, I guess, compelled to tell police, like, hey, I heard she has this boyfriend she hasn't told anybody about named Jeff?
Yes, I did.
Huh.
The FBI came to my house and I spoke to them once.
The who?
And either it didn't come up or, it's a bit nerve-wracking talking to the FBI and that they didn't ask any questions about that. And then, I guess over the ensuing week, I'd heard about like this Prius and this unsolved murder. And I remembered, it struck me as odd that I was sent these photographs of a boyfriend and not to tell the parents about him. And so that's when I wanted to have a clean conscience. So I reached out to the FBI and I said, I don't know if this matters, but I figured I would, tell you about this. And they came back for a second interview and looked at the pictures.
Okay.
Huh.
When is your father, Harvey Adelson's, birthday?
July 5.
Okay, so on July 5th of 2014, how old would he have turned that year?
70.
Okay, and this is about
It was
2 to
his
3 weeks
70th
before Dan Markel was
birthday.
killed.
Yes.
Did your family do anything to celebrate his birthday that year?
Yes, we had a party at their condo.
Okay,
in
was
Miami.
there a gift from the family or from any of you to him?
No, I remember an email, and my dad is not someone who wants gifts or a big deal made about him, and so the email was something like, your dad doesn't want gifts, he just wants all of his kids to be with him on his birthday.
And was that
I think
from Donna
that's-
Adelson?
Yes.
I think that's pretty true of all 70-year-olds. I don't know. Maybe it's just my life experience, but he doesn't need stuff. He just wants to see everybody.
She's basically just letting know you and your kids coming is going to be his gift.
Correct.
And everybody, all the kids and grandkids being
Correct.
there. Did the family ever discuss going on a cruise?
No, not with me.
When a birthday gift is given for somebody in the family, does Donna Adelson typically say, we're going to get him this, everybody owes this much, everybody's going to pay a third, or whatever it is?
Yeah, if there was like a big gift we're getting, or they said, we're getting this for someone, and you can be part of it.
Were you getting go-karts for Charlie? I've got questions.
Okay. So
She
tell us at the
organized
party,
it. Okay.
or about the party. You said it was at the Continuum?
Yes, at their apartment.
Okay, so is that like a condo building in Miami?
Yeah, on Miami Beach.
Okay, on Miami Beach, like South Beach?
Yeah.
Okay. And is it a secure building?
It's very secure. It was, we were staying at a hotel down the street, and there was armed guards, and it was apparently there's a lot of celebrities that live there. It was a very high, very secure building.
Oh. Okay. And these celebrities that live there, were they people that you knew of? I mean, you knew who they were?
Sure. Yeah, A-Rod.
Did these people have kind of
Said the
guards
guy who
of
lives
their
in New
own
York.
too in the building?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. So the guards that you saw were the guards in the front?
Yes.
All right.
I hope that A-Rod doesn't still live there. What he doesn't need is everybody knowing where he lives in Miami, but also it's Miami.
Parents, how recently had they moved to the Continuum?
I got the idea. It was certainly less than a year. I don't remember exactly, but it seemed like they said they were going to try living down in South Beach to see if they liked it for their retirement. And so it had to be sometime, before, because they were pretty well moved in there. But I don't remember the exact time, but if I'm guessing, like maybe 6 months before or something like that.
Okay, so by the weekend of the party, July 5th, are they fully moved into their condo there?
Yes.
Okay, and are they living there full time, from what you know?
It seemed like that, but I couldn't. I know they still own the house in Coral Springs, so I don't know if they were just there on the weekends, but I couldn't say definitively, but it looked like they were living there fully.
Okay. Was his party on his actual birthday or another day of the week?
No, on his actual birthday.
Who of the Real Housewives
All
live
right,
there? That's
was
my
your brother
question.
Charlie there that weekend?
Yes.
Wendy and her sons, were they there?
Yes.
Was the party catered?
Yeah, there was. Yes.
What type of food did you have?
Paella.
There were like past hors d'oeuvres, and then there was a paella chef on the balcony.
Okay. Was the party
We know
a
too much
surprise
about what
for Harvey?
We know too
No.
much about the menu for Harvey's 70th
So
birthday
you were
party.
never told, don't tell him about it, it's a surprise?
No.
Anything like that? Don't tell him. Were you not supposed to tell him anything about the party that was a surprise?
No, there was nothing about a surprise birthday.
Was there ever a time in the weeks leading up to the party that you heard that the party may be canceled for any reason?
No, never.
All right, so how did you first hear about Dan Markel's murder?
I heard the day after the shooting occurred, so that would be Saturday, July 19.
This has to be surreal.
I was at a meeting in Chicago, and I think I got a phone call first, and that I was in a meeting, and so I just said can I call you later? And then I got a text message shortly thereafter, like right before 10 in the morning. It said tragedy here, please call.
And are these from Donna Adelson?
Yes.
Okay. So were you able to call her that morning? From
Not like 911, mom. Not like it's an emergency. Tragedy here, please call.
Conference in Chicago?
Yeah, so I walked out and went to the hotel lobby and just hit call.
Okay, and tell us about that conversation with her.
So it's one of those moments that you'll just remember forever. So I remember being in the lobby of the Westin, and I assumed something terrible had happened, and but I wasn't ready for it. She said, so we just want to let you know that Danny's been shot, and they took him to the hospital, but he didn't make it. And it didn't make any sense. And I probably asked a few medical questions, and they said they're driving up to go help
very
Wendi.
doctor of you.
And we'll talk to you later. We can't talk now.
What?
Okay. Was she crying in that conversation?
Not
Donna
in the
Adelson?
conversation.
Sir?
No, she was not.
Okay.
He's like, I'm in the hotel lobby of the Westin. I'm at a conference, and you call and then you text, and then you're like, tragedy here, please call. And I call, and you're like, Danny's been shot. He didn't make it. I can't talk. We'll call you later. Okay. But this, again, chat, this was the next day, and he passed away the day after the shooting. So I would imagine this is, because this is the next day that this is after he had passed.
It was very matter of fact.
Because this was the day after.
Did she ever give you any further detail that weekend about how he'd been shot, or other than just Danny was shot? and he
Very
didn't
matter
make
of
it?
fact, he said.
I think it was the next day. So the only really other time that I spoke with him that weekend, I was in the airport going
This was
home,
Saturday,
like
right?
Sunday afternoon. So it was definitely the next day, and it was the first time I could actually have any kind of conversation. And one of the things that she told me is, it bothered me, but I didn't have any other details about. But she said that, someone went to the front door and said, "Are you Dan Markel?" and then shot him. And then I said, "Well, how could you know that? Who's telling you that?" And she said, "Well, that's just what they're telling us." And it just
Didn't
So she
sit
said
right.
someone told her that someone knocked on Danny's door, said, "Are you Dan Markel?" He said yes, and the shooter shot him.
that's the story I heard. And later we found out that wasn't what happened. But that story bothered me a lot because there's only one way you could hear that story.
How would she know?
Was she crying when she told you that information?
No.
There's only one way she could know that, is with the
You mentioned
conclusion he
earlier
came
that law
to.
enforcement contacted you after Dan Markel's murder. Did they contact you to try to see if you knew any information?
Yeah, they came to our house. I was already at work, and so they talked to my wife. It had to be a Wednesday or Thursday, so I was already at work.
And is this your house in New York?
Yes.
Okay. And did you end up talking to law enforcement and letting them, answering their questions, letting them know what you knew?
Yeah, they came to my office the next day, and we with two agents, and we had an interview.
Okay. After that conversation with, you said it was the FBI earlier, right?
Yes.
Okay. After that
We
conversation
knew
with
that.
the FBI, did Donna Adelson ever say anything to you about having talked to law enforcement or the FBI?
It was either that afternoon or the next day, but and she called me and said, just want to let you know, if the police come around, don't talk to them.
Okay, so she told you not to talk to law enforcement.
Correct.
Did you let her know that you already had talked to law
Yeah, I
enforcement?
said I already did.
And what'd she say to that?
She said, "Oh, well, you don't know anything anyway."
You don't know anything anyway?
Correct.
Was that
Damn.
an unusual statement coming from your mother?
Yeah, it just, everything that week was unusual, but I clearly didn't know
Damn.
anything, but I wasn't going to not talk to the FBI if they show up at my house.
How did you respond? Let me ask you this. After the murder of Dan Markel,
Hello, eldest son. Just FYI, the FBI might be wanting to ask you some questions. Law enforcement might want to ask you some questions. Don't talk to them. Ma. The FBI came to my office. I already talked to them. Oh, you don't know anything anyway. And it seems that response sits real weird for Rob. He's like, what do you even mean? Rob's like, these answers don't make any fucking sense.
did Donna Adelson seem
Wow.
curious about who killed Dan Markel?
No.
Did she seem scared or worried?
Was there a complete lack of curiosity?
Yeah, nobody seemed curious.
If your child is going through a contentious divorce and the story that you are telling people is that someone knocked on the door and said, "Are you Dan Markel?" and then killed him, and you don't know who did it, you're not concerned for your grandchildren named Markel, your daughter named Markel? You're not worried? No curiosity at all. What did the police ask you? Do they have any idea? Nobody seemed curious. Ooh.
Did you actually ever ask her, like after the murder, like, hey, like, what do you think happened? What do you?
Yeah, and the conversations were kind of rerouted, or that was certainly discouraged, and it was probably like
Mom, what happened?
maybe sometime like mid-August, when I finally had a chance to ask and say, what is going on? This was not a small event. This was getting a lot of notoriety, and I said, what do you guys think happened?
Wow.
And she had said, I don't know and I don't care. It doesn't concern me.
Was that out of character for her to not be curious and not be asking some questions?
Yeah, I mean, it was an unsolved murder of, my former brother-in-law, like someone that we all know very well. I mean, if it was like some neighborhood gossip, people would be interested. This was like national interest, and nobody had any curiosity about, who did this to Danny.
10 out of 10.
Is a person,
I agree with you,
you
Rob.
mentioned that, not only is it your brother-in-law, but it was like national news at that point as well.
Yes.
And regardless of it being
Donna has never said it isn't any of my business. Ever.
national news or not, I mean, is a person dying from gun violence an extremely unusual thing to happen in your family?
Yeah, I mean, to this day, Danny's the only person that I know who's died from gun violence or been a victim of gun violence. So it's unique in that manner.
What would your mom, Donna Adelson, do if you did try to ask her any more about Danny's murder after that?
It wasn't a subject for discussion. It would be rerouted or
Wow,
it was
she's
just not a
just shutting
subject
it
to
down.
discuss.
When you say rerouted, do you mean like changing the subject?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Fast forward to 2016. Do you remember in May of 2016 when Sigfredo Garcia...
This is why this didn't come up in Charlie's trial. All of this goes to Donna. These are not conversations he had with Charlie. All of this goes to Donna. What Donna said, Donna's behavior, how curious it was that Donna wasn't curious. And you talk to the FBI. You don't know anything anyway. You do, Donna? So you do. He doesn't know anything anyway. But you do.
Yeah, and Luis Rivera were arrested.
Yeah, I do. I actually saw it in the OR lounge. Someone told me about it.
Oh my God!
It had to be like a Wednesday, and
And you were in the
you were scrubbing in.
Yeah, it was
and someone
the lounge.
told you about
it.
it.
It was someone else because
Okay.
stories like this people see on Twitter or such, and I remember someone telling me like, hey, did you hear about that case? Because it's
Everyone knows.
more than one person had followed it, and I saw it, and then. That was on the 26th, and I remember the dates because our anniversary is on the 28th of May. My wife and I were like should we call them? Like they arrested some guy who killed Danny, and
When you say them, you mean should we
my
call
parents.
my parents? And
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So it was big news that even people you work with were seeing that there were finally some arrests made.
right.
Okay. And that was 2 days before your anniversary, you said?
Yes.
Okay, so did you and your wife eventually talk to your parents?
We did. We thought should we call them? And we figured if they wanted to call us, they would call us, and then they didn't. And so we figured,
Which is
they'll call
also
us on our
weird.
anniversary, and so we can just sit tight. And I'm sure it's pretty stressful. And this guy was arrested in Miami, and so they called us on our anniversary, which was the 28th.
Okay, so that was 2 days after the arrest, I think?
2 days after I found out. Yes.
2 days after you found out, thank you. So on the 28th, did you talk to Donna Adelson?
Yes.
All right. And when she called you, was she telling you the good news that Danny's killers were arrested?
No, just called us for our anniversary, and wished us well, and had some small talk for a bit. I kind of let it go for a little bit. And I mean, this was not small news.
Wow.
And so I finally broached the topic and said, they found the guy, they arrested someone who killed Danny. There's no response. And I said it, at least 2 or 3 times that, they made an arrest. They got the guy who killed Danny. Yeah. And then her response was, I've got to go.
And then did she hang up the phone after that?
Yes.
Wow.
And
Wow.
did you ever talk to her about it again, ever after that?
No.
Oh my God.
just a second.
He just looks so sad. But how could you not be?
Other than, her reaching out for happy birthdays, happy anniversaries, that kind of thing, was that the last conversation you had with her?
Wow.
That was the last time I spoke to her.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
That was their last conversation? Oh. I want to hear that again.
And when she called you, was she telling you the good news that Danny's killers were arrested?
No, he just called us for anniversary, and wished us well and had some small talk for a bit. I kind of let it go for a little bit. I mean, this was not small news. And so I finally broached the topic and said, they found the guy, they arrested someone who killed Danny. There's no response. And I said it, at least 2 or 3 times that, they made an arrest. They got the guy who killed Danny. Yeah, and then her response was, I've got to go.
And then did she hang up the phone after that?
Yes.
Wow.
And did you ever talk to her about it again, ever after that?
No.
I'm going to fast forward back because there's a pause here before she says she has no further questions. That's the last time they talked. But at this point, remember, they've got stuff going down on her end too. But that's the last conversation they had. To just my experience working at the DA's office with victims of crime, people who are waiting for an arrest, it is a very, very big deal when an arrest is made. This was 2 years after the murder. The arrest being made is a massive deal. And one would expect, generally, the conversation would be, after 2 years, we finally have an arrest. We finally have some answers. Law enforcement finally has something. One wouldn't expect the response to be, I gotta go. And then not speak to him since 2016 when those arrests were made. Absolutely wild. So are they just going with like straight no cross then? I'm guessing they're just going with no cross, right? Wow. When you talk about doing the right thing being hard, you can see it on his face, right?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You can just see it on his face, how hard this is. May 28th, 2016, and he has not spoken to his mother since. Not spoken to her through the prosecution of his brother, through her arrest. And now there's cross, and they're doing who the fuck knows what. They knew he was going to testify. Why isn't anybody ready? We're right there with you, Rob. This is incredibly awkward that they're not ready for your cross-examination. They knew you were going to be testifying. I don't know what the fuck they are doing.
Say it again, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
In
I'll say it again. Good afternoon. Did you say good afternoon to him before, counsel? Ew.
Between 2012 and 2014, how many times did you come to visit your family in South Florida?
2012 and 2014. My daughter was born in October of 2012, and so I think my dad's birthday. There was a Thanksgiving, I think, in 2013. So I mean, pretty much Thanksgivings were the times when we would travel, having a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old. So.
Sure. Okay, so Thanksgiving of 2013, and then your dad's birthday in 2014.
Yeah, there could have been one other one, but I remember those two for certain that I could swear to.
Yeah, we had a newborn.
And when you came for his birthday was on the 5th. You came in on the 4th, the party was on the 5th, and you left on the 6th, correct?
That's my memory of it.
And Thanksgiving, kind of the same thing? I mean, you got a job you got to get back to, right?
Yeah, yep.
Okay.
And
how frequent were the phone calls that you were having with your family?
Probably less than once a week, maybe every other week, something like that.
And when I say family, I think I'm referring to Donna.
Sure.
Okay. Now, you were here on the 5th for your dad's birthday. You said you went home on the 6th.
Yep.
And Danny Markel was brutally murdered on July the 18th of 2014. That was in the summer.
Correct.
Recall that?
July's in the summer,
When did you arrive in
ma'am.
Florida to be with your family?
I didn't.
Okay, thank you. You had mentioned in your direct testimony that your mom called and
He's like, I didn't come to Florida. My family was busy burning rubber out of Tallahassee.
said you shouldn't talk to the police. You recall that?
Yeah, I do, yes.
What actually happened was a family friend, Michael Weinstein, you know him, correct?
I do, yeah.
Your mom indicated that he had called and advised that as a family friend and an attorney that you all should not talk
How is that not hearsay, Donna?
to the police. That's what she told you, isn't it?
Didn't your mom actually call you and say a friend of the family said you shouldn't talk to the police?
Yeah, I do, yes.
What actually happened was a family friend, Michael Weinstein, you know him, correct?
I do, yeah.
Your mom indicated that he had called and advised that as a family friend and an attorney that you all should not talk to the police. That's what she told you, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Redirect examination.
No
You may step
redirect.
down.
I don't care who the lawyer family friend is. It doesn't excuse Donna not talking to him again since 2016. Also, they didn't tell Wendi not to talk to the police.
Does the state have a witness that will go about a half hour?
No!
One very brief witness we can do and be done for the day.
Please call your witness.
Really?
Brannon.
Okay. One brief witness. The state's well organized. The defense, not so much today. It's all right. We started late because of travel. But I'm definitely tired. It's gonna be fine. One more witness. One more witness. One law enforcement witness.
Thank you.
All right.
Introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for our court reporter, please.
I'm Officer Brannon, number 510 with the Tallahassee Police Department, Brannon.
And where do you said you work at TPD. And how long have you been with TPD?
26 years, and I was with FSU PD for a couple of years prior to that.
He's like,
Okay.
I'm Officer
Now, did
Brannon.
you respond to a crime
This is my
scene
number.
on Trescott Drive on July 18th of
This is
2014?
witness number 10.
Yes,
And what time did you arrive?
approximately 11:15.
When you arrived, was EMS and some other TPD officers already there?
Yes,
Okay. Was your role maintaining a crime scene perimeter that day on Trescott Drive?
that was one of the roles, yes.
Tell me about that. What does maintaining a crime scene perimeter mean?
Yeah, we don't know.
Just keeping people out, redirecting
We've
traffic.
spent some time in Massachusetts, so we have forgotten what crime scene protocol looks like, and what maintaining a proper perimeter is. So we need the refresh. Thanks so much.
Okay, so are you putting up
Redirecting
crime
traffic.
scene tape then?
Yes,
Okay, and making sure nobody comes in or out, no cars come through?
correct.
So where was the crime scene tape on Trescott Drive that you were located next to?
I was a little ways north of the incident location on Trescott.
Okay. I want to, and when you were next to the crime scene tape, were you seated in your marked vehicle?
Yes,
And at that time, looking south down towards the incident location, was there EMS and marked police cars there in front of the Markel residence at the time?
EMS had already left the scene by the time I was in that position, but there was investigators, other officers, and crime scene units.
Okay. And when I say marked, as in your car's marked and their cars are marked?
Oh,
like TPD insignia, what we would typically see as a police car?
Yes.
Okay. Did I show you before court today a map?
Because Wendi turned around at where the road was blocked, didn't see down the road that there were like wee-woos and crime scene and lights and the rest of it. Wasn't curious.
That is marked as States Exhibit 87.
Yes.
And was that map a true and accurate depiction of where you were stationed that day and of Trescott Drive and of the Markel residence on that road?
I believe so.
Judge, at this time, I'd move into evidence States Exhibit
Excuse
87.
me for the yawns.
States 87 is admitted.
Motion to publish?
You may.
I have this for you. Point up there if you want to listen to that.
I am very curious where we're going. Very much want to know the things.
Okay, so looking here at this map, I'll leave that off. Is this Thomasville Road right here,
Yes.
where I'm pointing? Okay. And is this
Excuse me for the
orange
yawns.
arrow ABC Liquors?
We got another
I
three-point
believe so.
turn happening.
Okay, this is Benton Road,
Yep.
all right? And then is this road over here Centerville Road?
Yes.
And the hospital would be somewhere in this area,
Correct.
okay? So this yellow line, is this yellow line Trescott Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
And does the blue arrow show where the Markel residence, 2116
Marker, but-
Trescott Drive was?
Yes.
Can you show me where you were located next to the crime scene tape, making sure no came by the crime scene?
Approximately where the little yellow marking was right there.
Okay, right where it says roadblock
Yep.
with the arrow? Okay. Now, from where you were stationed here at the crime scene tape, could you clearly see all of the marked police cars in front of the Trescott residence?
Yes.
Okay, and your marked police car was right there where we see the arrow as well?
Correct.
All right, if I'm turning onto Trescott Drive from Centerville Road, would I be able to see any of the activity over here or from this area on Trescott Drive?
No, not back over there.
And is that because the road curves around or winds around?
Yes.
While you were stationed there, did any vehicles approach your location on Trescott, encounter the roadblock, and have to turn around?
Yes, several vehicles.
Okay, did you notice a particular vehicle that pulled up that you notated in your report that day because it stood out to you?
Mid 2000s maroon or dark red Honda Odyssey van.
And are you familiar with that make and model and the year of van?
Yes, my family we actually still use it. My son uses it, 2006 Honda Odyssey.
Okay, so at the time, your family owned the same van,
Correct.
okay?
He's like, that's a
And you
good
said it
car
was
right there.
maroon in color, the one you saw that day?
Yes.
At the time, did you know that the ex-wife of the person who was killed drove that type of van?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 18. Was this vehicle consistent with the one you saw that day that turned at the roadblock?
Yes.
Were you able to see the driver of the van?
Oh boy.
No.
About what time did the vehicle approach the roadblock?
Approximately 1 o'clock, somewhere in that range.
Okay, I think, did you say between 12 and 1 in
Somewhere in
your report?
there.
Okay. But don't know exactly the minute that it approached, okay. Was there anything unusual about the way the vehicle, or I guess the driver of the vehicle, behaved when the vehicle encountered the roadblock that stood out to you?
It wasn't fast or anything, but it was just a little more deliberate and pulling up, turning around, and leaving.
It was like, whoop, whoop.
The other vehicles, which is consistent with other times I've had to block roads, when vehicles pull up, they kind of stop.
Everybody wants to know what the fuck is happening. Yes, other vehicles pull up to a crime scene tape roadblock and go like this. Look, everybody wants to look down the road and know what's happening. So Wendy's, hold on, that's a rude pause face.
And
Wendy's Honda Odyssey drives up and flips a bitch and pieces out. She doesn't, he's saying that car, Wendy's car, doesn't sit for a minute and go, what's going on down there? Everybody wants to know what's going on down there. Everybody wants to know. It's why there are secondary collisions on the freeway. Because people go, what the fuck's happening over there? Well, they're still driving.
they're processing like, well, I can't go this way, and trying to think, well, where do I got to go now, etc. So this one didn't squeal tires or anything like that, but I mean, it was boom, 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 and out.
So just less hesitation.
Correct.
Did the driver of the vehicle ask
move.
you any questions?
No.
Did the driver of the vehicle question anybody else, any other officers there at the roadblock?
Not where I was.
They just turned around and went back to.
I don't care if it's your ex or not. If there is police tape and police lights in the direction of your ex's house, who also has your kids, you're not asking, you're not rolling down the window and be like, hey, everything good down there? What's going on? Come on.
For Centerville?
Yes, ma'am.
That's all. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
No questions, Judge.
Officer, you may step down. Is the officer released or will he be recalled?
Sir,
Is the officer released or will he be recalled?
he is released.
He's released.
Have a good day.
Thanks, sir.
Interesting and not your normal
Members of the
behavior.
jury, we are going to come to a rest for this
we're
evening.
coming to a
Once
rest for
again,
today.
I'm going to remind you, do not discuss this case with each other or anyone else. Do not seek out any information or news reports about this case at all as well. Please report tomorrow at 8:45 a.m. and we intend to get started at 9 o'clock once everyone is here. Have a restful evening. We will see you in the morning.
Melinda in the chat pointed out, or trying to call him. He has the kids, wanting to ask what's going on. It's interesting behavior. Interesting behavior. All right. That was definitely a quick witness, which is great because I've been up for way too many hours. I'm gonna answer very few questions, y'all. I am exhausted, and I'm gonna start I'm not gonna start right when court starts tomorrow. We're gonna be on
brief discussion of tomorrow.
we're gonna be a little on delay tomorrow when they get started. A, it's PSL day, and B, I have been up since like 2 a.m. So we're gonna start a little late, and we'll zoom through lunch. But Let's see what the court has to say about the schedule for tomorrow.
Tomorrow, the witnesses that were supposed to be the PM, are they now going to be our AM witnesses state for tomorrow morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, very well. Parties need to be heard before we go into recess.
Nothing from the state, Judge. No, Judge.
There was one thing,
Go ahead.
can we approach about it though?
Yes.
No, counsel. Let's say it so the class can hear. Damn it. I'm going to zoom and see if they put anything on the record. Other than that recording sign. This was 700 days in court today, you guys. What a wild day.
Get them out, that's all that is.
The court's like logged out.
We're done for the day.
Thanks, Your Honor. Wow. Emily 101 said these court days feel twice as long as Karen Reed trial days. Court does run longer than court ran in the Reed case. We also talked a lot today because we read all those emails. It was so needed, but we read all the emails. So today went particularly long, but they are longer court days than the court days in Massachusetts. The court days in Massachusetts ended promptly at like 4 p.m. The court days in Florida are running through to 5 or a little after 5 p.m. So yeah, they're starting right on time in the morning. So the court days are longer, and their breaks seem to be shorter, and there's way less sidebars. So at the end of day 2, I feel like we have been in this trial for 700 years, but at the end of day 2, we have also seen testimony from the other Dr. Adelson, Dr. Rob Adelson, the oldest child of the Adelson family. And he had quite a lot to share about conversations with his mother after the murder happened and things that were going on in the family before the murder, including Donna's general interjecting into her kids' lives, the things Rob told the FBI when interviewed, the fact that Donna called him and said, you know, just kind of a heads up, law enforcement might want to talk to you. It's better if you don't talk to them. And he said, well, the FBI came by my office, my work office, and I spoke with them. And Donna Adelson's response was, well, you don't know anything anyway. And then after the arrests were made in 2016, he saw it at work. People at work were saying, hey, did you see there was an arrest in the murder of your former brother-in-law? Because it's a big deal. And his mom didn't call. And so he and his wife had a conversation. We're like, well, our anniversary's in 2 days. Our parents, my parents will call for our anniversary. They called for the anniversary, never brought it up. Chitty chatted about small talk and happy anniversary. And he said, I broached the topic of the fact that people had been arrested for the murder of Dan Markel. And at the end of him asking several times, Donna simply said, I've got to go. That phone call in May 2016 is the last time Rob Adelson spoke with his family. Correction. The last time he spoke with Donna Adelson. He did not talk about the rest of the family, though I am guessing, based on how heartbroken he looked on the stand, that was consistent. He said there were a number of things his mom said to him that just stuck out and not in a good way and seemed unusual. So we have heard what Rob Adelson had to say, and I am just absolutely floored because Donna's behavior says quite a lot. Then again, from the last witness of the day, we learned that when the road was blocked off where the Markel house was, because law enforcement showed up and did an investigation. They put crime scene tape up. They secured the crime scene. Nobody was driving by. Nobody was coming in and out of the street. They blocked off the road. That a few cars came by and had to turn around because of the crime scene tape. And most of them kind of slowed down and were kind of reassessing and looking. But there was a red Honda Odyssey, same car that Wendi Adelson drives. And it came down to the crime scene tape and just flipped around and took off. He said, I'm not saying tires were screeching, but it was incredibly abrupt. So Wendi Adelson is going by her ex's house because that's the way she was driving. There's crime scene tape and she doesn't ask, hey, what's going on down there? She doesn't take a look. She's not concerned. She's not upset. No. Flips right around and takes right off. Behavior's interesting, isn't it? And we're only on day 2. We're 10 witnesses in on day 2. And the jury has to be like, what is happening? Because we have learned quite a lot. Law nerds, you are the best. I adore you. I'm going to answer just a few questions. To everyone who super chatted today, thank you. I've been reading them as we've been going. We had lots of chatting today to read the emails. To everyone who gifted memberships, thank you. To all our new members, welcome. You guys are the best. Lucy said, that was a lot. I'm like, go to bed. I know. I am incredibly tired, but we will go to bed. And don't worry, we will start a little bit later on. Some of you are asking about if there were other theories about Rob and his relationship to his family. I don't really know because it hasn't come up in court. I didn't know if he would for sure be testifying. And so we're going to see, I don't know. I haven't looked, so I don't know. But it seems like his relationship with his family, at least with Donna, ended after that phone call. But I don't know. So it's just so much. But the lawyers being like, that includes you? Holy shit, you guys. What a crazy ass day in court. I am going to chat with Dr. B. I am going to chat with the mods. We are going to start, we're not going to start right when court starts. They'll probably start right around 9 Eastern tomorrow. I'm not going to start right at 8 a.m. Central. So I need to set a time. We'll be a little bit delayed, not as delayed as today. We started like when they were at lunch. So we started a half a day late today. We won't be that late, but I am going to give myself just a little room in the morning. And then I'm probably going to go to Starbucks and get myself, I'm going to go get a pumpkin cream cold brew in the morning and it's all going to be good. Law nerds, we're going to be fine. So West Coast law nerds, we're all good. East Coast law nerds, don't worry. Be productive. Central time law nerds, don't worry. We'll start, we're not starting at 8. We might not even start at 9, maybe 9:30, 10. We're going to start not as late as today, but we're going to start a bit later. So we'll keep you posted in the chat. This is my best time to remind you that the app is the place to stay in the loop. Make sure you turn your notifications on. It is the best way for us to keep in touch with you. If you're not getting notifications, try toggling them off and on and make sure that your app is open when you're ready to get notifications, and you will be able to see them in the shelf too. So, LawNerdApp at LawNerdApp.com. We made it for you so we could keep you in the loop. You guys are the best. Team Baker, thanks everybody. I know we're tired. Good job, everyone. Way to go, Law Nerds. You guys, from where I'm sitting, thank you for the no spoilers. You all were very conscientious. I appreciate you. I know it was hard work, everybody. You did it. You did. Me, I'm like, Olivia, what are you? I'm teasing. You know what I've been watching on Instagram. You guys did a great job. Thank you, everyone. Good work today, folks. Well done. And I appreciate you. All right, let's get some sleep, everybody. Let's go. I will see you in court tomorrow. What's going to happen tomorrow? Damn, today was a lot. I guess we'll find out tomorrow, won't we? Bye, chat. Thank you for joining me. Make sure you don't miss a live stream or any of the updates on the cases that you care about most with the LawNerd app at LawNerdApp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android, so I can keep you in the loop. because you never know when something's going to pop off. Thanks for being here, and thanks for being a Law Nerd.